And good evening, baseball fanatics. And here we go. Look at this. Brother Jack Dawson, first one here with us tonight in La Familia. How you doing, Jack? Good to see you. So I said I would be back tonight with either the new Pocket Pennant Run update, Betty version 4.0, or if that didn't release, I was going to come back and do Action PC Baseball Game 5 of the ALCS in our 1971 project. Well, as it turns out, Dano's released release candidate, or he's put out to the beta testing team, I should say, release candidate 3 of Game Pulse Payoff Pitch, and Pocket Pennant Run also dropped a new update. So the final Betty update. So we're going to look at both. And Philip on par there with the welcome in with the Cleveland Spiders at 16. They have 16 wins and 61 losses halfway through the project. So Philip is going to be we're going to have to count him as one of our as our newest 19th century baseball experts once he's done with this. So I thought we would start with Payoff Pitch Baseball and the board game companion. So I'm going to talk about I'm going to bring these notes over for you for this one. And there's a new thing in this called it's called quick plays. So for people that are going to be using Payoff Pitch as a board game companion, this is going to be of special interest to you, which is really, really good. So let's go through it. Quick plays let you build your own panel of one-press buttons for the plays you enter most often. Instead of clicking Payoff Pitch and then walking the play menu every time, out, then ground out, then shortstop, you can set up a ground out to shortstop button once and press it directly. Quick Plays button does exactly what you would do by hand. It opens the play entry screen and presses the same buttons for you in order, stopping whenever it needs a decision only you can make. Nothing is guessed or automated behind your back. You are still entering the play just faster. For the full play menu behind these buttons, see the manual play entry reference guide. So, and again, he says right here, hang on, I've got to try to get a cap off my lap here. All right. So Quick Plays is part of the Board Game Companion play entry. You'll see it whenever Use Board Game Companion is turned on, always in Board Game Companion projects and in any other project where you've checked that option, Game Options. So if you use Game Pulse as a companion to a physical baseball board game and enter each play's result yourself, Quick Plays is built to make that faster. If you play with dice in the game menu instead, this feature does not apply. You will not see, in the game mat, you will not see this panel, all right? So there's 2 quick play surfaces, 5 built-in buttons on the gameplay menu tucked under the Payoff Pitch button, out, hit, error, special, and manual. These are always the same 5 and need no setup. Each opens the play menu already past the first step. And then the custom quick plays panel is a separate movable panel that holds up to 12 buttons of your choosing, or keys, let's say, right, whatever, from a catalog of every common play. This is the part you set up, and the rest of this guide is about it. So Payoff Pitch button never goes away. It's always there for any play your buttons do not cover. So you think about like some of the most common plays in baseball, right? A 6-3 put out, 4-3 put out, whatever. You can just, right, with one click, boom, it's done. You don't have to, so he's saving you some extra clicks on here, which I think is pretty cool. And so we're going to look at that, and let's go to this. Okay, let's go to this. Let's go to our project settings. Okay, so we're not using AI Manager or anything like that. So maintenance, we should be all good. User control. This is for this 1955 project. Okay, so this should be. Let's just we're just going to do the exhibition game, but we're not going to actually play it. All right. So, but we'll just say, yeah, Red Sox, Orioles. That's fine. Continue. All right, and generate and play ball. Okay, so here we are with the Orioles. So that you can see there are the quick plays, out, hit, error, special, manual. Okay, So, was it hit? What kind of hit is it? See, we didn't even have to go to payoff pitch. Isn't that cool? And you can, and again, you're able to set all these things up. I'm not going to worry about it. We go under error. Who's the error for under? It's for the second baseman. Pretty cool. There's our special play. Okay, so catches, interference, pitchers, batters, defensive cancel, special. Oh yeah, we already looked at special. Sorry about that. Duh. Okay, that's all right. Beatles Eternally's got his shit together tonight. And then manual, we have the batted ball out. So this is where we can do put the fielders in order. So remember before we said we couldn't ground 2-3. Well, now we can 2 and 3 and done. So that's what would happen and complete the play. Let's cancel it. So, but you can still go to this to select all of this stuff if you want to. But again, being able to set up these keys, which I'm not going to do tonight, which that's really, really, really cool. Okay. So, and of course, there are updates to the main payoff pitch engine as well. Yeah. So pretty good stuff, I would say. All right, John DFW, good evening. Kevin's Big Rev Kev says, can't stay around, just want to drop in and say hi. Well, thank you, cousin. I appreciate you. Yeah, so it's not complicated at all. So check out Big Rev Kev's channel, and he's going to give you the tutorial for that. And that way I don't have to do it. Yay! That's good. So this is we're not going to, again, we're not playing this. We're not going to play this game because this is, we're not going to play any exhibition games. This is actually in this this 1955 project. So just remember, anything in Payoff Pitch where you see a die, these are board game companion games. And so 69, 75, and 72, these are actual Payoff Pitch games. Okay. So, and I haven't finished setting everything up in all of these yet. So, mea culpa, mea culpa, mea culpa. I did set up the ballparks. I just didn't set up the whatever. Okay. So there is that for Payoff Pitch. It's been a good weekend for baseball. People getting all kinds of new ballparks and everything, and just all kinds of incredibleness, right? Also, Mr. Wrestling and his absolute sorcery that he's been doing with Digital Diamond version 14. I please ask that check out today's earlier broadcast about that, and hold on to your socks. Samuel Smith, he says, happy Sunday. Ordered special made dice for Sports Illustrated. Baseball board game companion, $9 on eBay. There you go. eBay's your friend for all things baseball. That's why somebody mentioned about getting him Amazon. So Samuel, I'm glad you did eBay. Because, Amazon's going to charge you like a lot more if they even have them. So good job. All right, so the other one, we're going to go ahead and I guess I'm not going to leave this up as a backdrop. And again, you're going to see a lot of icons temporarily on this desktop, and that's because of all this beta testing that I'm doing. I like to compare versions and stuff. Pocket Pennant Run also has dropped its final update, the Betty update. So this has been a lot of tightening of code and things like that. I'm sorry to report there's still not a Pittsburgh Pirate meeple. I think Paul is doing that on purpose. So I'm going to have to go and make my own, I guess. But this has basically been another sort of, this is more of a quality of life patch. But so you guys right now, most of you will have version 17, Betty 4.05, bunch of numbers, 17. So you want to go to, and it's d12gaming.com now, by the way. So not pocketpennant.com anymore. d12gaming.com. You would have gotten the email for this anyhow. And on this pass, please make sure to check your junk mail. That's where I had to find mine. And then just move it to your inbox, and that automatically sets up that rule for you. If you're using Outlook, I don't know, whatever email program you use. So if you didn't get your email, look in your spam or junk folder. So Craig says this is the final Betty series. Now they're going to move on. So whatever the next name is, next one of his cats or whatever it's going to be. And then he's not saying what's coming up. It's going to be a new run, but there were a lot of improvements to Pocket Pennant Run. over the past year and this Betty cycle. One of the things that I know everybody's waiting for are going to be the more more granularity and player ratings. So I know that's something that's going to be planned for the next year. The first thing that they're going to tackle though is the dead ball scheduling weirdness that's going on. So they really want to focus on that, and I'm very glad because the only way to play dead ball, the only two ways to play dead ball baseball in this thing is either just do a quick play, or if you want to create a season, then you've got to create it sort of as a project. But if you just play dead ball as a season replay, things get a little bit bollocksed. So nothing else has really changed in Pocket Pennant Run. We're going to run through a few innings just to see how she runs. I want to try to do a defensive substitution, whatever. So it's not going to be, hopefully, I don't know if we'll get into a long broadcast or not. We'll see. Mr. Wrestling made a voice announcer for Sports Illustrated. Yes. Isn't it great? Isn't it great? Yeah, so using 11 labs, but what's even cooler is the app that you'll see that he has right next to Digital Diamond Baseball, and that app is what I want. I really want that thing, and he wants to give it to me, and I want to buy it. So we're going to haggle over that for a little while, but we'll figure it out. So that's really, really, really good. But so yeah, here we are, and then of course down here you see Strat Max. So I had to recreate my 1955 project because we had a game in progress and I didn't want to just redo it. So I just started it all over now. So we're going to be doing the Brooklyn Dodgers, and we're going to be playing the game in Strat Max but using Payoff Pitch as the board game companion. Because I know that I've had you guys okay, give me some weird plays, but now we're going to really get it, get things thrown at us from Strat in real time. So that's also what's going on. What's going on? Look, you got to channel your inner Marvin Gaye. So it's supposed to be, apparently now Pocket Pennant Run's supposed to be running a little snappier. So got a couple tasks going on in the background to really give it a good test. So let's do it. Let's pick a game from history, and let's select a season. None of these I put in here, just a bunch that are already there with the game. So again, we'll just go to 1974 because everybody seems to like 1974. Oh, and it did already save these, so that's kind of cool. I'm doing a lot of Giants and stuff on here, and we're not going to play the whole thing anyhow. So let's do I don't know. Let's do the Orioles and Tigers. So the Tigers historically won this game 3-2, and let's do it. Okay. And this is going to be Joe Coleman taking the hill for the Tigers against Dave McNally for the Orioles, 1974. And this is April 6, 1974. Again, this uses as-played lineups. And let's play. Okay, and advanced fielding, advanced batting. But I am going to turn off the pitching for right now because I don't think we're going to do this whole game. Okay, settings are saved, and it looks like we're ready to rock and roll. So the only thing is, so what I do, if you have some projects that you have started in Pocket Pennant Run Baseball, you'll get instructions. Just make sure you kind of just back them up, move them out of the directory, and then this isn't a pad. Just do the full install of this thing, and then put your stuff back in. And I just re-downloaded all the player images and everything. Now that's just a little bit of manual work. But it's really easy to do this. So, and if you're not sure, Paul Fay has lots and lots and lots of videos on doing this kind of stuff in Pocket Pennant Run. So we're ready to go. Ed Brinkman leading it off here for the 74 Tigers. So Earl Weaver and Ralph Houk going to walk up here. And I'm hoping the managers, too, will be worked on a little bit more, especially the dead ball managers. And I got to make sure that this is going to be with white dice. There we go. Okay. Or white numbers. All right, here we go. Here's the pitch to Ed Brinkman, and this is going to be base hit past Bobby Grich. So first Tiger batter up, and it's a base hit. All right. Brings up Aurelio Rodriguez with a 222 average for him. 5 homers, 49 runs batted in 1974. McNally, the lefty to deal. Here is the pitch, and this one bouncer out towards second. Bobby Grich has it, and this is going to be a 4-6-3 double play, baby. How about that? All right. So the Tigers get a hit, and then they quickly get erased. All right. Brings up Jim Northrup, now right fielder for the Tigers. 237 average, 11 home runs, 42 runs batted in 1974. Here's the pitch. Northrup swing and a miss. Strike 3. So Dave McNally makes short work of the Tigers. We go to the bottom of the first inning. The Tigers nothing, and the Orioles coming to bat. So, again, the flow of this game feels really, really nice. Loving it, as I always do. If you get Mr. Wrestler's app, you can sell the announcer program to us. So, I'm not sure what's going on, because he's using 11 labs with that. And I'm looking at, but he uses 11 Labs Pro, and that's $99 a month. God bless him, but I don't have $1,200 for that. But he's saying that the next one down, which is like $11 a month, he said would be possible. With the but because it has voice cloning as well. It's just the $99 a month one has the best fidelity, but I just can't afford it. So, but I really, I want to get the app. The app is excellent. So without, if you get the app, you don't have 11 Labs. It will use it can tie into the Microsoft narrators. They suck. So, and I found myself getting really immersed in that Digital Diamond game today. So yeah, I'm gonna have to try to figure out something I can cut out of my budget. Which is pretty easy. It's going to be Siggy's, which I'm going to have one right now, but it's going to be these. Because why not? Instead of killing myself, why don't I just spend $11, whatever it is, and just get 11 Labs in business. Because it'd be fun to kind of just play with that and see some things. And who knows? Maybe you guys never have to hear my voice again either, which is real nice, I think. Bunbury leads it off here for the Baltimore Orioles. Bottom of the first here, and we're just going to run this little test game for a little bit of the newest version of Pocket Pennant Run Baseball. And here we go. This is going to be a swing and a miss strikeout. Bill Freehan, however, drops the ball, drop third strike, and Al Bunbury thrown out at first. All right, so one away for Bobby Grich. 263, 19 home runs, 82 ribbies for him. Joe Coleman winds and fires, and this one is going to be base hit on the left-hand side under the glove of Ed Brinkman for a single. See, I almost channeled Dave Gardner there, but I stopped short of it because Dave's tagline is awesome. All right, number 3 hitter Tommy Davis. By the way, hopefully, and I'm sorry, I did not turn off the DH. I should have. That was stupid. Or actually, I didn't turn it off. They have the DH turned on by default. I needed to turn that off, and I forgot. My fault. Hopefully, JT Dutch comes on tonight. We'll have a little chat with JT for all this, and if he doesn't, we won't. But I hope he does. He's my brother. All right, and that just made me think of Tommy Davis. All right, here we go. Runner on first, and here we go. There's going to be a range play to short, and it'll be a 6-3 put up. The runner is going to advance. All right, runner in scoring position now for the Baltimore Orioles. 2 outs, brings up Boog Powell. 12 home runs, 265 average, 45 runs batted in. Coleman checks second and deals home, and he is going to... This is a wild pitch. This one gets by Bill Freehan all the way back to the screen, and there I go, hitting the wrong thing again. There we go. Wild pitch. All right, runner on third now. So Baltimore Orioles perhaps going to capitalize on this little gift. Coleman and Freehan looking like they got a little bit crossed up. All right, here we go. Here is the pitch, and to add insult to injury, but the Orioles will take it. He hits Boog Powell. So a wild pitch followed by a hit batsman. Joe Coleman having a little trouble out there on the hill with 2 down. Runners at the corners for the Orioles, and brings up Don Baylor, 272 average, 10 homers, 59 runs batted in for Baylor. Coleman out of the stretch, and here is the pitch, and he's going to walk Don Baylor. So the Baltimore Orioles have him loaded up for Brooks Robinson, 7 home runs, 288 average, 59 runs batted in for him. And let's look at our batter data there. There we go. Just for anybody that wants to see it. Remember, these are all sortable in here, which is real nice. Here's the pitch to Robinson, and this one is going to be trouble. Left, right, 11. This is a power check 3, and no, they get out of the inning. Can you believe it? Fly ball, Mickey Stanley tracking it back and has it just short of the warning track for out number 3. Unbelievable. How about that? So Joe Coleman breathing a heavy sigh of relief. We go to the top of the second, and we are scoreless here at Memorial Stadium in Baltimore, Maryland. All right, and it will be Al Kaline in the DH role. That's why I don't like the DH, but this is 1974, so I guess I have to leave it on. Kaline, Horton, and Stanley. So it wasn't my fault, but it was the right thing to do. McNally deals, and this one is going to be a batter result 1 and ground ball. Bobby Grich up with it and over to Boog Powell for the 4-3 putout in out number 1 of the second inning. Willie Horton now at the bat, 15 home runs, 298 average for him, 47 ribbies. McNally fires, and Willie Horton out in front of that one, strike 3, second strikeout of the game for Dave McNally. So these Orioles, tough pitching staff. All right, here's Mickey Stanley now. Mickey hitting 221, 8 home runs, 34 runs batted in. McNally brings it home, and this one out to Belanger at short, and he boots the ball. And this is going to be a base hit, actually. So scorer being very, very kind, saying that Belanger couldn't have made that play. It's a base hit. All right, so runner aboard, 2 down, brings up Bill Freehan. Bill Freehan, 297 average, 18 home runs, 60 runs batted in for Freehan. McNally sets and delivers, and he's going to walk Freehan. So both pitchers looking a little bit messy here. Is Dave McNally getting himself into a little bit of trouble? Here's a number 8 hitter, Ron Cash. 226 average for him with 5 runs batted in 1974. Only had 62 at-bats in that season. Here's the pitch. And this one tapper back to the pitcher. And this is going to be a ground ball, 1-3. And that will retire the side. So we go to the bottom of second. No score here in Baltimore. And we will have, what will we have? Who will we have, man? So we've got Earl Williams, Paul Blair, and then Mark Belanger due up for the Orioles here in the bottom of the second. All right, Coleman has the sign from Bill Freehan, and here's the line and the pitch. Control 5, and he's walking Earl Williams. Wow. So for Coleman, his second walk of the game. And here's Paul Blair, 261 average, great center fielder, 17 home runs, 62 runs batted in. Here's the pitch to Paul Blair. And this one is going to be a left-right result to ground ball. Double play. Brinkman to Sutherland to Cash for the 6-4-3 double play. Yeah, Paul Blair trying to beat the throw. Great speed, but he's out of there. So 2 down, bases empty. Joe Coleman looking for a nice, easy inning here after a scary one back in the first. Belanger, 225 average, 5 homers, 36 runs batted in for him. And Coleman winds and fires. And this one, batter 4, and this is going to be grounder. Hard grounder. Aurelio Rodriguez fires a strike to Ron Cash. 5-3 put out, and that will do it. That would do it for the Orioles. Top of the third inning here at Memorial Stadium. Tigers and Orioles knotted at zip. So what I want to do is I want to check something in here for defensive substitutions, because we're not going to finish this game. Okay? So let's switch out Don Baylor. I know this is crazy for Enos Cabell. So I'm going to do Enos Cabell and Don Baylor, and I should be able to change position. And the new position is going to be right field. Okay, yep, Paul, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So apparently Paul said that the defensive sub doesn't work. Obviously, there's something I'm doing wrong because I can't seem to do it. So there we go. Otherwise, great game, but still can't do defensive substitutions, and Paul's not going to be tuned into this till later. So bit of a drag. Bit of a drag, because I don't know where else we would go to do that, just as a defensive sub. So if I want to do change, maybe I have to do, please select only a batter in lineup in order to change their position. I don't want to do that. I want to bring somebody in off the bench. So I guess I got to do a pinch hitter and then that. Okay, so maybe it does work. But what if somebody's hurt on the play and I've got to bring in somebody else? I don't know. Or maybe I've just decided I want to pull my right fielder. So Paul, you're going to need to show me how this works, because apparently I'm doing something wrong. But that's okay. That's probably just me, not the game. Here's the pitch to Gary Sutherland, and this one bounced to the third. And this is going to be a range play on Brooks Robinson. And Brooks Robinson is going to make these plays all day and score this one 5-3 and 1 down. Cool. All right, here's Ed Brinkman now. We're back at the top of the order. Singled to open the game for the Tigers back in the top of the first. Here's the pitch, and this time Dave McNally whiff, and that's the third strikeout for Mr. McNally in the game. It's quickly 2 away for the Tigers here in the top of the third inning. Aurelio Rodriguez grounded into a double play last time, 6-4-3. Belanger to Gritch to Powell. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Batter 11, power check 7, and this is going to be a gapper into left center, and that's going to be a double for Aurelio Rodriguez. And he will take it. He has no problem with that. Okay. Brings up Jim Northrup, fanned against Mark Belanger last time up. Here's the pitch, and he's going to swing and miss this time. Swinging from the heels, nothing but air, and another strikeout for Dave McNally. That retires the side, bottom of the third. No score here in Baltimore. And we're back at the top of the order. Al Bunbury tapped out to the catcher last time. Here's the pitch to Bunbury. Batter 3, ground ball, Brinkman to Cash in the 6-3 put out. 1 away. Playing beautifully, guys. It does feel snappier. Here's Bobby Gritch. Bobby Gritch singled last time. Bobby Gritch is going to look like he's going to get on base again this time. Another single for Bobby Gritch. So Gritch 2 for 2 on the day. Good for him. All right, here comes Tommy Davis now. Tommy last time grounded to short. And Coleman deals. And this one is going to be fly ball center field. Mickey Stanley tries to get under it. And Mickey Stanley, there's a bit of an issue here for Mickey Stanley here. So error. So score that one E8. So first error of this game. Brings up Boog Powell now. Powell last time was hit by Joe Coleman, and of course that followed the wild pitch. And here it comes to the mighty Boog Powell. And batter 8, base hit. So once again, the Orioles load him up. This time, can they capitalize? No score. Bases juiced, brings up Don Baylor. Drew a walk last time. Coleman works out of the stretch. And batter 11, power check 4. And nope, this is going to be a big old base hit here. And this is going to score 2 runs. So 2 RBI single for Don Baylor. All right. So quickly now, bottom of the third, the Baltimore Orioles taking a 2-0 lead on the Detroit Tigers. Runners at the corners for Baltimore, and Brooks Robinson will come to the plate. The great wizard flew out the center last time to get Joel Coleman out of a bases loaded situation. And swung on, this one down to third, ground ball. This is going to get the run home. Aurelio Rodriguez is going to go to first for the 5-3 put out, but the run does come in. and they pick up another one. So the Orioles now lead the Tigers 3-0 here, bottom of the third. Earl Williams drew a walk last time. Coleman, 1 strikeout, 2 walks in the games, giving up 4 hits, a hit batsman, a wild pitch. Fly ball out into left field, and it's Willie Horton. Does Willie Horton have it? Indeed, he does, for the third out of the inning. But the Baltimore Orioles tally 3 times, and this is where we'll stop the game and go to the top of the fourth. And it's 3-0, and we're just going to call this game and move on. So, loving it. So it's there. Remember, it's D12, D12 gaming. To get your updated Pocket Pennant Run Baseball. And again, this thing is so ridiculously inexpensive. $14.99 for the PDF version, $24.99 for the physical game, which literally does fit in the palm of your hand. All right, so that does it for Pocket Pennant Run for now. Great stuff. Plays, feels really, really, really good. Now we're going to go on to Payoff Pitch. And I think since it's this late at night, instead of doing starting the 1955 thing tonight, let's just play a game in Payoff Pitch. So we're going to go ahead and kind of bop out of StratMax. And let's go to, this is the release candidate now that I'm going to be showing you guys for Game Pulse Payoff Pitch. So this one is the one that we're all beta testing right now. Let's just do a little bit of a game here. Why not? Okay. And we'll do it in 1975 since we have this going. In fact, what we're going to do is we're going to reset the league because we want to look for anomalies here. So we're going to do a little bit of a test instead of playing a game. Let's do that. So hopefully we got some eyes on the chat here. And I know it's having a bit of a slow night here, and that's okay. We had a great one today, but even if there's just one person in here, as Dwayne Martz always says, you know, it's all about just having fun, and these things don't spoil. Okay, so we're going to clear everything out. All right, so we are ready to go. Let's look at our project settings here for 1975. We are going to enable the AI managers. We're going to turn everything on, including short rest. We're not going to enable injuries, however. Not going to use any stupid modern rules. We're going to leave everything as is. So control mode. Let's pick. I don't know. I'm gonna select the Pirates as human controlled. You can select as many of these as you want. Okay. No, actually, I want them AI controlled because we're just going to play the season or parts of it and look for anomalies. We're going to leave the strategy for each club on default. Some people have said this isn't necessarily. I think it's a great addition to it. Since you're using AI, why not take advantage of it? So wouldn't it be fun to take a modern season but play it with maybe dead ball era strategy or whatever? But I love it. All right, so let's make sure our maintenance is really good here. Let's just go ahead and rebuild everything. And looks like that's all done. Yep. Good. And we are ready to go. Okay. So let's go to games. Let's just go to sim games. Let's look at what we have here, though. So again, we could import games, but I don't we're not going to really worry about that kind of stuff. Okay, but we could actually, even when you're playing Payoff Pitch, you can do it. But I don't want to do that because what we're going to look for is anomalies. Okay, so let's sim games, and we're going to sim this we're not going to do the whole season, but let's do it up to April 30th, and let's go. Okay, so this I'm immediately noticing that this is a lot faster now. Nothing's ever going to be as fast as Baseball for Windows for doing this, but this is kind of zipping through here. So that's good stuff. What I'd love to be able to see would be how you can see in Action PC Baseball how the how standings are changing, things like that. That's always kind of fun to watch as you're doing this. So maybe down the road. I'm not going to suggest this yet to Dana. So Dana, plug your ears in this one. I don't think that you need to see your libraries at this point, or your DLCs, I should say, whatever, however we want to call them, DLCs. So it would be nice to be able to see these standings kind of change as we're playing, but that's okay. So anyhow, VL. I haven't heard from VL. I haven't heard from Andy yet, as far as getting their permission to put their ballparks up in the Discord as zip files. Right now, they are available on their on their Flickr pages. And Flickr is like you guys, you don't have to join Flickr. You just click directly on those links and you can just download them. There's nothing like you're not going to end up on some kind of sort of questionable page or anything like that. All right, so we're in game 63 of the season already now, and moving along really, really nicely. Again, this is we've got to test for anomalies because one game isn't going to tell us anything. So I know somebody was talking about some putouts or some assists that weren't recording, things like that. So let's see. Again, April's not going to tell us a lot, so we're probably going to do a couple more months. Get it to June, something believable, but always nice to see just how it handles the beginning of the season as well. Yep. So, there we go. Sunday night, I don't know where the weekend went. We just had storms that blew through here like crazy, man. Just crazy. But it broke this damn heat wave. We were in the triple digits. And I'm not talking feels like, I mean actual temperature here in Pennsylvania, in this part of Pennsylvania. For 3 days in a row, we broke 100. And that's just not a thing that happens here. So, we're looking at 70s and 80s this week, and that makes me very, very happy. However, conversely, for my girlfriend in the Netherlands, they're going to get another little heat wave over there, although I don't think it's going to be as bad as the one Europe had 2 weeks ago. Talking about the weather, because nobody's talking about any damn thing, so I'm just going to sit here and chat on, whatever, because I don't like dead air. What else is going on in the baseball sim world? Seems like a lot of people are happily jumping aboard with Digital Diamond 14, which is real nice. There we go. We got Samuel Smith already, investing in dice for the Sports Illustrated component of it, and he's picked up what? You picked up a season for Status Pro Advanced as well from the great Derek Beckner. Certainly a legend. So it's really good to see that. Mark Cohen, you got yourself a hell of a good ball game there. And I hope if somebody passes this along to you, I will hope you'll check the broadcast out and look at Mr. Wrestling's app that he's done for the SI component of the game. It's amazing. So you got 2025 by email. Nice. That is good. So Samuel, will be looking forward to just your thoughts and everything like that. One thing I really do like about this implementation is with Status Pro Advanced is you don't have to use syntax. You can just click to get your play results. So that's pretty cool. So he has the 1920s up to now. Yeah, I know. There's some good. I'm not going to name them because I know Paul Fay is going to just. So I'm not going to name them. But there's a number of seasons I would pick up. That's okay that there's no dead ball. That's absolutely fine with me. I got enough dead ball everywhere else. But there's quite a few seasons that I would love to get, and I will at some point. I just really can't realistically do that right now. I'm just trying to get finances in order and all that fun stuff. So, yeah, that's that. In other news, again, I am starting a sister channel to this, and it's going to be non-baseball. So, I hope those of you that like some non-baseball gaming will join in. It's going to be an eclectic mix of everything from roguelikes, action RPGs, CRPGs, simulators, all kinds of stuff, because I'm going through my libraries on Steam, Epic, GOG, and I'm like, holy shit, there's probably some stuff on here that guys want to check out. All right, let's go ahead and close it, and let's start looking at some things. So the first thing I want to look for is any anomalous scores, which I don't see. These are all very believable baseball scores. And we can start looking at some box scores, some things like that. Let's go over here. Let's look at stats right now. Everything, again, sortable. This is feeling really good. So again, for the people that have been really knocking this, I think you're really kind of going to be missing out something very, very, very special. All right. Let's see. Let's go ahead and look at. I'm just going to pick another random date. Okay. And again, looking for any sort of strange anomalous scores. Not really seeing. Look at Doc Medich, man. He's 2-0 to start the season here for the New York Yankees. Pretty cool. Look, my Pirates got blanked by Cardinals. Let's look at standings here in 1975. Let's see how things look. Baltimore right now, as we go through April of 1975, at 12-4, leading the American League East. The Minnesota Twins in the American League West at 11-5. Again, so April. What's April, right? My Pirates are a half game back, along with the Philadelphia Phillies, behind the Chicago Cubs at 11-6. And in the West, as you would expect, the Cincinnati Reds are 2 games up. Where are the Boston Red Sox, by the way? Not a good start to the season for Boston, as they are 5-11. How about that? That's pretty crazy. So, I like the player usage screen, and there's your schedule. Let's look at what's happening with Baltimore, man. With Boston? Look at that, man. They reeled off a 7-game losing streak between Friday, April 11th and Sunday, April 20th. So, not so good for them. Okay, let's click OK. Let's look at stats. So what isn't happening for Boston? So as a team, they're hitting 240. On base percentage is 311. Let's look at some player batting here. So again, April, you're not going to see much, but really, what does April mean? So league stats, team stats. And let's pick Boston, and let's see what's going on with Boston here. Pitching. What's happening here with pitching? Okay. Reggie Cleveland right now, the 4.42 earned run average. So obviously, I mean, all this subject to change. So Dana says that the crowd sounds will come after he gets them accurate and logical. Nice. Sino Smith says, back to Digital Diamond and Stats Pro Advanced, the only thing you have to install is accurate stadiums for before the 1990s. Nice. Okay. Yeah, Dwight Evans. Hey, John. How you doing, John DFW? So right now through April, yeah, Dwight Evans hitting. Let's go back to batting stats. And of course, Boston going to need Dewey's bat in there, and Evans right now hitting just 177. Ouch. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's sim out some more, because we should. Let's go May 31st. And we'll hang out. I should have like some music playing or something while this goes on. I mean, April baseball is kind of, yeah, whatever. So what I've been doing for each release candidate for this is I'm using the same library, the same 1975 or the same DLC for those of you that bought this on Steam. Using the same DLC, 1975. So that way we can just look at these results, and that's why I don't want to change any manager strategies, any game strategies globally, as you saw there. Again, I remember the night that we were looking at one of the release candidates, and we were seeing those weird scores, and it was because the AI wasn't using relievers properly. They were staying in there and getting lambasted. So let it play out for a little bit here. Again, the play-by-play speed, or the I'm sorry, the autoplay speed has been greatly improved. So I've got to be happy about that. And then we'll see if there's an interest. Um, Maybe we will go ahead and do a board game companion game. Just pick something, or maybe just go ahead and do that Pirates Dodgers game in Strat. We'll see. I'm really waiting for JT Dutch to see if he comes on. So, yeah, no, I'm not, John, not at all. Not seeing any crazy high weird things. I mean, so 10-7 is very believable. I mean, remember, it wasn't so much that. Remember, John, we were, and you were spotting these too. I believe Mick was as well. We were seeing a lot of them. Like, there's like this preponderance of crazy scores that just shouldn't happen. So, but so far, everything looking believable. Um, but I'm glad, but I'm kind of focusing too on the Boston Red Sox because I want to see what happens with that slow start. I'm not expecting this to play out exactly like 1975 did. I don't expect any sim to do that. And that 1971 project that we have going in Action PC Baseball, Detroit won the American League East, not the Orioles. And I'm fine with that because the stats are still really good. So, John says he wants to start a 1980 save once the next big update drops. So the next update is going to be the one you're looking at now for Payoff Pitch, or maybe start September 1st. Yeah, that would be cool. A cool thing to do too. Um, I'm not ready to kind of do that with this yet because I still want to make sure that these, because if I'm actually playing it as Payoff Pitch Baseball as opposed to the board game companion, um, I just don't want to be seeing those weird anomalies. And so far, so good. But we're going to have a closer look at stats. The stats, I think, do need to be a little bit more robust. But right now, so Mike Schmidt leading in home runs, or was with 7. I don't know if that's changing in the background for us or not. So, so I do see that, but I'd like to see the standings on the other side. Somehow, maybe you got to make them smaller or something, or maybe you can't. Who knows? We're about halfway through May. Oh, this is happening all the time. So, let me go back here. I'm sorry, guys. I'm kind of dropping everything. Just un momento, por favor, yeah? I dropped a bottle cap, and now I got to try to get it on this other one, or this is disaster. Disaster. Disaster averted. Okay, now, let me see what, okay. Samuel Smith says, I saw the Dombrov version from 8 years ago. The layout looks great. Yes. And we've said that many times about the original Dombrov baseball, that the interface was a lot nicer, a lot cleaner. Passed that along to Richard, and he's just not interested in changing that, unfortunately, and that's too bad. Because that opening, that splash screen, and the way the fonts are and everything, that's turning people off of the game. And Richard, you're losing customers. You're losing potential customers. I asked why he changed it in an email some years ago, and I can't quite remember the answer, but I said the other one was cleaner. It was easier to navigate, and I said people weren't too pleased with the new one, and he said, well, in essence, he wasn't going to change it, and that's too bad. Yeah, scores do seem reasonable. We'll get to see our leaders here because I'm seeing that's not changing, so that means that Mike Schmidt was hitting a ton of home runs just in April. So those aren't updating over there because I can't believe it. Mike Schmidt hasn't had a home run in May. None of these have changed. So yeah. Yeah, so John says he's finished so many seasons by skipping over April to August. I get that. I do get that. Yeah, not seeing any weird scores or anything like that, but let's dig deeper into player stats and team stats and see kind of what's going on here as we move along. And I think the last time we did this with the release candidate, we simmed until June, or through the end of June. Because you definitely, get about half the baseball season in, and then stats start to mean something. So we are in game 275, 276, and we'll see how things change up. And we'll see if Dwight Evans starts to pick up that batting average a little bit here. There's going to be some new content coming out for this, by the way, too. Like, I don't know exactly when, but something like 42 all-star teams or something they're going to be adding to available for Payoff Pitch. So really looking forward to that. All right, Buccos win that one 9-8. And I think what we'll do is look at some box scores too, just to see if there's anything weird within games themselves. Maybe some weird substitutions or whatever. We'll just pick some random games that we can kind of look at. This is all part of the beta testing process to see what's working, what isn't. All right. So let's close this. Boing. So look at this. Wow. So Bobby Bonds with 18 home runs. Joe Rudy with 13. Reggie with 12. The Killer has 11. George Foster with 11. Mike Schmidt hits 4 home runs in the month of May. He's at 11. Parker Sargent. These all look pretty good. Joe Morgan with that high on-base percentage. But let's look at stats for a little bit. And we're going to do this just for the Boston Red Sox, because that's kind of, we're interested to see what they're doing. I suppose we should look at standings first. So Boston at 18-23 right now. I don't know why I did that. Oh yeah, because I'm going to look at their schedule. So they had a couple big wins here against the Yankees. Well, they swept the Yankees actually there, and that was back in April. But what's happening with them in May? They're really, really kind of streaky, aren't they? Okay. Let's get deeper into stats here, as deep as we can into stats. Okay, so Boston, what are you doing? All right, so right now they're 4th in average. What, 5th in on-base percentage? Let me see, what else are they? What else can we look at here? So just trying to figure out where Boston's not getting this done right now. Back to standings in the National League. Chicago Cubs 2.5 up on the Pirates. And Cincinnati 5.5 up on LA. Nothing looks really out of sorts here. Let's look at team stats for, let's look at the Boston Red Sox again. All right. And where is he? Where is he? Where is he? All right, so Dwight Evans sitting just 224 right now. So I don't remember what Dwight Evans hit in 1975, but so who's the big dude right now? So Jim Rice hitting 311. He's having a pretty good year. We need more stats here, Dana. I want to see home runs and things like that, not just the leaders, but what else? What else? What else is going on here? Oh, that was a big flash of lightning. Really, really lots of lightning right there. We may cut this short after all. Okay. Perhaps the Red Sox have been a little unlucky with that long losing streak. Perhaps. Did you guys hear that? Kaboom. Let's look at fielding, because somebody was talking about fielding. Okay. So, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, there we go. Yep. Okay, so, let me see. I'm not seeing anything that would give me pause here either. So Burleson 197 chances at short. 158 assists. I mean, you want those. You want those numbers at short, obviously. I think isn't that the most common ground out in baseball is a 6-3 put out, right? You think he did one for payoff pitch too? That's cool. That is cool. So I'm not really sure what's going on with Bernie Strom's Boston Red Sox, man. Pretty crazy. Let's pick. What? I don't know. Oh, these weren't played yet. I'm sorry. Okay. Mea culpa. Let's find one that they just. I don't know. It's just fun to look at box scores. Okay. I don't know. I mean, is it the pitching staff not getting it done for them? Kind of hard to say right now. But how far out in the race are they right now? So they're 7.5 out. And look at that run differential, -4. Their differential's -14. Baltimore really turning it on here so far. Cincinnati's playing as you would expect Cincinnati to play. Cubs are a little bit of a surprise here in 1975, though. The Pirates would, of course, win this division and lose to the Big Red Machine, like swept. Anything you guys think I should check, let me know. And if not, I think with the lightning and all that crap out there, maybe, and I don't see JT Dutch anywhere. So we'll probably just call this one a broadcast, since we did a longer one today. We'll let it go up to an hour, so we're about 2 minutes from that. Yeah, Mr. Wrestling's done some great stuff with Out of the Park Baseball, Digital Diamond. If he's doing with Payoff Pitch, that's incredible. That is incredible. So, yeah. I'm not going to worry about going up to June. Maybe we'll do that for another night broadcast, or going through June, I should say. But things are looking good. I'm just kind of like, what's going on with you, Boston? But anything can happen. That is for sure, for sure, for sure. Houston, Atlanta, they're pretty much out of it. In San Diego, you know. And again, I don't have Baseball Reference up to look and see where these teams were at this point in the season. So, yeah. Let's see what's going on with pitching here. Got Fred Norman there with a 1.33 earned run average. Ain't he bad? Ain't he bad? So I don't know. I like it. I like it. I like how it's feeling so far. Again, I think we've got a kind of lethargic night here. So there he is. So JT, how you doing, man? You feel like doing a little? We got a little bit of a some bad lightning coming through here, but we can hang out if you feel like chatting for a little bit. Have you on? Talk for maybe a time. Let me check my ding eye here. Boston, Oakland met in the real life ALCS, and Oakland right now, good old Oaktown. They're 6.5 out. So this is release candidate 3 of Game Pulse Payoff Pitch. And let me just check with this here. Okay, I'm back. So what you say there, JT? You want to come on and chinwag for a little bit? Or should we call it a night? You let me know, brother. So this board game companion is, again, especially generous because you have all the retro sheet data to bring in for your for your project. So I had to restart. I didn't have to restart this here, but I did restart it in Strat. This doesn't matter if I restart it here. So pretty cool that we can do them. Look at the actual box scores, so you get a little bit of history going on here too, which is nice. Something that you can't do in any other game that I know of. Yeah, I am up for it. So let me go ahead and stop this so I can share audio, and we'll just leave the game up here. Okay. And change my sound settings, and we will have my brother JT Dutch on here. Maybe we'll do a game. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe we'll just bullshit for a little bit. This is always fun to talk to Mr. JT Dutch. Okay. Let me share this. And we're not going to have to share system audio. We'll leave this here because we don't want JT like make really awful echo chamber type thing. Let me get my headphones on so that it doesn't bounce back on him. Always look forward to these to hanging out with JT. And let me do this. Invite and copy. Okay. And guys, I mean, this is also anybody else you feel like coming on mic, you want to talk a little bit, click the link. All right, JT, it's up. Hopefully I'm not keeping you from the significant other too long. And we await with, I always say bated breath. Could you have like an unbated breath? I really don't know. Interesting. So, hang out here for a minute or so. So I started setting up the logos for 1990 as well for a little board game companion action. Maybe to run in parallel along with 1955. Who knows? Who the hell knows? A lot of people are out of power, at least here in Pennsylvania. I don't know about elsewhere, but be safe. Is big heat wave is breaking, but some pretty nasty weather moving through. It was like monsoon season here in Pittsburgh, or not Pittsburgh, in Pennsylvania, I should say. But they did get hit in Pittsburgh, so. All right, JT.
Right, you hear me?
Oh, yes, I got to turn you down, but that's not you, that's me. There we go.
Okay.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Doing all right, man. What are you up to these days?
Okay, we got a little desync. Let me see if I can.
Okay.
I'm doing great.
All
All
right.
right, let's see.
Do you have YouTube muted?
Yeah, I got it muted now. All right,
Okay.
we're good.
Yeah. So what you been up to, brother?
Not much today. I got up not long ago. I watched the end of the World Cup game match between England and Mexico,
Okay.
and England won that. And
England with that.
wow, logos on Game Pulse Payoff pitch.
Yep.
I see logos here. That's great.
See logos. Yeah. So I'm slowly, as you see, I haven't started the ballparks, but yeah.
Has
So
this
I'm kind of just taking my time, with it all. But
has
yeah, the
this been released
logos.
to the public?
This is
I don't.
this is a release candidate. So
Okay.
this will be the next thing you guys will see.
All right.
Uh,
Sweet.
but Dan is really cool with beta testers actually streaming the game. So and that's why I've been, as you heard me say, I've been just doing, just redoing 1975. So with each release candidate that drops, I restart.
Okay. I don't hear you. Are you there? Uh-oh. Um, I'm only hearing my own input here. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, you went mute for me too. I'm a little desynced, which is going to throw me off a little bit. Let's see. Anyway, I hope all you guys are doing well. Let me I'm gonna stop listening to myself because I'm desynced. Well, that's not. Well, we're just gonna have to wait. I don't know. There's nothing on the screen except for the baby tiger here. Shucks. It's saying no connection for Beatles. I'm not sure why. So it might be a little bit of time. I'm not sure. Looks like Beatles' Pirates went back above 500 with a win over Washington today, 11-5. Let's see. Seattle beat Toronto again. Or no, they lost by a shutout yesterday. They won by a shutout today. Colorado beat the Giants again. That's great because the Giants losing is always good for baseball and the world in general. Let's see. White Sox beat Cleveland. They're in first place by a game now. And the White Sox have a positive run differential, so they should be above 500. What a remarkable difference from a couple years ago to now. I don't know what happened. It just John DFW. It shows on the little screen where we're connected to the broadcast. It shows no connection for him. I don't know if he lost it or if his power.
Yeah, everything.
Oh,
Yeah. I'm back. I'm back.
there he is. There he is.
So yeah, there's like lots of lightning and shit around here. So I am
Oh
back.
boy.
I'm back.
All
I'm
right.
back.
Well, I was just going over some scores and a little bit of standings, and looks like your Pirates are back over 500. They got a big win over Washington,
Yeah.
and
We needed that. We need that. And yesterday, Connor Griffin stole home. Man, that was beautiful. Man, did this just free? No, you still there, JT?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Whew. Yeah,
I'm here.
everything just froze, man. It was so weird.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it showed that you didn't have connection on the screen on the on the screen that you linked me to get me on mic.
yeah.
It said you had no connection.
Well,
So,
that's kind of the story of my life, brother.
well,
Well, not anymore, but it was, yeah. So
yeah.
yeah, Bucko's doing pretty good. I haven't looked at standings in a while. I'm sure you guys are still. Are you guys pulling away from the
Yeah,
Padres?
it's a 14 game lead now.
Shit.
It's not even a race anymore. There are no good teams except for the Dodgers in that division. The
Yeah.
Padres are under 500, the Arizona's under 500. The Giants and Rockies are bad. And but I mean, talking about the Pirates, I don't think anybody predicted what Skeens would do this year, and the fact that the Pirates are over 500
Yeah.
despite that is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Says a lot more about the rest. I thought they're showing the rest of the team are looking better than I thought they would. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Well, we weren't in this spot like where we are again. So we're 3 games above 500, or 1 game above 500. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
one
one
game
game.
above. Take 1 game above 500. We weren't there at this time, on July 5th last year. So yeah, I'm very happy about it. I said at the beginning we're not going to contend, but it's a better team. And yeah, Skeens isn't getting run support. The thing that's killing us is our bullpen. Our bullpen's blowing leads, brother. But
Yeah, they lost Sisk to the 15-day IL.
yeah,
Montgomery's looking okay. Soto hasn't looked good. Ramirez hasn't looked that great, and Santana's looking bad.
yeah, Soto was doing well. I don't know what is going on with
Yeah.
him, but but that said, we're not like this pushover team. I mean,
Oh
we're
no, they
playing
look
tough
okay.
baseball. Yeah. Um, and I mean, it's there's still a bit of a race in the National League Central, but the one that's really kind of the Phillies. They're making a run at the Braves, man. It's pretty amazing. They're just three back in the NL East, and
Yeah, I
these
don't know whether that's luck or whether that's just great managing from Don Mattingly. Though I don't think Don Mattingly and great managing belong in the same sentence. But because the Phillies, despite just scoring 7 runs more than they've allowed, they're 10 games over 500, which is very unusual.
yeah.
I don't know if they can
Um,
sustain that, but we'll see.
so
We'll see.
Christopher Slovak says for the Pirates, he says all we need to do is make the playoffs. We have a great playoff rotation. We do, but our bullpen, Chris, is just right now. But what the big surprise for me in the American League, and it's a little dogfight here. Look at the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah.
Now again, they're not dominating,
No,
but
you
you
don't
know
need to be dominant to win that division.
you don't.
They
But
could very well win it. We'll
yeah,
see.
but remember 2 years ago, worst team in baseball, and they're in
Yep.
first place again. The American League overall is weak this year, anyhow,
I mean, they
um,
were the worst team in baseball by a lot too. It wasn't
by
like
a lot too. Yeah,
nobody was close to them, and
yeah.
yet 2 years later, here they are in first place. I just comment on that. They just they just beat Cleveland today, and
S-
that put them. They won 7-6, and that they're a full game in first now.
Yeah, I mean that's good. I'm not a Jerry Reinsdorf fan, but
No,
yeah,
me neither.
The White Sox, it was like again, right? Because there was still the Cubs drought and the
Hmm.
Red Sox. Well, the Red Sox had broken it, but nobody paid attention to the White Sox in 2005. It's like, dude, they hadn't won a World Series since 1917, and they won
Right,
in 2005. So
right.
since the Tigers are out of it, they're done. They're done.
I would
I
say that the White Sox winning in '05 is the most ignored championship in the whole since 2000 at least.
oh
A
yeah,
lot of people just kind of glaze over that. They don't say anything. I remember when Ken Burns came out with the 10th inning and they went over the Red Sox winning in '04 and breaking their drought.
right.
And then it was like 10 seconds for the White Sox. They didn't give them anything.
I know,
They're
and
like, "Oh
that
yeah, by the
sucks.
way, the White Sox won in '05." And that was a longer drought than the Red Sox. But,
Exactly.
you
Yeah,
know,
because the Red Sox won their last World Series in 1918 before their drought broke. So
yep.
yeah,
Yep,
and
there was
and
one year more of a drought for the White Sox. So
yeah, so in the American League, I'm rooting for the White Sox this year. The Tigers
yeah,
are out of it. They're my favorite American League franchise, but Tigers 10 games below 500. I don't see them
yeah,
coming
it's
back.
it's weird. They're not. They've scored more runs than they've allowed. I don't know if many people noticed that, and they're still 10 games under. So I
Yeah,
don't know if they've been managed poorly or whether they're really unlucky. But it's been a rough season for them. They lost a lot of close games,
yeah.
and
Well, and a lot of people were attributing that to Tank Schoolwell being out, but it just can't be just because your ace is out that you're having
yeah,
this kind of record because
yeah.
right. Surprise, but
Uh,
I mean, Rays and Yankees. I mean, I'm not really interested in that race to tell you the truth. Look at the Yankees in second place, but they have a higher differential
yeah,
than the Rays. Interesting.
over double,
Yeah. Right.
the differential. Yeah, yeah. The Yankees haven't been very lucky.
Yeah.
The Rays have been. Remember, the Rays scored 30 more runs than they allowed last year, and they were under 500. So
Yeah.
I think luck is just kind of shifting for the Rays. They were pretty unlucky last year, and
Mm-hmm.
now they're more lucky this year. That's, I think, what's happening. They're winning at home.
Mm-hmm.
They're 31-12 at home. That's probably the best home record in the league. It looks like it to me.
So, do you
So
think your Dodgers should just tell everybody else, let's all just go home and go fishing, because you guys are done? Nobody's going to catch them.
that race is over. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not even. So now it's just about playoff seeding. You're going to see Milwaukee probably win the Central. The East, the Phillies, I don't know if they stay on the run that they're on. They could do something. The Marlins could do something. I don't see it happening,
I
but
would love to, even though I live in Phillies country. As far as the NL East, just because I really don't like the Atlanta Braves, I would like to see the Phillies overtake them. I
yeah, I
don't
don't.
know though. The Braves are just there. There's no luck there in the Braves. They're just a damn fine team.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah,
yes. But the Phillies coming
they're.
on hot. I know this is going to bring a lot of fire, but kind of glad the Mets suck this year.
I don't know of anybody that likes the Mets except Mets fans. I don't. I've
Pretty
never.
much.
I've never met anyone who's like, "Oh yeah, go Mets," when you're not a Mets fan. Like I don't. I don't think anybody looks at the Mets like, "Hey, that's my second favorite team."
Yeah, yeah,
Unless you're
yeah.
maybe unless you're maybe RJL. Well, RJL is a Mets fan,
He's a
but
Mets fan.
let's
Yeah.
say if he was a Yankee, I think Yankees are his number two, probably.
I don't know. I never asked him who if he does have a
Yeah, I
number
think
two team.
I don't know. I don't know if he does have the Yankees as number two. Um, but yeah, the Mets aren't. You're not going to find a whole lot of people. Oh no, the Mets are struggling because they spent a lot of money, and
John
usually
says I
those
heard that. Well, I
usually those
just
teams aren't felt. They don't. People don't feel sorry for those kind of teams. So
Robert. Now see you say his name and the devil appears. He's there.
there he is.
So
There.
John, we just so here's the thing, man. The reason we don't like you is 1992. The Braves are a great organization, and actually, they're right. They are, but we just don't like you for 1992. So it
So
takes a little
Robert, are the
while.
Yankees your number two?
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious. I know you. I know you're a Mets fan, but do you would you say the Yankees are your number two team? If the Mets don't win, who would you want to see win?
He's gonna say it's Florida Panthers
Well,
or
yeah,
something.
The Mets were cool in the '80s. They were so cool. All
I
right, so it's
hate
not the
no, I
Yankees.
hated them. Hated them. If you were a Pirates fan, sorry,
Oh
man.
well, yeah, you're in the division, but
Oh
yeah,
no, Robert
but
says
Chris.
Yankees suck. So okay,
Okay, yeah, so. But
who's your number
Christopher
two
Slovic
team?
saying, everybody wanted to be
Yeah,
Darryl Strawberry, Doc Gooden. They were a cool team. Keith Hernandez. The Mets were cool, and we always every
yeah,
time the Dodgers faced the Mets, it was a big deal. That was must see TV.
must see TV.
So
I was wondering when you were going to say that. That's good. I'm glad
the
you
mid
couldn't do
'80s,
both.
the Dodgers had a good ball club. '85, the Mets had a good ball club,
Hmm.
and every time it was like Fernando against Doc, it was a Marlins. Well, the Marlins
Okay, so Miami
they
Marlins.
look
Okay,
fine. They don't I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs, but they look fine.
yeah, I mean a 49-42 record.
Certainly certainly a shot at it.
Your Mets, though, Robert. What happened? You guys have a mega payroll. What's going on with you guys, man? I mean, you're not
Injuries,
not really good. The other
injuries, bad
team,
luck.
oh my God, the Red Sox. So like, have you heard the games with the Red Sox games and the announcers, like the people and fans are
Lousy
like,
manager.
sell the team, sell the team, sell the team. I'm like, man, oh man, you
Interesting.
imagine. But hey, they got a 2 game winning streak right now, and the Red Sox are 7-3, but in their last 10. But Bernie and Red Sox fans, I think you guys are done for the season too. You just I don't see the Red Sox putting this together.
So
They're not,
Carlos Mendoza and Andy Green are not good managers, according to RJL. They have had lousy managing.
I do need therapy to overcome 1992. That's right, John. I do. I will absolutely own that, brother. A's are 41-49, only 4 games out. The
The A's are
A's,
terrible. They're not going to sustain what they have right now.
yeah, I mean they're homeless. Look at them. They're the only
They're
team without a city.
yeah, that's another thing. They don't even know where their home is.
Yeah. Oh, I got to hit the hide thing before
I mean, they're
Dwayne
not the
wants to
worst
jump.
team in baseball. That mantle is the Royals. The Royals are the worst team in baseball, in my opinion. But the A's are number two or three.
The Angels not too hot this year either.
No, the Angels are bad. The Angels
Yeah.
are. I have this chat with my girl. Like we talk because she doesn't like the Angels, and I don't really blame her. Not many people. Angels aren't very likable. But I just thought, if I ever come into this insane amount of money and I can buy the Angels, it would be fun to try to rebuild them. And
Uh-huh.
I liked it better when the Angels weren't a pushover, but it appears that they are, and they have a bad owner, or at least owner that's not very popular with
Those
his.
2002 Angels were awesome. So maybe it's a West Coast thing, but I don't hate the Angels at all. I mean, I think they have
I
a
don't.
I think they have a really I think they're a cool franchise actually. So
Yeah, I used to really like the Angels. I don't so much anymore, but I don't dislike them.
yeah.
They're just kind of neutral. They're kind of there.
Now the
They,
Mariners. Okay, so I did say I'm rooting for. So let me clarify. So the White Sox, I want them to take the AL Central. I'm
hmm
really rooting AL West for the Mariners. Damn it, the only franchise to have
Yeah,
never been in a World Series. Come
yeah,
on, guys.
yeah.
So, and if the Pirates could pull it together,
See,
how about that? You could have a Seaman World Series, the Pirates against the Mariners. There, I had to
hmm
say it.
it it was going to be. It was them and the Blue Jays. It was the rematch of the '77 expansion teams
Mm-hmm.
in last year's ALCS, but the Mariners won it. I mean, the Blue Jays won it, obviously. So
Yeah, I really, really, really want the Mariners to just make it to the World Series. I do.
Christopher,
RGL.
I'd love to see the Angels wear their jerseys that they wore in the '80s. I thought they looked their best back then, but
So for all you people that have been excited and you've been going through your RGL network withdrawal, tomorrow I'm not going to be able to see opening day because I'll be at work. But opening day is tomorrow, the 31st of March, 1996, and it will be the White Sox against the Mariners. Inside pitch advanced. RGL Network. So he's going to be taking off here, but yep, always glad to let him know. John DFW says had a pretty interesting story about that 1992 NLCS Game 7. Supposed to go to that game with your dad, but you were so nervous. Called him from high school. He ended up taking his dad. Oh man, yeah, that was painful. It is painful, and therapy is certainly in order. Because the Pirates, we should have gone to the World Series. And we should have gone to the 1990 World Series too. We beat ourselves in that NLCS, but you guys beat us. You guys did beat us. I'll give you that. AP, where have you been, man? Just heard about the Pocket Pennant Run update. Do we know what was updated? This is pretty much a quality of life update. They've tightened the code and everything like that. AP. So I did like 3 or 4 innings of the game, probably about 40 minutes ago or something like that, and then went on to payoff pitch. So it seems snappier, tighter. Still can't figure out how to do the defensive substitution. I don't know why that's not working. I think it's something I'm doing wrong. So uh, just remember, go to d12gaming.com. If you should have gotten your email for your update. Look in your spam folder since it's no longer pocketpenantrun.com. Check in there, and then just it's your same password works that it always has, and download. I always just do a fresh install of everything. But if you do have some projects you've made, certainly get them out there and then put them back in.
yeah, I got
John,
the email from them.
you did
So,
get it? Good.
yep.
Okay. So
And the
looking for
password's the
more,
same. Everything's the same.
everything's the same.
So,
Looking for more granularity in the ratings. This is the end of the Betty cycle. So
yeah.
whoever Craig's next cat is, I guess, I don't know if he's going to go that way now. But first thing they're going to work on is the dead ball component of it. Thank God. Because you can't play dead ball seasons in it right now, except for quick plays or if you set up a dead ball season as a project. But if you try to play a dead ball season just using the database, there's some weird issues with the schedulers and it's messing up stuff. So I don't know why that is, but that's okay. But from 1920 on, and it seems to be playing really, really nicely. Grandfather was in town from D.C., says John. Just 2 years later, it came down with Alzheimer's. Such trouble's easy to deserve. My God, no.
I would go so far as to say nobody deserves that.
Oh my God,
Who,
no.
who's so bad as a person that they deserve that? That's a nightmare.
Hmm.
I don't want to get dark on you guys, but I would I
Yeah.
don't know. I wonder if I can give orders for family to just put me down if I ever come up with something like that. I don't know if I'd want to make people go through that
Well, it's not going to happen
to
to
live
you.
with me.
No, it's not going to happen to you because you are destined to make the greatest baseball YouTube channel ever.
Oh my goodness.
You were waiting. You knew I was
Yeah.
going to say it. You knew it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
just your passive aggressive way to get me to
Yeah.
go and do it. And
Yeah.
you
Hey,
know what it
Paul.
is? You
Yeah.
know what it is? I'll tell you. I'm just paralyzed. I'm paralyzed by how many games I have. Like, where do I even start?
At the
And
beginning, just like Pooh says.
yeah, well, yeah.
Come on, man. Come on. you would be superb. I think people would have the most in-depth
Hello
analysis
there,
from
Paul.
you
How
and
are you?
yeah, there he
Good,
is.
good to
He's
see
up
you.
early. So you got to try to do this before I move back to Europe, dude. Because for you and me, that's gonna become a 9 hour time difference.
Yeah.
9 hours. So this way, then
Yeah.
I'll get to know your broadcasting schedule and
Hmm. I don't know what that's even going to be, but we'll see. I
well,
mean, I
that's
don't.
okay. I don't even have one. Somebody asked in the
Yeah.
comments. So when do you regularly stream? And
Uh,
John answered. He said, "Well, usually 11 p.m., but sometimes it's a day, and sometimes it's 2 in the morning." I don't have a regular schedule, and
uh,
kind of proud of that. Paul, I tried to do a defensive substitution in pocket pennant run, and it didn't work. Must be something I'm doing wrong because the game feels snappier, feels good. So yeah. What do you have any baseball projects going on? Something, anything continuing, or what are you playing, dude? What are you rolling up? What are you doing? What are you doing, JT? Since you haven't started your channel yet,
I'm honestly playing a game that's not baseball right now. I was,
the horror.
yeah, it's not another sport. I'm playing a farming sim called Harvest Moon,
Oh,
and
okay,
yeah,
okay,
I love those games. I love that genre. Life sims. I don't play the hardcore farming sims. I don't find those very interesting.
okay.
Yeah, I'm all over the place when it comes to games. So
Yeah, so that's why I am. I think you probably heard me. That I am going to start a sister channel to this, and it's going to be non-baseball games.
yeah.
So I'll let you guys know what its name is. I know I said before I'm going to start one, but I'm not going to tell anybody its name. You just have to find me. But I'm like, nah, it's
I wonder if
bullshit.
you should call that Beatles Eternally and call this one Baseball Eternally. But I don't know. It's up to you.
I know, but people know me as Beatles in here now,
That's
so
true.
and it's the
That's true.
closest I'll ever get to be a Beatle. So yeah,
Right.
there you go.
Right.
Yeah, but it's a dry heat, right, Paul? Actually, I don't know if Cyprus is dry. I don't know. I have to see when she and I come to visit there. Harvest Moon sounds interesting, says John. See, there's so lately in the broadcast we've been talking a lot about non-baseball games. So I've decided, screw it, I'm gonna do it. Just gonna do it. How do you lose this channel? Um, I know this is the George Harrison channel. So Paul, he likes to. He's a tosser. So he knows that. I mean, to me, the Beatles are greater than the sum of their parts. But to me, the most talented songwriter of that greatest band of all time is Paul
It's gotta be
McCartney.
McCartney. Yeah, we gotta be McCartney. Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
and I mean, you look at his solo career; he eclipsed the other three by, it's
His
just
body of
insane.
work and also with Wings and he's the most prolific
Yeah.
songwriter there by quite a fair margin. I mean, it's not that close, honestly.
Oh, my role model's not Van Helsing. No, I'm totally on Dracula's side all the time, Mike. No, I'm all about the vampires. And actually, so some of the games we're going to be doing in that other channel, we're going to be doing a game called Vampire, which is really neat. So you've become a vampire, but you're a doctor, and you've got to make all these ethical choices all the time, and it's a pretty crazy looking game. But it's going to be a real mixed bag of all kinds of stuff, everything from No Man's Sky to roguelikes, card battlers, Sims, all kinds of things. I just picked up BM or Beam, what's it called? Beam Drive NG or something like that. And I'm like, how did I miss this game? It looks really cool. So,
I think there's been some quality in there, Paul. Um,
Frog
I
Chorus
mean,
is your
you're
favorite.
right. Prolific, it does not equal quality, but I think there has been some quality in there.
So, all right, we're going to settle this right now. Yes, it does. You're right. The capital, Cyprus, shares a name with a former Pirates catcher, Steve Nicosia. It does. Disrupt. Yeah, you have a blood test soon, and you're needle phobic. You shouldn't have told me that, Paul, because I'm going to start talking about the Al Pacino movie Panic in Needle Park. Um, so what McCartney did something though that the other three Beatles didn't, and you have to grant him the courage of this, to come out from under the shadow of the Beatles and create Wings. That was tough. And in fact, and the first Wings tours, he didn't do any Beatles songs. He said, I don't want to capitalize on that. Sure, there was the name Paul McCartney, but he didn't do He said, I wanted to see how Wings did, and Wings had some number one hits. And I admire that. That's incredible courage to do that, and and do it as a band and not as a solo act. You imagine being the part of the biggest thing, not only in music but in show business, and now it's over. It's April 8th, 1970, and it's over. What do you do? And McCartney says, "All right, so I'm gonna start a new band," and he did it, and Wings, on its own, a great rock band, and I love George and John and Ringo, but they can't lay claim to that kind of success as McCartney, and he's written some great, great, iconic songs post Beatles. George has had a few. John, who knows with John's career? Unfortunately,
Hmm.
we'll never know. He comes back into it in 1980, and then that bastard kills him. So who knows? Anyhow, what makes the Beatles great are all four of them together, and and actually their post Beatle careers do prove that none of them, even McCartney, achieved the success of the Beatles, and nobody has achieved that kind of success, both critical and commercial. I rest my case. Everyone in Wings hated him. That's why he and Denny Lane were lifetime friends. Okay, you could just watch interviews of Denny Lane, and you can see that the love that Denny had for Paul and Linda McCartney and the whole thing. Denny Lane, another rock and roll Hall of Famer. So yep. So yeah, Wings was a great band. I never saw them, but I would have loved to have seen them. So anyhow, back to it. So you're doing a farming sim. That's cool. So are you thinking? So your channel, if you decide or when you do it, I'm gonna try to be very positive here. Are you? Is it going to be a baseball channel, gaming channel, just a hi?
I'm
I'm
not sure.
JT.
Might just be everything I'm doing.
Yeah,
Um, one guy that I really liked, he doesn't post much anymore, is Higher Ground Gaming, Eric.
I miss
And
Eric. Yeah.
yeah, I do too. He was really good. I enjoyed him. And he did baseball mostly, but he did other games, and I thought that was fine. And he actually took a couple of the games he did were a couple games I bought.
Oh
Seems like
yeah.
we kind of have the same tastes as what we want to see out of a game, and so yeah,
Eric's.
it was kind of interesting. He was one guy that I trusted. I knew was going to be a good video when I clicked on his stuff,
Oh yeah.
and
Um, big Braves fan. Big Braves fan. And he used
yeah.
to give me shit about 1992 all the time. But I
Also
miss
Red
Eric.
Sox, obviously.
Yeah. And you know who else I miss is Al, Red Sox fan.
Yeah, I wish he posted more, but again, I mean, life is life. Um,
I just
I
locked up
I
again.
really
Oh,
enjoyed
good.
JC's sports replays. He's starting to post again, which
Yep.
is nice. Um,
I just
he,
lost you guys again. Shit.
oh,
Hang in there.
hang on. Let me see if I'm
No, it's not.
okay. All right. All right. Take care, Paul. Let's see. I don't know. I feel like the guy who's sitting next to Bob Uecker in Major League, the color man. It's like me. What do I even say? I'm sure at some time this will be like second nature to me to be on here and talking with you guys like it's no big deal, but now is not that time. Let's see. Yeah, you remember that guy where he's like fly ball caught and it was a diving play, great play. That's crazy. We saw Major League earlier today, the girl and I. She loves that movie.
I'm back. Not sure what the hell is happening here.
Hey, there he is.
Yeah, I'm
I was
back.
just saying we watched Major League earlier today, the girl and I, before she headed back home.
I love that movie.
Yeah, it's a great movie. What are you gonna do? But then Major League 2 came on. She's not a big fan of that one. And I'm like, I don't know, I think it's pretty good. It's not as good as the first one, but it's pretty good in its own right. I think so anyway.
The first movie?
But Major League 2, the sequel that they had.
It's okay, but
They had to
maybe
change Wesley Snipes out. He didn't come back. They put Omar Epps in there for Willie Mays Hayes.
well,
But everybody else is the same guy.
wasn't Snipes serving that time for tax evasion or
Yeah, I
something?
don't even
Yeah,
know why he didn't. Yeah, I don't know why he wasn't in that movie.
yeah.
But
So
he might have been.
the game that Christopher's referring to up there is Carom. It is fun, actually. It's fun to watch and the precision these guys play it. So you should check out that video, guys. It is actually fun. I've watched that sometimes, like on a it's just a Sunday night, and I'm like it's just it's really really fun, and I'd like to, if I had the money, I'd like to get a table like that and learn to play it. But anyhow, so I was
We
asking you what kind of channel before this thing
Yeah,
locked
it's
up
just gonna be
again.
probably it's probably gonna be mostly baseball sims.
Okay,
I don't really play a hockey sim outside of Franchise Hockey Manager. I don't know if you know about that game. But that's the only other sim I play.
okay,
Like as far as I don't play a basketball sim, I don't play a football sim. I used to be a fan of the NFL and the NBA, not anymore. I kind of jumped off the Laker train, and then when
okay,
the Raiders moved away from LA, I stopped following the NFL.
okay.
So
Well, I think that's a healthy thing all around. So,
yeah, it's just. But hockey, I mean, I'm still a big hockey fan. It's below baseball, but it's still pretty high.
oh yeah,
But I do play, like I said, one sim of hockey, and then I have all these baseball sims. I just feel like hockey doesn't lend itself to a game level sim. Like I don't, hockey's just not that kind of game. Baseball's perfect for it.
yeah, yeah. It
Like
really is.
it's almost made for simming, and hockey is just not like that. It has to
Yeah,
be constantly in motion, and again, there's uh there's something to that. I don't want to compare the two sports; they're very different.
yeah,
But yeah, if you're going to talk about simming, baseball's much more of a pure sim.
yeah. Oh,
Um,
definitely, definitely.
but we can, if you were playing a game, we could just kind of just go through that, and I'll just offer comments or whatever. That's usually what I do when I'm in the chat. I
Yeah,
just
we could
comment
do
on
that.
stuff.
Yeah, we could definitely do that.
Just
I'm
it's just something to give everybody something to look at. They don't have to just listen to my dumb opinions the whole time. They can go ahead and
maybe they like your very well informed opinions. You
ah,
never know.
they are. I don't agree with everybody, but like our
Right?
RJL and I have had some discussions back and forth, but it's never personal.
No, of course
He
not.
knows at least as much as I do about baseball, and yeah, it's as long as there's an underlying respect. If you know your baseball, I'm going to respect you regardless of your opinion.
Right?
You know, so there's going
Yeah.
to be that. It's like family quarrels. Call this place a family, and it's like we're brothers arguing. At the end of the day, you're still brothers, you know, even
Right.
though you had that argument. So
Sure. Yeah.
I've always, I enjoy that kind of mindset. I don't ever want it to get personal. I would leave the room before it got personal,
Oh yeah.
just
And
because I don't want it to get to that level.
no, it should never do that. You're right.
No, it just, the reason I left that one time is there needed to be some cooling off.
Yeah.
And,
That was yeah. And you did it with class, man. You did it with
well,
class.
I just said, look, I'll just, there'll always be other times, I don't need to, and there's not this all-consuming. I used to have this all-consuming need to be right in everything, and I would defend my case so vehemently that it would just wear the other person out, and I don't want to do that. I still kind of feel myself falling into that every once in a while, and you just gotta be content to say your piece, and then kind of leave it at that. Don't don't push it even more.
Right.
Oh, hey, Diamond Mine.
That well, you love this game,
There we go.
so
It's
I
a
mean,
great game.
how could I not, right?
Yeah.
So
Always brings a smile to my face to see it.
all right. So this is the great all time great players volume 2. Let's see what looks interesting here for these games. Who do we like? What's on tap here? We got St. Louis. We got the Cardinals and the A's. We got the Phillies and the Mets. Yeah, I think so. Or do we want to do Cleveland and Detroit? Hmm. How
Well,
about you pick it, brother?
I don't. I guess Cleveland and Detroit looks fine to me.
All right, let's do it.
I've
Let's
always
do
had a
it.
fondness for the Cleveland Indians. I wish they were still called the Indians, but
So
we
do
can't
I.
have everything that we want.
We
And the
can't.
Detroit Tigers, I've never had anything against Detroit Tigers. The Tigers
Yeah.
gave us one of our most memorable players in Kirk Gibson, so how could I be mad at the Tigers?
Yeah.
They said, "Here's Mr. Kirk Gibson, a slightly used power hitter, fast guy, and he hit one of the most iconic home runs in baseball history for us." So
He did.
yeah,
He
so
definitely
I
did.
don't have any, and I
Yeah,
like
it's just.
Sparky Anderson. He was a guy with integrity,
Hmm.
you know, kind of a goofball at times, but
And they're a
uh,
great franchise. Their history, the
yeah,
Tigers,
their
great
history is very
franchise.
proud history. It is.
Yeah.
It
And
is.
I mean, I don't know. It's just one of those teams like you can't hate the Tigers. I mean, they're
No,
just Tigers are out there to play
I
baseball.
never had. I mean, they were dominating in '84, but I don't ever remember hating them. I lived through '84,
Hmm.
and I don't remember just everybody just like, yeah, they're the best team.
Yeah.
It was just that was a consensus. So no, wasn't surprising to see them win the World Series. So you got Chet Lemon, we got Bobby Higginson,
Yeah.
Fryman at third, Davy Cruz at short, Damian Easley at second, Tony Clark at first, Mickey Tettleton, Fruit Loop eating Mickey Tettleton behind the
Yeah.
plate, and
Yep.
Jack Morris, of course, Jack Morris on the mound.
Boy, when Tettleton could get a hold of one, he could send it miles. How about it?
Yeah, he had a great eye too. Walked a lot. He got
Yeah.
on base a lot. He was a productive hitter. Not a great defensive catcher. I think he's actually being generously rated here behind the plate.
Hmm.
I always thought he had a below average arm. About average maybe range wise. And then you got Kenny Lofton hitting. I think
Oh yeah.
Lofton actually, it's funny, you got Jack Morris and Lofton. I think the guy who should be in the Hall is in the Hall of Fame, and the guy who is in the Hall of Fame shouldn't be.
Shouldn't be. Yeah.
I don't think Morris should be in, but I think Lofton should be in.
I definitely do. Just what an electrifying player Kenny Lofton was, and
You know,
yeah. Please.
I'm sorry, Chris made a point. I'm not a franchise hockey manager fan because of 2D engine. I don't even use it, Chris. I don't use the 2D engine. I just sim them. I'm more interested in being a GM in hockey, but that's neither here nor there. It's just that FHM's 2D engine has a lot to be desired. They need to work on it. But we can
So,
go back. Sorry
oh
for the
no, no,
segue
no,
there. Just
no. That's
responding to
fine.
Chris.
I'm all about the segue. I
Yeah,
love it.
Chris makes good points, and so I want to address them.
He does. He does. We got to get him back on the mic. Chris
Okay.
Slovic is he is someone not only to just be heard but to be experienced. You have to. It's the
Right.
Christopher. So it's like the Jimi Hendrix experience in the '60s. We have the
Right.
Christopher Slovic experience here in the gaming community. All right, Morris ready to deal now to Kenny Lofton. Full count. Morris offers this one line to left and slicing. Gibson on the run reaches out and makes the grab. I got to slow down that play-by-play a little bit. Good God, it's been a while since I played this game. But I love it. This is a game that people sleep on, and it's like, don't sleep on this game. It's just
There, Mark. You fell in love. You finally fell in love with soccer. Ah, it's a tough sell. I want to be a soccer fan, but it's tough. I hate
so
the diving in soccer. I hate the injury faking. I just I
yeah.
drives me nuts.
That's the one thing I'm not looking forward to moving back to Europe.
Yeah,
Um,
there's a lot of footy fans out there.
ugh, yeah.
Yeah, Diamond Mine baseball is great. Chris, Sparky Anderson. When did he ever look young? They showed him a picture when he was a player and he looked old. I don't think he ever looked young in his life. It's just, I'm like, when were you a young guy? I wonder when he was 14, he probably looked like he was 30. It's wild. But yeah, he already looked like he was 60 years old when he managed the 75 Reds. He was only 40.
1-2 to Franco, and inside pitch fools him and strikes out. So Jack Morris 2 up, 2 down here. And here is Jim Thome. Dangerous batting in the third spot here for the Tribe. 0-2
Jimmy
pitch
Tomey.
on the way. Grounder to the right side, over to make the play easily, and Thome is out on the 4-3 put out.
He let out an
So,
order in the first. Yeah.
yep, zippy, zippy, zippy. Bottom of the first here for Detroit. Look at this start. You want to do the starting defense here for these
Well,
these
shoot, we got, yeah,
engines.
yeah, we'll set him defensively. Russell Branyan at first, Julio Franco at second, Omar Vizquel at short, and Jim Thome at third. In the outfield, Mel Hall in left, Kenny Lofton in center, and around and right, Jody Garrett. Behind the plate, Sandy Alomar Jr. And on the mound, the big sexy Bartolo Colon.
The big sexy.
Big boy.
Yep.
Great fielding pitcher. A lot of very underrated part of his game. He's a big guy, but he could move around well.
Bit of a slugger too. How about it?
Oh, he had that one home run in San Diego. Nobody's ever going to forget that. If you
Nope.
saw it, you'll never forget it.
Exactly. Here we
It's like
go.
they've been playing that Rick Camp home run on July 4th of '85. That's been worn out. Everybody's playing that Rick Camp home run.
Yes. Yes. All right. So we got a fly out here, and now here we go. It's Tony Clark up to bat. So Chet Lemon
Tony
flew
Clark,
out.
the future president of the Baseball Players Association.
Pop back this way. Back Alomar. May have a chance. Nope. Carries up into the
Play.
screen. Best damn play-by-play this game.
It's great.
This game.
It's great.
And this game is deep. This game was once the king, and there's still a lot of people that think this is the best baseball. I think you're one of them, aren't you?
I mean, if you don't care about bells and whistles, this game's up there with any game that you can name.
Yeah, it's a great one.
What it lacks is the bells and whistles. It lacks the visual stimulation. So, if you're a fan of that, probably don't go for Diamond Mine. It's not a great game to stream, but you've told me that you've gotten some crowds with this game. So
it's crazy, man. I used to have it on just in the background for chin wags, and I'm like, screw it. I love this game. I'm gonna do it. And people have in the past hung out Diamond Mine Baseball, and a few people bought it. So it was kind of nice. So they're going there to let me see. Hands down, and yes, that's exactly right. It was once the king. Great game. Great damn game. Elias Sports Bureau, yours this. 2-1 count to Tony Clark. Bartolo Colon works this one. Ground ball. Branyan cannot get to it. Julio Franco up with it and hits Colon for the out. Nice play. All right.
Got over to cover.
And here he is. Here's Gibby. And boy, if you could do a Vin Scully imitation, this would be great.
I can't. I would be doing a disservice if I tried to be Vin Scully. A guy who's pretty good at it is Ron Juckett.
Yeah, he does a pretty good Vin Scully.
Retro Sports Network he's very good.
Yeah, he does. All right,
I'm not going to insult that.
We were honored.
Over it.
We were honored to have him. We had him as a pirate for a little while.
Yeah, a Dodger, pirate, a Royal.
Yeah.
And a Tiger.
I don't
know if he played with anyone else. I think he played with just those 4 teams.
Player I really always liked is Kirk Gibson.
He was a great player, flawed but great. He was.
All right, here we go. The 3-1 on the way from Cologne. Here it comes, and this one hits softly to right, but this one's sinking fast. Gilbert on the run, and he tracks it down. So here we go. All right, things be switching about here now. And,
also, Mark, all of those points are correct. Plays easy, never crashes, easy interface, no issues playing head-to-head, and extremely accurate. And it's the best managerial AI in the game, still, to this day. If you're not on your game as a manager, it will humble you.
Yes, it
will. I love it. I love it. You better be in the mood for some baseball when you fire up DMB.
Yeah, you can add park images. I've decided not to. There's just something about this look that just I love pure.
It's hard to do park images because they got to line up right, and if you want them to look accurate, they got to line up right. But it's possible. Actually, now with Michael Silva's stadium images, you could do it because they're all the same shot from behind home plate. That's what you need.
Yeah.
So you could probably do it now with the images that he's provided. Those beautiful park images. Such a great job he did.
I mean, we love it. Love it.
Great.
And also the ballparks that VL and Andy are doing too. I just there's something about I love Diamond Mine the way it looks. It just looks like if this would be for a cards and dice player. I would say, okay, you can't roll your dice on this. And the highest praise for this one I actually got was from Ken Castro, who absolutely hates digital baseball games. He tolerates this one, so that's huge. That's
a big point in your favor when.
Absolutely.
When ID approves, he's
Now
seal of approval.
There is one knock I do have to give this game though. When you're doing substitutions, you have to get that cursor. You got to get the cursor just right.
You got to hit the right pixel. Yep.
Yes. I hate that. I wish they would.
It's a bit frustrating, but I've gotten used to it over the years. But you're right.
Yeah.
Just because I've gotten used to it doesn't mean they shouldn't. They should have improved that. And also, I don't like that they changed the color of the panels based on who's batting and who's fielding. It should be based on who's the home team and who's the visitor.
Yep.
And they haven't. It would be such an easy fix, and they don't do it.
Yeah.
And I've
They're
long since despaired of asking them to do anything. They never do anything. They're just like, yeah, just live with it.
yeah.
You don't like it, buy another game. Their attitude is just like, we don't care. We're
So this
just
would be the game company I would buy, though. If I could buy Imagine Sports, I would.
for sure, for sure. Oh
Hmm.
man, I would. There's a lot of bells and whistles I would add to this.
And yet, the other thing that we should mention about Diamond Mine Baseball is how easy it is to mix and match and create projects.
Hmm.
Super easy.
Their
I would,
drafting system is good. They draft well.
yeah, it's brilliant. It's
The AI is
brilliant.
good in this game. It's good.
Yeah, it is. It is. Man, oh man. And like you said, it will humble you if you're going to come in here and play this. And I'm not managing, I'm just letting the computer manage both teams. But if you're going to play this game, like you said, you better be ready to play baseball because this game will kick
Yep.
your ass. I'm not
Be
going to
in
put
the
too
mood.
fine a point on it. It'll kick your ass.
Are we controlling anybody? Or are we letting the
No,
computer go
we're letting
against
the
the computer?
computer
Okay.
go. Yeah, we can
All right.
change that if you want.
No, it's fine.
Yeah,
All
it's
right,
a
Russell
little easier
Branyan.
to talk.
Kind of an
0-2
interesting
pitch.
choice for a first baseman, Russell Branyan.
Yeah.
And he pops up to Cruz. Oh,
All right, one down.
very, very, yeah, one down in the second.
Jody
Jody
Garrett
Garrett.
wearing his Pirates livery.
He is. He is.
All right, Morris ready to deal. Has the sign. Garrett ahead in the count. 3-1. Here's the pitch. High fly ball with the right center field alley, and Chet Lemon making the grab. So always like Chet Lemon as a center fielder too. So two down here
Yeah,
in
he's
the
a fine
top of the
player.
second.
Fine
Yeah.
player. Not a
Uh,
Hall of Famer, but
no.
a fine player for sure.
Yeah. So Mark's saying here you really have to pay attention to pitch count, arm range, etc. when making choices. Yeah. This game doesn't play around. It's like
It's
Diamond Mine throws up gang signs and says, mm-hmm. It's like, come
well,
on.
it's a very good manager simulation. If you have the kind of imagination that can get past the non bells and whistles of the game, and you can just think the game in your head and see yourself, let's say, you're in Tiger Stadium like this is now. If you could see that scenario in your head and then manage the game accordingly, it's a perfect game to play.
It really
But
is.
I got to admit, I can't just sit here and say I don't care at all that there are no bells and whistles. I mean, I do like some kind of animation. I do like some kind of view of the park. I like to see team logos.
Hmm.
I'm not going to deny that. But yeah, the nuts and bolts of the game, the actual game itself, I think this does it as well as any game out there. Probably better.
And I love its retro look. I just do. But
Yep.
it's everything a cards and dice can be, a game can be without the dice. I completely agree with you, Mark,
Yep.
which is why I've said, if I was going to introduce somebody, a cards and dice person who has digital baseball phobia, this
Yeah.
would be the game. Not Action PC, not
Hmm.
certainly not Out of the Park, but it would be this one. I'd be like, look, I think you could really dig this, and it's incredibly deep. It's easy to work with. And yeah, I mean, just love the game. All right, Jack Morris now to deal here to Mel Hall. Here's the 1-0 pitch. This one popped up near the third base line. Chance for Fryman, or will it be Cruz? And it will be Travis Fryman. So middle of second, no score. And again, this play-by-play, the only thing as good as this play-by-play is for me is Baseball for Windows. Because I mean, even if you shut off Ernie's voice and watch the play-by-play, and that is excellent. But for pure text, I would say this one even edges that because you're talking about the imagination. I could see that play as it was playing out, and it's pretty unpredictable. I still see things in this play by play, and I've been playing this game for a number of years, and it's not a big footprint. And yes, it never crashes. It just so you find it difficult to set up a replay or playoffs. Well, it looks like I'm gonna have to do a tutorial. Cool. All right, another tutorial idea. I love doing tutorials. Mickey Tettleton is going to be leading things off with Tettleton, Higginson, and Fick. I almost said Flick, as in Elmer Flick. Here we go. Bartolo Colon peers in, has a sign. Payoff pitch. This one just outside. And what were you saying, JT? Good eye up there. Mickey Tettleton draws the walk. All right. And what are we going to do about Bobby Higginson here? Higginson in the box, and the 2-0 pitch from Cologne. This one, grounder, Julio Franco to his right. This one under his glove, base hit, and Tettleton is going to turn and hold at second. So 2-1 here for Detroit in the bottom of the second, and brings up Robert Fick. I wonder if Robert Fick is ever feckless. I don't know. 2-2 offering, and he goes down swinging, tipped it, and Sandy Alomar holds on to the ball. Cologne picks up the K. 1 down now for Travis Fryman. Kick in anytime you want, JT. Ready to go now. 3-0 pitch. Fryman lets it go by. Wait, so shouldn't JT be calling this game? JT, are you there? JT, he ran away, I think. The historical seasons for this game are a little pricey. Yeah, they are. But every season from 1871 to 1926 are free, so you can download those. There's a lot of homebrews for this game. They're really cool. I have a lot of product for this game. The all-time great players, all-time great teams, and JT Dutch is joining us back. What happened, brother?
I think we're back. I said that my microphone permissions changed.
Oh, that's weird.
Yes, it is.
Mark says thanks to you guys. You're playing. He's playing Diamond Mind right now. The ELO set. That's another. That's an awesome set. The ELO set. There's a lot of really cool stuff. So I don't use this at all for replays, but boy, for a
AP,
lot of
you're
the other
right.
stuff.
The historical seasons are pricey.
Yeah.
I think too pricey at times, but
Mm-hmm.
I bought them over the years. I've been playing Diamond Mine for over 20 years now.
Wow. Okay. I haven't even. I've
So
only been
I've had
playing
a
it
lot
for
of
like
time to buy
8.
a lot of seasons.
Cool.
Um, so yeah, I have quite a few, but
Are you buying the? Do you buy the deluxe seasons or just the classic pass
I
season?
get the deluxe ones. I
The
get the
deluxe.
I I have to, the way I am, and anal retentive as I am, I
Mm-hmm.
have to have all the real life lineups, real life transactions.
Cool.
I have to have all of that. Some people don't care. In fact, JC Sports Replays went over like how he doesn't really care that much whether everything's as it was in real life, and that's okay. You know, I understand that, but I
Mm-hmm.
need it. I started playing DMB when you moved to LA in '97. I that's earlier than I started in '04.
All right,
So,
so Mark is you guys both Diamond Mine pros,
hmm
and I'm the rookie here. I've only been playing Diamond Mine for maybe 7-8 years, maybe
okay.
like consistently, but I love I love this game. I just love it.
It was back in the day when you got the CDs in the mail. You had to wait
Oh
for snail
God,
mail.
yeah,
So,
awful. But
yeah.
this game and Baseball for Windows have never crashed on me, and a third one that's never crashed on me is Old Time Baseball.
hmm
These things are like I've tried to make these games crash. Now I've had 2 computer lockups, which is weird, and I'm gonna uninstall and reinstall both Pocket Pennant Run and uh, Game Pulse Payoff Pitch because everything has been fine till tonight, and I've had
Well,
two
yeah, floppy
lockups.
disks back in the '90s. Yeah, I'm sure they had to have floppy disks.
Yeah, those are the plastic ones, right? With the little
Yep.
metal slider thingy.
The 3.5 inch.
Yeah, the 3.5 inch.
Before that, it was 5 1/4. They were
Yeah,
bigger.
on the
Yeah.
old Commodore 64
Yep.
and
I
IBM,
remember,
the
which
original PCs.
very fond memories of the Commodore 64. We played micro league baseball on the Commodore 64,
Yep.
and then I got walked away from baseball for a little bit in the late '90s. I got back into it in '02, and then in '03, it was both '02 and '03 were fun seasons, and then in '04, I did a search on Google. I searched for Pursue the Pennant, a board game that I really liked. It's called Dynasty League Baseball now,
Right.
but back then it was called Pursue the Pennant, and I wanted the game for the PC, and that's where I was recommended Diamond Mind, and I ordered Diamond Mind, and that was the story.
Yeah,
So
it's great.
I
The
said, "Oh yeah, I
only
love this." Yeah.
the only thing for newbies that when I'm doing tutorials about this game is like the difference between like how you install their seasons and how you install homebrews. Um,
Yeah.
it's a little bit weird till you get the hang of it, and then you're fine. But they're really they're it's a good it's a very the community is a very loyal one. But I would just like to see. them kind of reach out and get some new players, because I think our
Yeah.
hobby's growing. And I think that, the events of 2020 had a lot to do with that. And I think there's still a great opportunity for Diamond Mine Baseball to corral in some new players, but they
I just
gotta,
don't see Diamond Mine doing that. I mean,
yeah.
it's ideal, but I don't see that happening. Uh, just to just to address some of the chat, AP, Micro League Baseball was my first PC baseball game. It was for me too. I Micro League Baseball was fun as hell, and
And
the
not a
reason I bought
bad ball game. I mean, for what they
no, it
did,
was
whew.
for the time it was excellent.
Yeah.
Reason I bought Diamond Mine is because I was told it was a computer version of Pursue the Pennant. That's what I was told too. It isn't quite the case. That's right. It is exactly right. I loved Pursue the. That was the one because I started. You got to understand. I played two games, cards and dice. I got Stratomatic as a Christmas gift one year when I was in single digit age, and I played that for years. And then somebody recommended Pursue the Pennant to me. I can't remember who, but I had a blast playing that. And I thought, maybe if they had it Pursue the Pennant on PC, I would get it. And that's what I did my Google search. And they said, "Oh, it's Diamond Mine. That's Pursue the Pennant for PC." And I'm like, "Well, it's not quite, but
So
yeah."
were you playing it when you had like when you could get like the ballparks, like the box, you know what I'm
Yes.
saying?
Oh, Pursue the Pennant. They had
Yeah.
these. That
Yeah.
was the coolest thing about it. They had these ballpark inserts. Basically, if you open up the box, the underside of the top part of the box was a baseball field. It was a grass baseball field, a photo, an image of that, and you had another insert where you could put in that showed a turf field because obviously there were a lot of parks that played on a lot of teams played on turf in those days.
Ugh.
And then you had this ballpark insert that would go into the corner of your like it would take up half your lid and you'd put that and they had these great artist renderings of every park in Major League Baseball in
Yeah.
the 80s, and they don't look the same today. They're more photo quality, but they've got all these charts and crap on them. And I'm like, no, 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 no. You need to just have it the way it looked back in those days.
Yeah.
I wish they could reproduce them, but it was fun. Pursue the Pennant was fun as hell.
Craig Scarborough says he when he bought originally it was Pursue the Pennant. And hey Bernie, how you doing?
Oh, it was. I don't remember going back that far, Craig. Um, by the
So
time I never even heard of it until after it was called Diamond Mine. I had no idea.
so Mark, you and I as performers, we have something else in common. I didn't bring games with me when I was doing gigs. I'm talking music now, but I would always bring like Total Baseball or something. And so during set breaks and stuff like that, all the other guys would be out sort of mingling or doing whatever, and there I was hiding behind my keyboard rack, and so there's Total Baseball. I actually would bring it on stage with me and put it right down there. So and when I was on the road, Total Baseball was my companion. That's when I was doing rock. So that was kind of fun.
Pre
Even did it in
Windows.
Europe too.
Wow.
What's that?
Craig,
What's
the MS DOS days, pre Windows. Hey, Bernie, how are you?
wow? Okay, I would love to see what the game looked like. You could probably find it somewhere, and I'd love to
I'm
see what that
sure.
looked
I'm
like.
sure you could find a video of it
Oh
somewhere.
yeah, I'd love to.
I've
Why
looked
would
up
I?
videos of of, of micro league baseball, and there's plenty of videos for that.
Oh yeah, why have it? I'm gonna do a micro league game some night on here. So I'm using a Commodore 64 emulator, and it plays great. It has the
Yeah,
same goofy sounds. But I was so
yeah.
enchanted by micro league baseball, and that was my start in baseball. It wasn't cars and dice, and then when I got a Commodore Amiga, then it was Earl Weaver baseball, and I'm like, you can build your own damn ballparks. Holy shit!
I played Weaver too. I didn't play the first one, but I played Earl Weaver too, and
I
I
never
enjoy
played
I
Earl Weaver
enjoyed that a
2.
lot.
Never played the second one. I have it, but I have it on an Amiga
Oh, I
emulator.
love that second one. That was great.
Was it what
Yeah, a
what
lot
did
of
it
fun.
do that the first one
It was
didn't
more of a
do?
close-up view than the first. Like Earl Weaver 1 had more of a micro league view, but
Yes.
Earl Weaver
Yes.
2 you could switch it to where you had more of a batter pitcher view,
Okay.
and then as the batter hit the ball, they would go back out. They would fan back out toward the field. And I thought
Did
their
it
camera angles were good. It were better. The game overall looked better. I thought the sound effects were better. I think it was just truly an upgrade
did it
from the
still have
first
the
one.
Stephen Hawking voice as the Because the Amiga version had the Stephen Hawking
No, it didn't
voice.
have that. It just had the sounds of the game. I don't
Okay.
remember any broadcasting to it.
Well,
They would
that
have
was
organ music. They would have the umpires' calls,
okay.
um, but
Because
no broadcast.
in the first one on the Amiga version, they had like the that Stephen Hawking speech synthesizer, and so you could create your own players in Earl Weaver Baseball, but you
Yeah.
had to use phonetic spelling, and I forget who it was. An Hispanic player we were trying to we're creating players, and no matter everything we tried, we just couldn't get the phonetic spelling right. And we're like, this sucks. But it gave you enough players that I think when I was a senior at Penn State, we all had our Amigas and stuff like that, and we would actually go to each other's dorms or apartments or whatever, and so whoever was the home team, the visiting team had to bring their computer. So it was kind of
Oh,
cool.
right on.
Great, yeah, great stuff. And that was the one I told you where I did a squeeze bunt with Jimmy Fox at the plate and won the game. I'll never forget it because they're expect you expect to swing away with Jimmy freaking Fox, dude. I thought I'm gonna try to pull off a suicide
If
squeeze,
you bunt, we'll give you
and it
first
worked.
base.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it worked, baby.
Hey,
I mean,
Clinton. Hey, Aaron. How are you? Um,
I've played SSI computer baseball on a Commodore emulator, and it's actually a pretty good baseball game. And it does look like Pong, but it's a good baseball game.
played
We
Nintendo baseball. I played Atari baseball. It was called Home Run.
home run,
Intellivision had a baseball game that you couldn't hit any fly balls in, as I recall. It was all ground balls. Um,
hardball. Can't forget hardball.
Hardball, that was a PC game.
So Tommy Euler, well, it was also a Commodore game,
Yeah,
and
the PC game that they ported to video game systems, like ported to consoles.
okay, because the
Hardball
trick with
was
Tommy Euler, he had this wicked curve, and there was a trick with the Commodore version of hardball where if you held the joystick just right, you couldn't hit Tommy Euler. It was great. So you groove a couple in there, and then you hit this whatever. It was supposed to be a curveball, but you just couldn't. The other guy, you could never hit Tommy Euler. So when my buddies and I would play, I'd always say, "Yeah, I'll play the champs." Tommy Euler was
mm,
the ace on that staff because I remember it was Tommy Euler and I think a guy named Ratton,
I
WRATTEN,
don't
was the
remember
ace
the name.
for the
It's so
All
long
Stars.
ago.
Loved that game, man. Played the shit out of the first hardball game. Never played the succeeding ones, and they started adding in the Al Michaels broadcasting. But there's just a charm about the original before EA was the evil empire um, of, uh, of hardball. Loved it. Used to play. We'd be up 4 or 5 in the morning playing hardball. It was incredible. I'm in Television World Series baseball. So there's a great guy behind that. It's Don Daglow. This guy is a legend in the digital baseball simming community. So you guys should know that he's old time baseball, Tony La Russa baseball, Don Daglow, and he's the one that did the Intellivision game, Aaron. So there you go.
Yeah, Hardball was a great baseball series. Had Al Michaels broadcasting it
Yep, yep,
in the later years.
yep.
Um, uh, really great.
See, those were never ported to the Amiga, so
Wasn't
um,
that Accolade that was Hardball? I think it was
yes,
Accolade that did
Accolade.
that.
Yep,
Hmm.
yep. And then there was another too. It was pure, or it was something Logic. What Sublogic? They did a
Yeah,
good baseball
pure
game.
stat baseball. Not as
Yeah,
fun to look at, not or play, but it had. I mean, the stats were right on the money. Pure stat was a good
A-
name for it.
and you
But
had to buy
I would much
seasons
rather
for it.
play micro league.
Yeah,
Um, but
and if
yeah,
you had the manager's disc
yep,
of Micro League Buddy,
yep.
you were good to go. And I
Hmm.
remember obsessively have Neft and Cohen's baseball encyclopedia there and whatever other
Oh man,
resources and
I had
creating
that too.
teams in Micro League baseball.
I
And
love the
it
Neft
was
and Cohen encyclopedia.
I
Way
still
more
love
than the
them.
baseball encyclopedia.
Yeah,
I like the team. I like the that format with the teams
yeah, yeah,
separated out. I really enjoy that. Also, Derek Bain, Hardball Retro.
yeah.
He has some great tutorials on Earl Weaver baseball and customizing rosters. He's done games with rosters from different years,
Mm-hmm.
and he is the guru of that. And he's put out some videos, and I definitely recommend him if you still like playing Earl Weaver baseball. He's got a lot of stuff on it,
Yeah.
so I want to give him a mention for that. He covers all of the retro baseball games.
Derek's brilliant. Derek's brilliant because he's
Pretty, yeah,
also
pretty prolific guy. Yeah.
he's done some great tutorials in baseball for Windows for old time
Yep. Yep.
baseball. He
Yep.
did a he started putting dead ball seasons into Tony La Russa. Derek's a
Yep.
beast. And he's also the head of the Saber Games and Simulations Committee.
Oh, is that
Derek
right?
is
Yeah.
yeah. Derek's brilliant, man. He
Right
was in
on.
here earlier today, and he was watching the other night. We unveiled Digital Diamond 14. Are you picking? Did you pick it up yet? By the way, or are you going to?
I have not gotten Digital Diamond yet.
Okay.
Not yet. Because I don't see enough to sway me into 14. It's probably going to have to go down to about 25 bucks on a big sale.
So not even
So
the inclusion of SI baseballs is enough to sway you.
no, I don't play. I just don't play them. I don't play Status Pro or SI.
Okay.
It's not that I don't like them. It's like it's a reason why I don't play APBA. I play enough games as it is. I just feel like adding more would only make that paralysis worse for me. I
Yeah.
was like, now I've got even more games to kind of get into. I was always a Strat guy and not an APBA guy, and
Okay.
it wasn't because I picked one of them. I was gifted Strat, and so I got into Strat, and it was
Okay.
like, well, okay, that's I didn't choose my side. I just if APBA had sold, I think that's one of their biggest flaws is they never sold in stores
Yeah.
because my mother. The reason I got that game is because my mother was working at Toys R Us seasonal part time to make more money for Christmas. She wanted a nice Christmas, and so she would work part time during the autumn. And my dad just told her, if you see a baseball board game, get it for Joseph and for Christmas. And that's why I got Stratomatic. If APBA had been selling in stores, I could have gotten that, but I never
Yeah.
did. So
Yeah. Bernie broke down and bought Digital Diamond and the Barnes and Noble version of Strat. Way to
yeah,
go,
everybody's
Bernie.
buying that Barnes and Noble Strat version.
We
Yeah.
have a Barnes and Noble here. I haven't gone to see what the game looks like yet. But Bernie is like this guy. Someday, Bernie, there should be like a Library of Congress of Bernie's baseball game library because I think he owns more baseball games than anybody. And I know he doesn't play them all now and everything, but he said that the many that he's owned.
Baseball Demos is doing a 2025 replay of the Rockies of all teams. It's
I
called
know the Rockies
The Rockies
horror.
Horror. Yep.
Yes, I love it. I love
And
it.
he's already on a pace to where he's going to win quite a few more than they won in real life. It looks nice, and the cards are cut differently, and I get it. And I've always loved Strat, but I'm not. It's just not going to happen for me. I can't justify buying that.
Okay.
But I'm glad that people have, and that they're doing playthroughs of it. I enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's not my. I'll get back into Strat PC. I know that that's a naughty word to a lot of people, but
Like to
it
me,
is
but
what it
that's
is.
okay. But I love you,
It is what
brother.
it is.
So hold
Yeah.
forth. It's okay. It's okay. The Strat
But
PC game's good. The customer support for the game sucks.
yeah,
That's why I
yeah.
quit playing it.
And you know that I've never had any horror stories because I've never had to call customer support for them. I
Well,
guess I'm
lucky
one
for
of the
you.
fortunate ones. Yeah, I guess I'm lucky. I've never had a problem with them. But anyway, that's just neither here nor there.
Well,
Uh,
I
I
love Strat Max, so I'm
I
totally
haven't.
cool
Yeah,
with
I
that.
haven't
So,
bought cards and dice version of Strat in a lot of years. I don't
hmm
have the room to store them all.
yeah,
I know. I'm kind of envious of JC Sports replays. He was showing his collection of Strat cards and dice
yeah.
game boxes, and there's a lot. And I'm like, oh man,
So like more
that's
than
that
God,
would be
like
my yeah, that would be my dream. If I was younger me, like a 12-year-old me, would be like, oh man, look at that.
oh God,
But
yeah,
not anymore. I just don't. I never. I just stopped with cards and dice. And you know what? It was just because back in the day I didn't have a computer when I first started, and I had this insatiable need for all of the reports. One of the reasons I like Strat PC is they have so many reports,
yeah,
and it's just that if you have a really again, like if you're like me and you need all of the reports, you want to look over everything. It
yeah.
was too hard to do that by hand. It started to turn into a job
Mm-hmm.
instead of being fun,
Right.
and I
Yeah.
just I just stopped doing cards and dice. I have respect for like baseball demos. As far as I know, he does it all manually, all of his math manually. I think he
Yeah.
uses Strat PC for maybe for that any now, but he used to do it manually, and I
Right.
have respect for anybody who can do it manually. It's a lot of work, and
Yeah.
I don't have anything against cards and dice. Cards and dice is great. It's fun, but I just stopped doing it a long time ago, and I got to PC and I never went back. And that's just me. That's my
There's
own.
Here's our brother Rabid Wolverine. He's coming in and he's making an entrance. Says, "What's up,
Yep.
everyone?
What's up? What's up?
How you doing, man?" Rabid Wolverine, awesome. We got to get him on the mic sometime. He keeps saying he has mic issues and shit. So he's we're gonna have him on sometime when he wants. Um, so, it always I know that I'm sorry, Damon Easley. He's been waiting here with
He's
the bases
patiently
loaded.
waiting with the bases loaded. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll
and one
get
out.
back to him maybe. Game secondary.
We got a rain
Um,
delay. We got a rain delay in
yeah, we got a
Detroit. It's
relay
fine.
deal here. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I see these guys and their collections of like of Strat or Appa, and it just I mean like shelves and shelves and shelves. And
Yeah.
I'm thinking, wow, what am I missing?
Well,
But
there's something to be
uh,
said to have the physical stuff right there.
yeah,
Like,
no,
you know what I
sure.
mean? It looks impressive. But yeah, it was I was jealous of his collection looking at it. I was like, "Oh my gosh.
Oh,
That's
I'm
worth
sure.
that's a lot of money right there." But
Rabbit Wolverine cutting more cards for cards and dice. So that's a hobby in itself, isn't it?
it is.
It's
It
probably
is.
therapeutic, right? It's probably
I
therapeutic.
remember Dave Gardner. I hope he's doing well. But Dave Gardner
Yeah.
was rounding the corners of his payoff pitch cards and other cards that he had. He got a corner rounder, and he was just doing that. And I'm like, in
Yeah.
some ways that's got to be therapeutic. In other ways, I'm like, oh, I would just for me that would be a job. Oh no, I don't want to do that tonight. I got other things to do tonight.
Well,
I don't know.
that's
Cards and
yeah.
dice. I just don't. I don't know, man. I respect those who play it. I will never not respect it, but it's just not for me anymore. I'm afraid.
Yeah.
It's just too easy to just fire up a PC game and play. I
Well,
just
but
want the fun. I want the pure baseball. All the other stuff, it just kind of falls by the wayside with me. And again, that's
I
just
think
me.
though with the board game companions though, I think have really so Rabbit
Yeah,
Wolverine
because
rounds the
so
corners
many
as
people
well.
play, so many people play cards and dice. So when you have those, like the resident expert on Digital Diamond, one of them anyway, Dwayne Martz,
Yeah.
he's playing APBA Master, and he wants to put in his input it in the board game companion,
Yeah.
which is very good with Digital Diamond.
Oh yeah.
Again, it's not something I use. I play the vanilla game, which I think is fine.
It is a good game.
I don't know if it's the best game, but it looks legit to me.
Yeah.
I've never had a problem playing it, but that's become they were the innovators. Mark Cohen was the innovator of that board game companion, and now everybody's doing it.
Everybody's doing it, and
Hmm.
but my thing is just the syntax.
Yeah,
That's
Todd, you're right. Yeah,
bah. Hey Todd, yeah, cards dice
yeah,
because that was what we had before computer. So, but
yeah.
the why I like the board game companions that and so that you can track stats, and so that's Action PC and Pocket Pennant Run and Payoff Pitch and all that. Is I would think that as a card because as a digital player, right? I can do a project and I can tons and tons and tons of reports, and I don't have to do any damn bookkeeping. And cards or computer sims allow me to do things that would be impossible in a cards and dice environment. I mean, I think cards and dice are cool too, but
Yeah, but the reason why I play PC, a lot of them is because, I've told you that we covered earlier, I'm very
uh-huh.
strict about season replays and making sure real life, real rosters at all times. And with cards and dice, that's really difficult to do. Stratomatic, you can't do it. Even if you get the additional players, that's one thing I don't really like about Stratomatic,
Same.
is even getting the additional players, you still don't get everybody. Especially with today's roster, you'll get 70 guys. They play in a season, 70, 80 guys. You're not going to card all those guys.
Mm-mm.
And with PC, you never have to worry about it. You've got everybody. And again, I love the nostalgic factor of cards and dice. I understand the feeling of holding the dice in your hand and
Mm-hmm.
controlling it. I get it. I get the physical stuff right there in front. You could touch the cards. You could touch the dice. I get it, man. I'm not, again, I don't, I see kind of some people saying things like it's not really baseball sim or sports sim unless you're cards and dice. I don't have that. I don't agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll never, like, as a PC gamer, I'll never say, well, cards and dice is inferior. It's not inferior. It's just a choice.
No, and that's
Uh,
the same. I don't think it's inferior at all.
No.
Again, it's but because of that 1971 project that I'm doing. That's the rare season replay. I love what if scenarios and
I
stuff
know
like
you do.
that. And it's
Yeah.
yeah, so I can't. So for me to do some of the things that I've done, I would have to be super wealthy and have like an entire room just full of cards and be able to find what
Yes.
I want,
Yeah, I couldn't
shuffle
do it.
them up. There's just yeah, no way.
I don't have the
Um,
room. I live in a, I live in a small place. I just don't have that room to have all that stuff. I would have to
yeah,
rent out storage if
yeah.
I had all that stuff. And
I
then
get.
so you wouldn't have access to it whenever you wanted it,
Let's see,
right?
JT tooling down Ventura Boulevard. Yeah, man, I'm just going to pick up my 1978 Strat set.
I
Boom,
gotta
boom.
go to the storage unit to get my cards and dice. Yeah, it's just, again, I mean, I loved cards and dice when I first started,
Yeah.
and it was fun as well, I mean, when I got Stratomatic, I mean, I was 9 years old when I got Stratomatic, and it was like, you mean to tell me I can start a game whenever I want with today's players? That was like paradise to me.
Oh, sure.
Like, because the reason I even got, like, the first game I ever played, I told my dad, like, it was like around Christmas time, and I was kind of sitting around glum. I couldn't get a game started outside. It was cold for Southern California anyway, and
Yeah.
I was sitting there looking glum, and my dad's like, "What's wrong?" And I'm like, "I miss baseball, Dad. I wasn't a hockey fan at that time. I didn't have anything but baseball. It was
Mm-hmm.
like Rogers Hornsby. I'm looking out my window and waiting for spring. You know what I
Yep.
mean?"
Yep.
And he went to the closet by the front door and pulled out Superstar Baseball, which is SI baseball
Right.
now, and that's what we played. We played the National League Hall of Famers against the American League Hall of Famers. I had recently become a Dodger fan. He was still an Angel fan, so he took the AL, I took the NL, and he had a great time turning my NL Hall of Famers into chinchilla food. He beat the crap out of me. He beat me 10 out of 12 or 9 out of 11.
Wow.
He kicked my ass. But I didn't know anything. I was a little kid. I didn't know. I thought I knew a lot more than I actually knew.
Sure.
And I had a blast, even though I was losing. And so when he went back, he was on vacation. That's the only reason he had time to play with me. So he went back to work, and I took the game in my room and started playing by myself, playing game, managing both sides. I was
Right.
broadcasting the games, and my dad heard me broadcasting. That's when he told my mother. According to him, he told me later. He said, "Yeah, can you get this kid a game at Toys R Us or something? Like, I want my game back. I want to put my game back
I
in the
put my game
closet."
back.
Right. And so my mother picked, with her,
Pardon me.
she picked out Stratomatic without even knowing it. And I opened it up on Christmas Day, and I'm like, when I started playing Stratomatic, I was hooked. I
Well, good
loved it.
choice, Mom. Good choice.
Yeah. Well, I
Good
mean, I saw
choice.
all the results on the card. When I looked at APBA, I was like, it's just numbers on the front. I don't know how this works, you know. And now looking back, I mean, I would have had to consult the manual every time, right? You got to consult a chart for every play,
Yeah.
and until you memorize. And again, I'm not saying it's inferior, but I just loved looking at the results on the player's card, like what Stratomatic has. I just love that card.
And that's why I love Strat Max so much because there's
Yeah.
no guesswork. And I love it. I know that, again, some of the real hardcore Strat guys don't like it because you're managing against, um, a, right, an AI. And I love it. I'm like,
I don't
this is
mind.
good. I don't
I
want to
don't
man,
mind.
because I find that with, so if I'm playing Pocket Pennant Run, right, and it's like, okay, now I have to, right, I what choice am I going to make for the manager? Because I want to steal, but he's going to be looking at this. You got Kenny Lofton on, let's say, since we have this game going on. Kenny Lofton's going to steal if the time's right, but then I also have to decide for the team am I going to pitch out. This way, I can just manage a game, and Strat Max flows really nicely. And one of the reasons I love Strat now is not the PC game, but Strat Max. But again, but just Strat in itself because it is a great game. The play results are right there. I'm not Dwayne Martz or Ken Castro, and God bless them, because you can give them the name of a player and the dice number, right? The dice roll number on an Apple card, and they'll tell you what the damn result is. All I know is 66 now. And I used to play
Yeah.
some APA. The only APA I play now is baseball for Windows. So,
Well,
and
Mark was saying he loves
you know,
Superstar Baseball. Yeah, Nap Lajoie, he was on the American League Hall of Famers. I had Hank Aaron, but he had Babe Ruth. The American League Hall of Famers are just better. I was
hmm.
playing with an inferior roster and getting my butt kicked. But I loved every second of it because I was like, I can start a game whenever I want.
Dad took
I,
you to
I don't have
school,
to
man.
wait. I don't have to wait till 7:30 tonight for the game to come on. And
Oh
then when I
yeah.
got Strat, it was like, okay, now I can not only start a game whenever I want, I can do it with today's players. It
Yeah.
was just, it was a no-brainer. And like I said, I fell in love with Strat because that's what I got. It wasn't because I chose that. I didn't even know what APBA was. I didn't know what Strat was when I got it. I'm like, what is this Stratomatic? What is it a computer thing? I
Yeah.
had no idea. But I was like this kid. Hey, Mr. Wrestling.
Yeah, Mr. Wrestling, our resident wizard. So catch the digital diamond thing earlier today. And
Oh, I
that
will.
app, I will have that app, but I will pay for it. Oh my God, that app is
Well,
amazing that he wrote, and just all the other wizardry he's doing. Todd B said he made a funny comment back here. JT, he says pretty soon everything will digital, and he's talking about cards and dice. He said we'll all be banned like Sony discs for the PlayStation.
today, this is a real thing. Today, you're not, it's like you can't own anything today. You can only rent. It's like you pay for the idea of a game. If they can take it away from you anytime they want. I mean, physical media is dying. And
It is.
so I get I believe me, I get the appeal of cards and dice. I get it. Having the physical stuff right there in your hands, there's nothing like it. You own that. Nobody can ever take that away from you. It's yours.
Yep.
And I get it. I believe me. As far as Strat Max goes, I think it's great. I think the cards look great. I wish they had more variety in the uniform colors they wear in the ballparks.
Yeah.
I wish. I mean, if you're gonna make me pay this fee every month for a game that I don't even own, I got to go on this a browser game. You better give me a little bit more than what you're given. That's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I understand why people like it. It plays well.
Yeah, it
I just
does.
think they need to do some other stuff. I don't think it's ready for prime time yet.
Mm. Okay.
I just don't. I I feel like Dynasty League Baseball is a better game if you want to go the subscription route. I feel like that's a better game to play. But that's my own, again, my opinion.
Yeah, they just don't have
And
enough older seasons for me yet.
that's
So,
true. That's true too.
but it looks beautiful and it's dense
It
and
looks great.
oh yeah, it
It
does.
looks great.
Yeah.
It's very pretty, and yeah, I think like I've seen guys do playthroughs of it, and I just wow, this is real. In fact, Eric Higher Ground Gaming did playthroughs of that, and I was like, wow, that really looks nice.
Yeah.
So, but again, the cards look great. The Strat cards themselves and Strat Max look great. They're nice
Yes.
and big. They're easy to read, easy to follow. I get it. I mean, there's a lot good about it. I just
Yeah.
wish they would add some other stuff to
They
make the
will.
experience more complete.
I think they will. It's mentioned earlier. Samuel Swift mentioned that Apago has had an update now that you can manage against a micromanager. It's still not where Baseball for Windows is. Baseball for
So,
Windows is
yeah.
superior. The only thing you can't do in Baseball for Windows is roll the dice, but Baseball for Windows does so much more. And it was great to hear John Hurston a few weeks ago on Box Scores from the Basement talking about that they do want to look into AI at some point to pick up where Ernie Harwell left off, and he acknowledged how. And I didn't know this, JT, but Baseball for Windows actually got a lot of attention in mainstream, aka non-baseball sim circles and sports
Yeah, he
games.
did. Daniel Evanson did a video on it, and it was a great video. And
Well, yeah,
he
but I
talked about it.
disagree. Yeah, I disagree with Daniel's conclusion that we
I do
should just
too.
kind of let it.
I knew you were going to disagree with it,
I'm
but
like, dude, are you serious? I'm
yeah,
thinking to myself, why? Why?
yeah,
You know?
I thought he did a good job of putting the information out there, the history out there.
Yeah,
But
that
yeah,
was
I had a
good.
feeling that was yeah. There's going to be. I disagree with Daniel too on certain things.
When he
I
said,
think,
well, this is
but
a
I think
game
it's
we should
healthy.
just, I'm like, well, no, and that's cool. But I just felt like, but it still plays a damn good game of baseball. And I think that people are so, right, it's like the Arnie Harwell thing. And that's what people talk about. It's like, nope, there's a fucking great baseball game under here, too.
Yep.
There really is. So
I know how much you like it. I mean,
Derek Bain's a big fan of it too.
yeah.
So damn it.
And Bernie, I didn't know that Dynasty League didn't have all the players either. I had no idea.
Oh wow.
I was just watching Eric from Higher Ground Gaming play it, and we didn't go too deeply into the benches in those games.
Yeah.
I think he redid the 2004 World Series or something like that, and so there wasn't a whole lot of subs made. I didn't know that they didn't have the full rosters.
Mr. Wrestling, I will check that out. The reason I just can't live stream it right now is because since I have somebody on here with me, if I share system sound, it's gonna be this awful echo feedback chamber. But I will post a link in Discord, and I'll see it. So he's done some work now with Status Pro on Digital Diamond. And again, guys, I never ask you to like and subscribe here because you're family, and I rarely ask you to look at a video. But I really would like you to check out. It's the second half of the broadcast that we did today, and especially, and I know
Okay.
you're all going to be taken in by the voice first, but really pay attention to the app that he created for SI baseball and Digital Diamond. It's just a whole new level, and I want it. I just
Address what
want it.
Mark said. I don't think it's that simple either. I had mentioned earlier before I said owning it. There's something about having those dice in your hand and controlling, and also the customizability of cards and dice is infinite. You can arrange those cards in any way you want,
Yeah.
and like it's yours. And it's so much easier to customize cards and dice games than it is to do it on the computer. On
Hmm.
the computer, there's always these little hoops you got to leap through.
Yeah.
But yeah, the sound of the dice going through the roller or just landing on the. I never had a roller. I rolled them into the box cover, the the uh, the box top. I
And
would
your
just
cat's
turn it over and roll them. Yeah,
jumping in and
I didn't
wait,
have.
no.
I had a dog, but I never grew up with cats, and
Oh
I have
man,
one now.
cats,
I have one in our
cats,
apartment.
cats and
So
cards and dice baseball. It just doesn't work. It just
yeah, I'm sure it
does not
doesn't.
work. No, oh my god. So Mark says that computers remove some of our human senses. I know that's not good for our souls. Uh, I sold my soul a long time ago, Mark. I did. So I
I
didn't
gotta
get a
say,
very good
same
price
here.
for it. Yeah, yeah.
What's I first actually my in my
Cats
mind
are assholes, says Rabbit
my,
Wolverine. They
my
are, but I love them.
they can be but they're pretty handy. I don't know. They're not very handy either. They can they're not assholes all the time. I'll just say that.
They're good at killing
Mark,
snakes.
my initial response in my head to what you said about removing some of our human senses, it's not good for our souls. I said what soul in my mind. I was
What
like, I
soul?
don't know if I have any. I don't know if I have any left.
I know I
But
don't. Well, no, I
but
have a
yeah,
little bit. But
yeah.
it's just this little remnant that I have left.
You know,
But
I feel the same way about Monopoly. I know that's not a sports game, but I would much rather play Monopoly with the dice and the board than play it on a computer. And I have Dodger Monopoly besides too.
oh, Dodger Monopoly.
But the girl
Okay.
won't play me because I'm a sadist. I'm like, yeah, we have to go the whole way, and I'm gradually wearing her down. She knows she's lost, and I'm like I don't want to play for another hour knowing that I've lost.
We're
But I'm
nothing
like, yeah, we
without
have
our
to do it. We
souls.
have to play the whole game. We have to play the.
Yeah.
I'm a jerk in Monopoly. I don't think you guys want to play against me.
No, I'm yeah, I'm not.
I'm nasty. I get like, yeah, I'm gonna get you.
See, I'm too much of a damn socialist to play that game. So, what are you
Yeah,
gonna do?
modern Dodger Monopoly. It's right. It's true.
Equals modern baseball.
It is. It is.
All right,
The Dod-
we got to put that up on the screen. I love
the
it. There we
Dodgers
go.
are the evil empire of today. They really are.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I feel about that as a Dodger fan. I'm
I
just
was gonna
like,
say, and you're a Dodger fan to say that, but
yeah, but they are the evil empire. It's true. I don't know how good I feel about it. I feel like how Yankee fans must have felt in like 2000, 1999, because they were the evil empire. Like George owning them. But
oh, I still think they are.
I remember I got a 1985 version of Monopoly, the 50th anniversary tin. I wish I still had it. It had the wooden houses, hotels, all that good stuff. I've always been a Monopoly fan. I know it's not the perfect game. I get it. I know the flaws in it. But I think a lot of people just don't play Monopoly by the actual rules. And I think if you did, you find it's a pretty good game.
Well, that's
But
kind of
anyway,
funny, right? The whole because some people have the rules as
so
well,
many house rules.
right?
Yeah,
The
there's
do
so
not
many.
pass go, do
Like
not
you get
collect,
money
or blah blah.
when you land on
Yeah,
free parking, you get the pot. I'm like, there shouldn't be any pot anyway. And number one,
I
and number
know.
two, you don't get any money. It's just a resting space.
Yeah,
It's a safe spot. You're not gonna have to pay anybody anything to land there.
I
But
remember my
anyway,
Irish great grandma and I used to play when I was a little kid. We used to play Monopoly, so I have fond memories of it. And she kicked my ass in it all the time. But it
Ah,
was fun because
see,
you
that's what
had
it
the
is.
little, and I think back then they were like, and so we didn't know, but they were like the pewter little game pawns and
Yes,
stuff like that. I was
yes.
always the car man. I had to be, and she was always the top
Yeah,
notch.
I was always the car. You have to
You're
be
all,
the
yeah,
car.
you have to be the
Oh
car
yeah,
man.
that was my favorite spot. That was my favorite piece.
And
Yeah.
every time I'd roll the dice and boom, boom,
Yeah.
I had to. You had
Mark
to.
saying we're nothing without our souls. Obviously, I'm kidding, but I
Yeah.
don't. I don't know what to tell you. I have the same feeling
While we're talking,
playing
I'm just going to
PC.
let this play in the background. Go ahead, man.
I have the same feeling playing PC as I did when I played cards and dice. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense to a lot of people, but I can have it all working in my head, rolling the dice and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. It's just I know what it means to roll the dice. I know it's been a long time for me, and I'm not saying I'll never get back into cards and dice, but
See,
I don't
see, as
see it.
the real reason, not only mostly because I don't have the real estate right now to
Yeah,
do it,
I have to
but
small up. Yeah.
if I because I'm a sleight of hand magician, as soon as I pick up dice, I'm already thinking, wait a minute, what if I did this? And then
Right.
I'm working on sleight of hand and I'm
Right.
not even doing the baseball. So for this, I can't do that. So it makes me focus on baseball. But cards and dice, I'm like, wait a minute, I could do a flying, which you guys don't know what I mean by this, but I could do a flying shuttle pass and make this da 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 and go segue into a spellbound routine. And of course, then learning I've learned how to control dice as you roll them. So I would find myself actually like cheating the dice roll
Right.
as I was playing.
Yeah.
Because there's a way, it looks like both dice are rolling, but the trick is you can control one die. That's how you do this. And so I would cheat it. You wait to see, oh, there's the top number, bam. And it's called a slide. And that's why craps tables have rails. If you guys never knew that, right? And you've got
Yeah.
to,
But
when
no,
you're
you got to
playing
hit them.
craps,
Yeah. No,
you have to hit the
absolutely. I know
rail.
that. You have
Yeah,
to.
yeah, because because that's what defeats a slide.
Yes, you
But in
have to do that.
Magic, nobody knows that shit.
Your shot doesn't count unless you hit the. I played craps a lot. I very
Ugh,
well versed in it. That's what I gambled on when I went to Las Vegas. I was craps table gambler.
wow. Okay.
It's a, it's great odds if you know what you're doing. If you know the bets to make, it's good odds.
Yeah, but
It's
one of
certainly
the
better
things
odds than roulette and I mean blackjack maybe if you're lucky.
I like
But
blackjack. The thing about craps though is people are like, "Oh, bet the Iron Cross," and it's like the Iron Cross is not. It's not such a great strategy in craps. It really isn't.
no, no, it's not.
You know. But that's like people who play blackjack and insurance. That's the biggest sucker bet of all time.
Of course it
I mean,
is.
forget it.
Of course
If
it is.
you're gonna play insurance, um,
Yeah.
forget it. You
That's
know,
what get that's a big edge to the house when you do like the house loves that. Yeah, yeah, get that insurance. Do it.
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
not a good play. No, you might as well just take the L. If you take the L, you take the L. You know, it's fine.
But craps is an amazing game. It's Could I do a tutorial on the slide? Sure. Let me. I gotta set
Don't
up a
get this guy
webcam.
started with magic tutorials, you guys. It's gonna go on him.
A few people have said I should start a magic channel, but I'm like,
Can't
oh
reveal
my
your secrets,
god.
man. You're a magician.
Well, I would
Isn't that the code? I don't
well
know how the code works.
turn off the DVR part of it. But there's guys out there that do teach magic on YouTube, and I've thought about teaching like some basic sleight of hand
Right,
and stuff
right.
like that. I'm not gonna get on there and teach shit like shuffle tracking or anything because then people would just go away and say, "No, sorry, forget it." And so what that is as you're riffle shuffling a deck of cards, you're
Uh-huh.
tracking and you're actually it's called
Oh my god.
stocking a deck, not stacking a
Oh
deck.
my god.
So you're stocking it and you're doing it through riffle shuffle so that right you're controlling what everybody's getting and riffle stacking. So you're stocking the deck by riffle stacking. It's super hard. Or if I would try to teach the perfect pharaoh shuffle, but the thing about magic is you don't need like a lot of advanced sleight of hand. You can do some incredibly brain melting things with even no sleight of hand. It's all about presentation and psychology.
Right.
So try to read the deal or insurance, says Mr. Wrestling. Do a Magic versus Magic the Gathering. You cheat and beat all the best players.
My gosh, I've never played Magic the Gathering ever.
Oh my God, I love
Ever.
Magic the Gathering, and I
I know,
finally
I know.
found
A lot of people love it.
a
I've never
digital
played it.
version of it, which has every card ever printed, and you can play. But when I left Europe the first time, I had 27,000 Magic the Gathering
Oh
cards.
my
The
god,
art's beautiful. It's
amazing.
gotten goofy though. Now they've added the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and they've
Oh
added
no.
Marvel superheroes. And I'm like, this is supposed to be a high fantasy game. What the hell are you guys doing? Ever since Hasbro bought out Wizards of the Coast, it's been goofy. But what a money sink that is. But there's a new game out called Sorcery that's supposed to get back to that original Magic the Gathering vibe. And if anybody has a beta Black Lotus though, that you'd like to donate to me, I'll take it. That's sort of like the Hannes Wagner equivalent in
Oh, the
Magic the
T206
Gathering.
Wagner. Oh, okay.
The
All
TO6,
right.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Want to watch Rounders again? Rounders is an excellent movie. 21 is funny because though it's based on a true story, it kind of it's a little bit misleading because newsflash, it is not illegal to count cards. However, if a casino catches you counting cards, they can throw you out.
They're gonna tell you to leave. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
but it's not against the law. You can
no,
count
you're not gonna
cards.
get in trouble, but you're not welcome in the casino
Right.
once they figure you out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you know that came from Magic, actually.
I'll bet.
That
I could
originally
see that.
came out from
Yeah.
Magic, and it was a thing called casting out tens. So usually a lot of the stuff that we do in Magic, and especially with cards, came from illicit gambling. But sometimes some things in Magic will cross into the gambling world, and so clocking a deck like that came from Magic. So kind of cool stuff there, and a lot of magicians we kind of when you're getting on me on box scores. I have it's gonna have to be a weekend, Mark, because of my screwy work schedule. But I'd love to get on there and hang out with you guys, say hi, and all that. And yeah, definitely, I love your channel, man. I love what you guys are doing over there. Collaborative project. Mr. Wrestling says, always want to watch Rounders. Check out Matt Damon doing his behind the scene details with Bill Simmons. If you don't have my money, another one, since we're talking about illicit gambling, that you guys really got to check out. It's a movie called Shade. Sylvester Stallone is in it. What's his name? The guy who was picked to be Aragorn and got fired after the first day. Townsend. What's his first name? The actor. Whatever. But anyhow, so it's Mark Boone Jr.'s in it of Sons of Anarchy fame, and it's this excellent movie. And there's a lot of it pays a lot of homage to The Sting, one of the greatest movies ever made. But what's really cool? What is the name of that actor? I can't remember. But he actually wanted to learn the sleight of hand to do what he was doing in there. You guys would love it. It's an excellent movie, and you don't see the end, like The Sting. You don't see the ending coming. It's a good one. It's a good one, and you'll see some of the best sleight of hand in the world, especially in the opening credits and closing credits. You'll see guys dealing subways and deuces, and so you'll see like in the opening and closing credits, you'll see first a sequence of gambling sleight of hand, then a sequence of magic sleight of hand, and the way they both kind of work together is incredible. And some cross, like dealing bottoms, dealing deuces. Magicians do it, gamblers do it.
Mark,
Eh,
that's great.
but it's
Pay
great.
that
So
pay
it's
that man his money.
called
Yeah, I
Shade.
love
Yep.
that line.
So I'm going to
That's
put
great.
that in here. You guys can find it. The movie is called Shade, and it's
Every,
real good. Real good
every
movie.
time every time a great player is up for free agency, I always use that voice that pays that man his money. You know, that's a great line. That's a classic. And
Yeah,
play
Malkovich is in that game. Yeah, John Malkovich is in that movie.
speaking of magic,
Rounders,
the
right?
girl likes a guy named Justin Willman. I don't know if you know him, but or know of him, but we've seen him a couple times.
Okay. What was the name again?
Justin Willman, Willman, I
I
believe his
yes,
last name.
yes, 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 yes. I had to think of it
We could
for a
have bought.
second.
I mean, he sells like little magic game, like magic instruction boxes, things and like that. So you can get into it a little bit if you want to pay that inflated price
So what you
if
got
you're
to
into.
do, brother, is get yourself an invite to the Magic Castle. That's seriously, it's like the most exclusive club in LA. Yeah, Edward Norton, but Magic Castle. That's where you're going to see some incredible people, including a man named Richard Turner. So, staying with this gambling theme for a minute, you guys got to look up on YouTube a guy named Richard Turner. He's considered the greatest living card expert and one of the greatest of all times. The sleight of hand that he does is incredible. And there's something else about Richard Turner, but you got to watch the video to find out. So when you see what he does, his work with cards is just it's unreal. And when you find out the other thing about Richard Turner, it makes him even more scary. So his name is Richard Turner, and you want to look for a movie or a documentary called Dealt, Dealt, and there's nobody like that can touch this guy with cards, as far as pure gambling technique. And I'm not going to give away I'm not going to give away any secrets. So one of the things to false dealing is what's called a brief. Okay, so that is, so if you're doing something called dealing deuces or dealing seconds, what you have to do is you're 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 simulating a top deal, right? And so you're pushing across, but you that brief is so small that you're just gliding your thumb across it, and it looks like it's the top card of the deck. And and Turner's brief is like a micrometer. It's ridiculous. It's almost like a human hair. But there's something about Richard Turner that when you learn about this special something, you're like, how the hell can he even do this? He can take a shuffled deck of cards and shuffle it right in front of your face, right into new deck order, without looking at the face of a single card. That's scary shit. He's had offers from the mob back in the day to work their games. To there's some sheikhs in the Middle East from Dubai turned down millions and millions of dollars. This guy, you would lose your money in 10 minutes. Richard Turner, very unassuming dude. Got to check it out. Yeah, there is a Magic Club in Baltimore. Actually, do you still hear JT, by the way?
Yeah, I'm here. I
Okay,
believe.
I just get worried when you get quiet,
No,
man.
I get it. I'm just
Yeah.
just listening.
So,
I try not to. I don't want to step on you.
oh, it's all right.
But
It's all
it's
right.
okay.
My cats step on me all the time. So, and you're my
Well, it's
brother.
okay for
So, what the
cats to
hell?
do it. You know what? I mean, cats are cats.
You're my brother here. We got a good one here, going 1-0 as we're talking. So I'm just
Yeah.
clicking the go button. So enjoy it if you want, guys. Um, what else? Yeah. So everybody should ask JT when he's starting his channel. JT's gonna quit coming on here because I
Before the
keep
end of
doing
the
this to him.
year, it'll be done. That's for sure.
I hope so.
I'm, I'm
Oh, the
gonna.
Hustler with Paul Newman, absolutely. And I mean Paul Newman. Oh, look at this, all kinds of great close plays here. Yeah, so I mean Newman was great in The Sting, although that's not his hand shuffling the cards. It's John Scarney. But yeah, The Hustler. That's classic. There's absolutely no way you can talk about gambling movies and not talk about The Hustler. That may be the greatest of all of the gambling movies, even greater than The Sting, I would say. You
Newman's
know,
in arguably the best. Well, if you talk to a lot of hockey fans, not me, but he's arguably the best hockey movie of all time, called Slapshot.
Slapshot.
He's in
Yep.
that movie too. Now,
Isn't
I'm
Jet?
not a big
Yeah.
fan. I mean, I think Slapshot's good. I think it's overrated by a lot of people, but I get it. I mean, hockey. There aren't too many hockey movies out there, but almost every hockey fan will say they fondly. They love Slapshot.
Well, you were talking about how baseball lends itself so greatly to Sims, and I think it lends itself best for movies too.
It does. It does.
I mean, how many of us can't quote lines from The Sandlot or Field of Dreams or The
Hmm.
Natural or Bull
Hmm.
Durham? Oh my God, what a quotable movie is that?
Bull Durham is my favorite baseball movie of all
Is
time.
it really? Is it
Yep,
really?
it is. It is great. It's great in every way. It's great. I mean,
Cincinnati Kid, yes.
I watched a lot of minor league baseball as a kid, and my memories of minor league baseball are very consistent with Bull Durham. I mean, it
Oh
really
yeah.
depicted minor league baseball perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
It was so realistic. Actually, Kevin Costner has some pretty good baseball chops, and
Yeah, he does. Yes, he does.
he did a great job being catcher in that movie, being Crash Davis, and
Yeah.
obviously it's such a great character. I mean, our guy that's working with Stat Pro Baseball and Strategy Baseball took that as his username. So
Oh yeah,
shows you how iconic of a character that is. So,
yeah. Costner did a pretty good job pitching in For Love of the Game. But you know who
yep.
else was good? Robert Redford actually did baseball training to do the natural, and you'd watch his
Hmm.
swing.
Yeah,
And
not bad.
Redford had a
Yep.
pretty damn good swing. Yeah, he
Yep.
did.
Yep.
And of course, Tom Selleck actually played some minor league
He
baseball.
did. He did.
Yeah,
He
so
was in Mr. Baseball, and
I love that movie.
it
And
was a great.
Cincinnati
It's a great
Kid, you're
movie.
gonna fix. Yep, great Steve McQueen movie.
Mhm.
Um, so
Also,
yeah,
Vince Scully was in For the Love of the Game as a broadcaster, so
yeah.
that makes it a must-watch. Anyway,
It was weird because I mean Costner's sport is baseball, but he did do a football movie, which kind of blew me away. I knew he did a
I didn't
golf
know he did
movie,
the
but
football movie. I
yeah, he
did
did.
not know that.
Yeah, and I'm like, wow, wait a minute, because
Yeah.
Costner's done what? Bull Durham, For Love of the Game, Field of Dreams. Is that what? He's done like these three baseball movies, and then he's
Yeah.
narrated a bunch of stuff. In
Yep.
fact, the first year they did the game in Dyersville, Major League Baseball, for the All Star game
Yeah.
out in Dyersville,
Yeah.
it was Costner that introduced all the players.
Well,
So,
of
and he,
course. Yeah,
you
of
had
course.
to, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. And I love that movie so much. I love it.
It, it's
Um,
good. It's about baseball and fathers, and yeah. That if you're a guy that like me who was, I mean, my dad gave baseball to me, passed it down to me
yeah.
like an heirloom. So all those weepy movies like Field of Dreams and Ken Burns Baseball, that was my experience as a kid. So
Well, but
they
also
all resonate with me. Go ahead.
it's also the James Earl Jones monologue about
Yeah, of course.
baseball.
Yep.
That
Yep.
should be carved like on
Yep.
in every Major League Baseball
I'm
park.
surprised
That
they don't
is
have a plaque that says
beautiful.
that at that park. There should be a
I
plaque
know,
there that
right?
has that
Yeah, yeah.
monologue. Yeah, in his voice too. Great voice and perfect.
Now, if you want to read something really fun, though, so W.P. Kinsella, good Irishman there. Um, Also, Box Socials is another great baseball book that he's done. And there's another one, and now the title escapes me, but I read it, and it's about this baseball game that's infinite, and it jumps through time and stuff like that. And I will remember the name of it. So, is it the Iowa Baseball Confederacy? I think that's what it's
Yes,
called.
and they play the '06 Cubs. I think they played a
It's like,
game that went like inning after inning. It was all
yeah,
sorts of inning. Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah, yeah,
remember
yeah.
that being written by I can't. I think it's overrated, Mark. I think it's not as good as people make it out to be. It's fine. Like, I'm not overrated doesn't mean bad. It's a good movie. It's just not this great movie that I think people want to say that it is. I think people get the wrong idea about hockey watching that movie. It's not about, at least it never has been about goonery to me. And but in the minors at that time, it was appropriate for the time because at that time goonery was far more prevalent in hockey than it is today.
Would
Today
that
it's with
is that
guys
the
making
same as
plays.
is that the same as hooliganism? Just trying to catch up here.
It kind of is. Yeah, it's hooliganism on the ice. It's just dirty stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Wrestling. Yes, there is that going on. I'm trying not to.
For the
Yes,
time being, we'll see.
I don't remember if I ever saw a slap shot. And I gotta say, I have to confess, I love the Rocky movies. I'm sorry, I love them.
Yeah,
Seen them a
the
billion
first the
times.
first three
The
anyway.
first three, yeah,
Yep.
they're brilliant. They
Is
really
four
are.
the one with Ivan Drago? I think it is. So for the
Yes,
first four that yeah, four can count too.
yeah,
I think after four, I think it gets kind of bad after that. But
yeah.
the first Rocky is a great movie. That's a great
Academy
movie.
Award winner.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is. It
absolutely.
is great.
So,
And
oh,
two,
there
three,
we
and
go.
four are pretty good.
Mr. Wrestling did it. No hitters broken up. So the baseball gods can even see it when you type it, Mr. Wrestling. They never mentioned a no hitter, so it continues. I've only ever had one no hitter on this channel. Scott McGregor is the only no hitter I've had. Damn it,
God,
that's
McGregor.
okay. Still love you, Mr. Wrestling. Yeah, I did a no hitter, and it was great, man. This is like when there was only like 200 people that hang around this train wreck. and it was awesome, dude. It was a January night, and there were like 30 people in here, and that's a lot of people when you only have like 200
Oh, it was
people
intentional,
subscribed.
Mr. Wrestling. It was intentional. You wanted them to break up the no
Is
hitter. I
that what
get
I?
it.
Yep. If I never
I
get
get
back,
it.
what a great book that he says I did it. Go Tribe.
It was all part of the master plan.
If I never get back is a great book. That is a great book that Todd is talking about. So this guy
That
goes
sounds
back,
familiar. I
plays
don't
with
know if
the
I've read that or not.
1869 Cincinnati Red Stockings.
Ah,
Daryl, is
maybe
it
not.
Daryl Brock? Is that his name? Todd, I think that's his name. A great book though. If I never get back, wonderful, wonderful baseball book. Boy, we just fly all over the place here, don't we?
Hmm.
All right, can the Tribe do something here? And Viscal barely makes it back. Had a pretty good lead, says the play-by-play. Viscal, there's been some sort of should he be in the Hall of Fame or not or whatever. Thoughts by
I don't think
anybody?
so. I
You
don't think
think so?
so.
You don't think so?
No, I don't. No. He wasn't the hitter that Ozzie Smith was, and I don't think he was the fielder that Smith was. I think if you're going to put a glove wizard at short, it has to be the best, and I think Ozzie was the best. I don't think you can put another light hitting glove wizard in the hall. It's like Mazeroski. It's like another light hitting glove wizard at second. I don't think you should put anybody else in there like that.
Yeah,
Mazeroski gets in because I think he's the best defensive second baseman of all time.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I mean, I would say the
Yeah.
greatest hitting second baseman of all time. You know who I'm going to say. Initials
Rogers,
are
right?
right. Rogers Hornsby,
Hmm.
baby. That's
Yeah.
right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
You
the
know,
best fielding infield, in my opinion, is Brooks Robinson at third, Ozzie Smith at short,
hmm
uh, Mazeroski at second, and Keith Hernandez at first. I think that
yeah,
you don't do any better than that. The best fielding center fielder of all time. Oh, I don't know, Willie Mays. I think Mays is probably the best.
yeah.
We don't really know. I mean, it's really hard to kind of outfielders are really tricky when it comes to ranking them defensively. But Mays made some plays that I don't think it. He made a play in the '54 World Series that literally cannot be made again
Yeah.
because they don't build parks like that anymore.
Nope.
And it wasn't just his catch; it was his throw.
Yeah.
A lot of guys would have scored from second on that, tagged up and scored from second. He was so far away, but he got that ball back in so quickly and with enough force to keep the runner to one base after the tag.
Yeah.
And they won the game. It was a tie game going into the bottom of the inning, up down in the ninth, when Dusty Rhodes won the game with a pinch hit homer. That was about 260 feet because of the way the Polo Grounds was situated. It was only 250 something down the right
hmm
field line, and he
I've got to
scraped.
say,
Yeah,
post integration, I'm just going to put it out here. Willie Mays, greatest player.
I don't think he has to take a backseat to anybody. Do you? I think he
Willie
all around
Mays.
player. Yeah, I don't think there's any better all around player than Willie Mays, unless
Well,
you talk about Babe Ruth being a pitcher,
well,
or
that was yeah because Babe
yeah,
Ruth would have made the Hall of Fame as a pitcher, but so
yeah, he
that
probably would
but
have.
again,
Yeah.
so Mark and I have had this discussion. So when you're talking about that the greatest of all time, once Jackie's in the game and
Mhm.
then it's truly that national pastime.
Mhm.
It's to me it's Willie Mays
I
is the
agree.
greatest player in baseball.
I would say that Willie Mays is, yeah, and arguably he's the best. I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, Babe, his numbers are better, but you got to look at the league he played in. Again, you can only play against the league that you're presented with, right?
Yeah,
So it wasn't Ruth's choice to play in that league.
it
I'm not
wasn't. But I mean, you look at it Mays,
I'm not
and I
trying to
mean,
punish Ruth, but yeah,
what
I
a
just
I mean, you talk a consummate five-tool player. He was Mays was phenomenal, just
barring
phenomenal,
injury,
and
I don't
you
see
know,
why he couldn't, Todd. I barring injury. I don't know if he gets hurt, but I think it's possible. He was
I
pretty
think he
young,
could have, and
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 his career went on a long time. I don't know whether it would have gone on that long had he been a pitcher.
so
It's
Ruth, but
difficult to say.
so the thing about Babe Ruth is in the dead ball era, in an era of dominant pitchers, he was dominant. It wasn't that that Babe Ruth was just getting all this great run support. He was an extremely good pitcher, and if you read primary sources of the time, Babe Ruth's name was being mentioned along in the same breath as Mathewson and Johnson, and Joss and all these guys. I mean, Babe Ruth was that good as a pitcher, but the Red Sox realized he could hit the hell out of the ball, and that changed history. And in fact, speaking of Babe Ruth, so I was looking at the 1921 Spalding Baseball Guide the other day at work on the Internet Archive. And there's a whole thing about Babe Ruth. And they recognized it then in 1921. And the writer said all the credit needs to go to one George Herman Ruth, who has revolutionized the game. They knew it in 1921. That's amazing, because you're coming off the
23 Ruth had.
blockbuster,
Oh, go ahead.
you know.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, right, so he had that, and this is the beginning of 1921,
Hmm.
right? So nobody,
Yeah,
I mean, I still hold that Babe Ruth's 1921 season is better than his 1927 season. Look at the numbers.
maybe.
Um, you know,
The in the Polo Grounds was a pretty good hitter's park for Ruth. It was great ballpark
yeah,
for him.
yeah,
Um, but by the age of 23, Ruth had already had 80 wins. He had a ERA of 209. I mean, I think if he had focused primarily on pitching and he didn't get hurt, yeah, I think 300 would have been possible.
yeah. He would have been up there with Waddell,
I
definitely. Yeah.
but yeah, he kind of his age 23 season though was a little. I don't know. He Ruth he needed command. That was his biggest flaw.
But you got to remember, though,
He didn't
buddy.
throw many strikes.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You got to remember, too, that when Ruth wasn't pitching by then, he was playing outfield the other 3 days. So he wasn't getting off days either, right?
Yep.
Because once they realized this kid could hit,
Yeah.
Red Sox played him in the outfield.
Yep.
So that's one thing we don't get from Shohei Ohtani. As great as he is, don't give me shit,
Right.
guys. As great
Yeah.
as he is, Shohei isn't out there playing in the outfield.
Right.
He's designated hitter and he's pitching and he's
Yep.
brilliant. And last year's postseason performance of his was legendary. But when people start talking about Shohei Ohtani as an equivalent of Babe Ruth, I got to draw the line because Babe Ruth also played the outfield,
Hmm.
and I can't. I mean,
I don't think it's unfair to say that at all. I think
yeah.
that Otani was
And
again. I mean,
Ohtani's a great player. Oh my God.
I think as a pitcher batter combo, he's better than Ruth.
Hmm.
I think that again, but I mean, yeah, the big difference is Ruth did play. There wasn't a designated hitter in those days, of course,
Right.
and again, that's and the rules that are set up
Hmm.
for Otani. They weren't set up for Ruth like they are for Otani. That he can be pulled from a game and then continue to bat.
Yeah.
You couldn't do that back in
Mm-mm.
the day. But I don't know. It's just I it's just today's. I don't know. It's this generation. If you don't say that certain guys are the best of all time, it's like you're somehow a hater, and it's kind of weird
Hmm.
to me. It's a bit strange. I think it's
Yeah.
fine to put Otani in his own class and
Sure.
but say, look, he didn't do something that Babe Ruth did.
Yeah.
Now he's done other. He's playing in an integrated league. Babe Ruth didn't do that. So again, I
Right.
mean, there's back and forth on everything. I think Otani's going to be up there when it's all said and done. He's going to be one of the pantheon greats of all time.
No doubt.
And
No doubt.
so I think that's once you get there, it's like who does he have to take a back seat to? And ain't nobody. Ruth is
No.
in that pantheon, and Willie Mays
Yeah.
and Otani, and
Lajoie, who we talked about earlier. Yeah. The Pantheon
and
players. To Cubs the Bears.
Wagner certainly. I
My
don't think
man
there's any
Hannes.
dispute
My
about.
man
Yeah, I don't think
Hannes. That's
Wagner.
right.
You know, I don't think he has
Yeah.
any problem getting in that pantheon.
But there's the other Hall of Famers. Welcome into Cubs the Bears. He says, "Put eight men out as the best, but purely as sports." But Raging Bull, what a classic that is.
Raging Bull's a
Probably
classic,
best for overall
no
cinema. Yeah,
question.
De Niro's brutal in that
It's a
movie. But then
it's a great
again,
movie. And
yeah,
Eight Men Out is fine. I think it's fine. I I do like the guy who played Hugh Fullerton. Singing "I'm Forever Blowing Ball Games." I think that was a great
well,
scene.
that was Ring Lardner. He's playing that
Yeah.
part. Because
Oh, is that what?
Studs
Okay.
Terkel played Huey Fullerton.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
That was
Another
great.
baseball movie really quickly that nobody's mentioned yet. The Bingo Long Traveling All Stars and Motor Kings. Great movie
Goodness.
about Negro League Baseball. Billy
I
Williams
have
in
not
it.
seen that.
Oh man, it's excellent. Got to check it out. Cinderella Man, great movie about my favorite fighter, James J. Braddock. Yeah, Good
The Bad
stuff.
News Bears, great classic movie. I didn't like the remake that much. I thought the original was great. Walter Matthau was great. Tatum O'Neal was great. Um,
Sandlot,
just
great movie.
fantastic.
We all lived Sandlot. Come on. Who
The
didn't live
Sandlot. The
Sandlot?
Sandlot was a very fun, quotable movie.
Oh God,
Um,
yeah.
you know, kind of silly, but I mean, it was meant to be. It wasn't meant to be the serious movie. It was fun, and yeah, it's a lot of fun, that movie.
But you know what? For me,
James Earl Jones is in that one too, which he great in that movie. When hasn't he been great in a movie?
I mean, the
So
Sandlot though resonates with me because I know as my friends, we were that ragtag
hmm.
bunch of kids,
Oh yeah.
and we did the Fourth of July thing. Holy shit, we can go out and play baseball
The
and stuff
sky's
like
lit up
that.
with the fireworks and lights
We
up the
did,
game. Yeah. Yeah.
and I love and you had a kid, right? I mean, there's some deeper undercurrents going on in that game. And look at Benny Rodriguez, right? So here's a Hispanic kid, right? So this is before, right? So 1971 World Series is when Roberto Clemente really, right, breaks through national attention. There were great Latin American players before Clemente, but Clemente, I think, did for Latino, Hispanic players what Jackie did and what Larry Doby did. But here's Benny the Jet Rodriguez, right? And he's the best player on the team. He's not one of the white kids. He's the one reaching out, and he's the guy also that makes it to the show. It seems like he's just up for a cup of coffee, but what does he does? He steals home. There's just so much about that game, about that movie, and it's like, oh
That
my God,
even
we've done that. And so to me,
yeah.
there were serious parts to that movie.
It says a
It's
lot that they respected Benny, the
yes.
team of actually fancy little leaguer kind of guys. They respected him, but they were like, "Why are you on this team of losers? What's wrong with you?"
Hmm.
And of course, the ragtag group stomps him into the ground in the game that they had. Of course, they had to. That's the way the movie had to go.
Oh, Unifix telling us something here. He says he
Yeah, yeah. I was reading this.
talked to Cool Papa Bell. Holy shit. Okay,
Yeah.
I know because he shared some photos of him with the Negro League legends. I would be uh, like I don't even like
Oh, Todd, I've got a bone to pick with you on that post.
dude
Todd, the girl loves The Sandlot and loves Stand by Me. She loves those movies more than I do. She so maybe she's not a typical woman, but she loves those movies a lot. So just
so
just pointing that out there, but we can go back to what Unifix posted.
yeah, he was saying that Bingo Long said that, or that Cool Papa said that he and the other Negro League players couldn't stand it. Cool Papa Bell, respect. Yes, absolutely. Like, could you imagine? Like, look what he just wrote there. I talked to Cool Papa Bell.
Yeah, I just talked to Cool Papa Bell. No
Holy
big
shit!
deal.
Yeah, he's just
Yeah,
passing it.
no big deal.
I'm like, oh my God, Cool Papa Bell. Shit.
You're
Oh
right.
my
You're right, Todd.
God.
She's a keeper. You're right, Todd.
She's a
Absolutely.
keeper.
That's why I plan on keeping her. Um, Unifix, it made him look like clown. I see that how they were depicted.
Okay,
Okay, that makes sense.
but for the time, the movie was trailblazing because a lot of Americans weren't aware of Negro League baseball, and I think that's what's important. Now, there's another one. It's called Only the Ball Was White. Have you guys ever seen
I've
that
seen
movie?
that. I've seen that.
It's fucking brilliant. It's brilliant. Love it.
The, the
And then
only
there's
the
yeah,
only
go ahead.
the only guy who played in the majors who loved to talk baseball with me was Ernie Banks. And I kept
Okay, let's name drop. Go ahead. Go
well,
ahead.
no, I mean that was the one guy I was at a bar and I bought him. I
I love
know
it.
who like a guy sat next to me and I was like, "That's Ernie Banks."
Holy
And I
shit.
bought him a beer, and he's like, "Thanks." And I'm like, "I know who you are, Mr. Banks." That's exactly how he said. He said, "Wow, how about that?"
Wow.
And I'm like,
Oh
"Of
my
course I know who
God.
you are. You're a legend." And we talked, and I kept trying to like steer him to like he doesn't want to talk about baseball again, right? He just wanted to talk baseball, and it was great.
Oh
The guys he played
man.
alongside, the '69 Cubs, he's very proud of that team. Um, he's. I said, "Who was your favorite teammate?" He said, "It has to be Ron Santo." And I'm like, wow,
Wow.
surprised. I thought he was going to say Billy Williams
Billy Williams. I
or
would have thought
Fergie
that too.
Jenkins,
Yeah.
but no, it was Ron Santo. He said, "I love playing with Billy Williams. Don't get me. I loved almost all those guys." He said almost. That's what he said. Almost kind of laughed, and I was like, "Wow, how about that? How about this?" So
Jesus.
I was like, "If I'm dreaming, don't wake me up." I'm talking to Ernie Banks, and he's want to talk about baseball with some snotty nosed white adult. Like who am I?
Right?
But
Holy
yeah,
hell.
we sat
You
there and talked for a
guys,
while.
Cole Papa Bell and Ernie Banks, I'm dying over here. You guys are killing me. That'd be like me saying, yeah, I talked to Paul McCartney. I would have been like after the smelling salts. So
Yeah.
that's super cool.
But a guy who loved baseball that much, despite never playing in a World Series, I really respected that. I
You
was like,
got
I
to
thought he
respect
wouldn't
that.
want to. I didn't think he wanted to talk baseball. I'm like, I know how his career went. I mean, it's a great career. He's a Hall of Famer,
Oh, hell
but
yeah.
the team's success eluded him, and I didn't know whether he would bring up bad memories if we talked about the '69 Cubs. He brought him up.
Did he say
He's like,
much about
I
Billy
don't remember.
Williams?
Oh, not really, not really. He
Okay.
said Billy was steady. Billy was a
Okay.
strong, steady guy. He talked about Fergie a lot. Fergie's a character. He told me a story that he made me promise not to tell anybody, so I can't do it.
Okay.
But
Fair enough.
he was because he said, you remember, like, you don't remember 1969, do you? I says, a couple years before I was born, and he said, but you know about the team. I said, I know a lot about the team. I read a lot about him. And he said, well, let's talk about him, and that's how we kind of got into it.
Wow.
And he went
Oh my
over
God.
Bill Hands. I don't know if many people remember him as a pitcher on that team.
Mm-hmm.
Don Kessinger.
Yep.
And he knew these guys' career. Like after that year, he knew where they went. Like Kessinger he said, managed the White Sox for a while. I said, yeah, he's one of the last player managers before Pete Rose. And he said, wow, you know your stuff. So this guy told me I know my stuff, and I'm like, what? You're Ernie Banks, my man. Like,
Wow.
I don't know my stuff compared to you. I just wanted to listen to him. I just was like, I was
Yeah.
smiling the whole time, just listen to him talk.
That's incredible.
He said,
Unifix said he
yeah,
talked to Billy Williams for quite a while at the Atlantic City
yeah, I just
Baseball
talked to
Convention
Billy
in
Williams.
'87.
Yeah, yeah.
So there we go. All right. So
Did
and
doesn't
the
he have
Cub.
the what? Don't you have that picture that you said? Who was that with? I can't even remember now.
Yeah,
He
he's got
posted
that
a
on the
picture.
Discord, man. Those are
Yes.
brilliant.
So
Yeah.
this guy's met. Yeah, he puts me to shame. He's met a lot of guys.
Jesus. Could you imagine going back? So, of course, Buck O'Neill, you and I have like waxed poetic about Buck for ages and ages. You know, like some of the, I would have liked to have gone back and met even some of the
Oh my
the
God.
pioneer, like Pop Lloyd, Oscar Charleston, Judy
Love to
Johnson.
talk to Josh Gibson. I mean, that would be the one guy that I'd want to. Josh Gibson and Rube Foster. Is it Foster? That I think
Rube
it was Rube
Foster,
Foster.
who taught Christy
Rube Walker
Mathewson,
was a Dodger catcher.
right?
Yeah, Rube
Rube
Foster is the
Foster
guy. Yeah,
taught taught Christy Mathewson the screwball.
that's what I heard.
Yep.
The fade away, the fall away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How about
The Cubs
that?
of Bear says he still has a broken heart about 1969 damn Mets.
What
So
Cub
see
fans
that,
wouldn't?
John
Yeah.
DFW. So that excuses me for still being brokenhearted about 1992
I,
against your damned
I don't know
Braves.
how you could not be brokenhearted about '69 if you're a Cubs fan,
Maybe
because
we should do a
it was like a
1969
magical
replay.
season.
Yeah.
I mean, on opening day, a guy, I think it was Willie Smith, hit a pinch hit home run to win the game, a walk off home run. Was his nickname Phenomenal Willie Phenomenal Smith? I could be wrong, but I read a book about the Cubs of '69
Good team.
before. I
Damn
had read
good
it
team.
a few years before I talked to Ernie
And
Banks.
Billy and Ernie and Ron Santo and I mean these guys never got to the World Series. Oh my God.
Yeah,
By the
can
way,
you
we got a
imagine?
good one here. 2-2
Wonderful,
game.
wonderful Willie Smith. Yes,
Is it Wonderful Willie
yes,
Smith? Okay.
yes, it is. Yeah, he was a pitcher too. Yeah, he hit the home run to win on opening day, and it's kind of like that
Wow.
magical season for the Cubs. Ron Santo was clicking his heels after every victory. I
Somebody's going to
mean,
come in here and say they talked to Satch, and that's it.
oh man,
It's,
Satchel.
oh my God. And nobody ever knew how old Satch was,
No,
you know?
no. What is it? Was it important? No, it wasn't
No, but I
important.
mean,
Who
Satch would give
cares?
different ages to different
Yeah.
people.
Well,
He
yeah.
says, don't look back, something might be gaining on
Right.
you.
Well, I
God.
mean, they talked about Dizzy Dean. He would give different stories to different reporters, and they say,
Yeah.
"Why are you lying to these other reporters?" And Dizzy said, "Them ain't lies, they scoops." And I'm like, "All right, makes sense."
He
So
slid into second, Dizzy
yeah,
Dean.
oh yeah, yeah.
So does any sport have the richness, the great characters, and all that
History,
baseball has? Come
the
on.
history of baseball is pretty
Yeah.
fantastic. Uh,
Oh
it's rich.
man.
It's a rich history. I feel like anybody who doesn't dig into the history of baseball is doing themselves a disservice. If you
If
really
you're a
love
baseball
baseball,
fan,
you owe it
yes.
to yourself to dig into that history. It's pretty good,
Oh, you
pretty
have to.
impressive.
But
I'm
what
not saying
I'm
you have to like historical seasons more than today. That's your opinion, man. I'm not. That's like your opinion, man. I'll be the dude in that sense. But it's you have to acknowledge how rich the history is and
it
the
is.
evolution of baseball over the years and over the decades. It's a lot of evolution, a lot of different ways to play the game.
But what's
And,
sad though is, because of racism, there's so many stories we'll never know.
right, that's true.
So as hard as
We
seam
went over
heads
that.
and
We'll never know
everybody,
just how
sure,
good Josh Gibson was. We'll
right,
never know just how good Satchel Paige was. We'll never know just how we know they're good, but
yeah,
how good? How do they stack up? I would like to know, but we'll never know.
yeah. I mean, Turkey Stearns,
So
all these guys, and I mean,
you
they
just have
played some
to, yeah.
serious hard nosed baseball,
Hmm.
and regularly beat the white major leaguers in those
Right.
exhibition games, man.
They marked those games on their calendar. I don't know if the white guys did, but I know that the Negro Leaguers were very
Well,
proud of those games.
so my understanding was about this is that the white major league ball players didn't they took these guys very seriously and they played
I
their
know they had a
asses
lot of
off and
respect
got,
for him.
yes they did.
I know they did.
Again, the great scouting reporter DiMaggio, he went 1 for 4 against Satch
Hmm.
and they
He
brought him
said he
to
was
the
the best
Yankees.
pitcher he ever faced. Yeah.
Satch would tell you what the hell he was going to throw. This isn't just
Hmm.
like urban legend, he did it.
Hmm.
Could you imagine that?
Joe DiMaggio said he was the best pitcher he ever faced, Satchel Paige.
And that's high praise coming from DiMaggio.
It's
How about it?
what higher praise is there? I mean, that's and
So Ted Williams, when he was in the PCL, I wonder if he faced any Negro League pitchers, if
maybe.
anybody knows, because we're talking
I
about
know he had a high
arguably the
respect
game's
for him.
great,
So
probably the game's purest hitter, Ted Williams,
he
and
was.
I'd love to find out what did he think of, did he face Satch? I think that was so when Ted Williams was coming up, that's probably after Bullet Rogan and
Hmm.
like that. But if I wonder if he faced Satch.
I know in his Hall of Fame acceptance speech, he was the one that sounded the bugle for these players in the Negro Leagues that didn't get a chance to be
Yeah,
voted into the Hall of Fame. He was the
yeah.
guy who opened the door to that committee that started voting Hall of Famers from the Negro Leagues, and yeah, yeah, I remember that. Pete Rose said that Joe DiMaggio was a penis with a human being attached. So there you go.
Isn't that kind of ironic and
Hmm.
rich? Come
Yeah,
on.
that's
You know
Pete
what?
Rose for
Yeah, I mean, okay, so DiMaggio didn't have this long career, 36 to 51,
you.
but DiMaggio was a
Missed
brilliant,
time due to the war, though. I
come
mean, the
on,
war.
yes, a
You
great
know
baseball player, man. And there was one night on here I actually had to defend Joe DiMaggio, Joe fucking DiMaggio. I had to
what?
defend him.
What?
Yes, yes, yes. Somebody
No,
was
no less of an
talking about,
authority than Bob Costas said one time.
yeah.
Somebody asked him, do you ever see Joe DiMaggio?" And Bob Costas said, "No, I've never had." He said, "Then you miss the real deal, kid. You won't know the real deal
Yeah.
unless you watch him." Um, I don't think they're. I mean, he's up there with any center fielder that you wanna put. His career may have been shortened due to the war,
Yeah.
but he was a
And
great
I mean,
player.
the man had Marilyn Monroe. Come on. So yeah.
But go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you
No,
off there.
don't. No, no, no. I was just saying the man had Marilyn Monroe too. So come on.
Oh well, yeah.
But it was, that's it. So the final score. This was a close one until the end. Detroit comes back in the bottom of the eighth with 3 runs, and Detroit takes this from Cleveland 5-2. So there we go.
Mike Henneman with the save.
Yep. Sorry for the dings here, but that's what
We
this
called
game
him
does.
Heineken when I was growing up. Mike Heineken. So see
All
where
right.
our minds were.
Yeah. I couldn't believe that night. Just defending Joe
You know,
DiMaggio. It's like,
it
are you
annoys me
kidding
when
me?
people don't give players of different eras credit for what
Yeah.
they've done. I
Jesus.
remember I brought up Honus Wagner to somebody, and he's like, "You can't include those guys." I said, "Why not? Why can't I include those? Was he not a major leaguer? Did he not play in the major leagues? Did he?" If you want to say, okay, it wasn't an integrated league in, yeah, but I don't think it takes away from the guy's greatness. Just because
Right.
we never got to see him play. Um, I had a really big problem. Wagner was arguably the best player in baseball almost every year he played. In
But
fact, what was that
yeah,
quote where you have asked the whole country, who the whole world, you
I would
stand on
stand
Pikes
on the
Peak?
top of Pikes
Yeah,
Peak. Yeah.
and yeah, the answer is going to come back Wagner. Who's the greatest ball player in the world? Wagner. And
Oh, he really was the first great superstar. And but
he's up
when
there.
John Henry Pop Lloyd was called the Black Honus Wagner, Wagner said, "I'm honored by the comparison." Aaron,
Hmm.
I don't think so because of course Hank Aaron died at age 86 and he started in the Negro
Hmm.
Leagues. I
Indianapolis Clowns.
Oh,
That's
here
who
we
he played
go.
for.
So Bill
Hmm.
Greason says Unifix, 101 years young
Wow.
and one of the last of the Negro Leaguers. Yeah, can't be too many of them left. I would love two things. If there's a heaven, I want to go back and see a game at all the old great
Who
ballparks
wouldn't want that to do that?
like
Yeah, who
like
wouldn't want that chance?
Ebbets and
Yeah.
Sportsman's and Forbes, but I
Hmm.
also want to go back and I want to talk to Turkey Stearns and Judy Johnson and Cool Papa Bell. Unifix
Buck,
got a chance to talk to Cool Papa. I want to talk to Cool Papa
Buck O'Neill.
when he was
Yeah,
in his
yeah,
prime and Buck O'Neill. Cool Papa
yeah.
so fast that he hit a line drive up the middle and the ball hit him on the ass when he got the
Ah,
second.
oh my God. Got in bed before the light went out.
Got in bed
Yeah,
before the light went out. Yep.
I've heard all that stuff.
But
Great
by all
stuff.
accounts, Cool Papa was fast, fast, fast,
The
man.
the
And
banter of the banter of the Negro Leagues is great. It's the
and,
stories, the
and when
word of
you look,
mouth.
yeah, and you look at Oscar Charleston's numbers, and you look at when you do the major league equivalencies and
Yep.
stuff. So the Charleston becomes, I think, let's see, it's Cobb, Hornsby, Charleston, then Jackson for lifetime batting average.
Yeah.
Charleston was a beast, man. It's the
Yeah.
beauty of our hobby. We can at
Absolutely.
least kind of do that. Yes. Yep.
Absolutely.
If there's a hell, you could see Tris Speaker. So the thing about Tris Speaker that I love, and I've told the stories before, he hated Catholics,
Oh,
and
I didn't
so
know that.
he a teammate with Bill Kerrigan, who was a hardcore Irish Catholic. But
Oh
apparently
boy.
things must have wore down the power of the P. I would just say that the PY. Uh, Speaker ended up marrying a nice Catholic girl. But
Oh.
yeah, Speaker, probably a Klansman. At least there's some talk that he.
Oh boy, I didn't know that either.
You didn't? Yeah, yeah,
I'm getting educated here. I did not know this about Tris Speaker.
yeah. Great ball player,
I
but
only know he played a
yeah,
shallow center field, and yeah,
yes,
I don't. I just know about his baseball. I
yep.
didn't know about this other stuff.
Yup, hated
My
Catholics with a
goodness.
passion, and then ended up
No.
marrying one. That's why he and Bill Kerrigan couldn't stand each other,
Uh,
because right, Speaker couldn't stand
wasn't
Catholics.
Kerrigan Babe Ruth's first manager with the Red Sox?
I think I don't know. That's a
Martin
good
DeHigo. There's
question.
another great new Negro leaguer.
Who is that?
There. We Martin DeHigo.
Oh,
Is
Martin
Martin.
Diego.
Yeah.
Great, great. In fact, when Steve Tate was doing the major league equivalencies for Action PC baseball, and we just happened to be on a broadcaster, he was doing it, and he said when I got to Martin Diego, he said my mind was just blown. He said this guy was a beast. He was, and
Yeah.
damn it, because of just this, ugh, just
It's
because of the color
unfortunate.
of the skin, right? How what a
We have
different
a rich history, but it could have been so much richer
could have
if
been,
we had.
could have
But
been.
that's just it. It's not perfect, but it's good. And it's just again we're
Yeah,
uncovering stuff all the time. But I think I'm probably going to be in the ground before they get it all finished.
yeah.
It's a slow process because the information it's hard to get. It's
Well,
hard to get to.
sure. I mean, those black newspapers, right, or
Mm-hmm.
for black people, they were ephemeral.
Yep. Yep.
And so the work that Seamheads is doing, the work that Retro Sheet's doing, these guys, and the work that Saber, right, they and all the independent researchers as well. They deserve a standing ovation
I
for
really do.
what they're doing.
They're doing work. They are, and it's amazing that we know as much as we do
Yeah,
about it. I always thought that was going to be the great unknown.
but you know
So
what's
we're never going
sad?
to know.
You know what's sad though is I have from it's Donald Riley. It's the Encyclopedia of Negro League Baseball, and what's heartbreaking is some of the guys there. All you have is a last name.
Yep.
That's it, and
Hi,
that's
Cobb, one of the really bad people. I mean, I don't think he was a very friendly guy, but I don't know.
so. I mean,
All I
Cobb.
know
I
is that
think
that
the out
stump,
stump thing
yeah, the
was
out stump
bullshit.
thing,
Yeah,
yeah.
apparently
So I don't
Cobb
know
did a
how bad
lot
he
of
really
good.
was, you
Yeah,
know.
um, I've been told that Charles Alexander's book on Ty Cobb is actually the better book. So I think it's called A Terrible Beauty. Because Stump,
But then again, who wasn't racist in those days? I don't know. Like a lot of people were. It's hard to. I
yeah,
don't want to say you got to grade
D.
it on a
Scott,
curve, but there
yeah,
was a lot
yeah,
of
yeah,
people.
yeah.
Hey, D.
So
Scott, how are you?
I mean, like so Stump. I mean, Ken Castro had met him, and he's just going on. He says Stump's a fucking hack. He said
Yes.
this right in chat.
Yeah,
You know,
Mathewson wasn't. Mathewson was Mathewson.
no, oh my God, no.
There was only one Mathewson that could be like
Hannes
that.
Wagner wasn't either.
Yeah, Wagner. There was quite a few people that looked
Yeah,
past it in some degree.
yeah. So always heard Ty
Albert
Cobb
Bell
was
was definitely a jerk. I mean, Albert Bell was
he's a bit of a dick. Yeah,
he was who he was. I mean, he was
yeah.
not a nice play,
No, but a
not a nice
supremely
player.
talented, but what a hell of a hitter.
Yes, he
You know,
was.
face Albert Bell. Holy hell, right? I've heard Randy Johnson could be a bit of a dick. So I mean, whatever.
Is
Steve
that right? I
Carlton.
didn't know that Mathewson did that. He did. I I know that John McGraw carried a piece of rope from a lynching as a
Yeah,
good
he
luck
did.
charm.
But he also kept a list of black players
He
he
did.
wanted to
He did.
sign.
So it was kind of like there was a kind of a duality there. I don't know, man. It's hard for me to. Hornsby was just a bad guy. Like he was like kind of like Albert Bell. He wasn't a guy that was a very fun guy.
Well, I mean, when you have your father's last name and your mother's last name as your full name, Rogers
Mhm.
Hornsby.
Mhm.
So, yeah. Being a dick is not the criteria, says Mark.
No.
No,
No.
no. I mean, look, Cobb was a dick, Hornsby, but still incredibly talented baseball players. And even Tris Speaker, right, for his hatred of Catholics, his hatred of black people, that doesn't. So he's a shit human being, but if we look at these guys as athletes, they were great
I think it's just
athletes,
impossible to
you
know
know?
how they really were without
Well,
without being around, like having like we know a lot better about kind of guys.
Babe Ruth, not a racist, by the way.
Um,
Yeah,
actually, I think
I
Ruth might have been part black. I don't know. There's
I've
been some
heard
talk
that
about
about
that.
Mathewson, but I've heard that that's been debunked. That
Yeah, I
he
don't
did
know. I
not.
don't know.
I do know that Mathewson did cold cock a lemonade vendor. That Mathewson had a temper, but I've heard that tale about apparently Christy Mathewson participating in a lynching, but I think that's been debunked. That
I
yeah,
have no idea.
Mathewson
I don't want to talk about stuff
Mathewson
I
was
don't know.
yeah he was a poker hustler though. I don't know if you knew that. He was a card cheat, Christy Mathewson, and also could cheat at checkers, and he was a hustler, man. But and he did. There was one day he was having a bad day, and this lemonade vendor said something, and just Christy knocked him for six, man. So OJ
OJ.
Simpson,
Oh
yeah.
my
Oh my
goodness.
God. Well, hey,
Well,
yeah.
what are you
Look,
gonna do? That OJ was, yeah, yeah.
I
It's
I heard he confessed. They squeezed it out of him. Sorry, I had to say it. Thank you
I.
very much. I'm here all
He
night.
basically confessed when he
Tug the
wrote the
trophy.
book. If I did it, I mean,
Yeah.
that's you confess right there.
Dixie Walker was a racist. He was
Yes, he
against.
was. He was.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah.
another guy that surprises me as being part Italian, who was resistant to Jackie Robinson, was Carl Furillo, the Reading
Yeah.
Rifle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't like
Yeah.
as hardcore. Wasn't like
No.
what was it? Ben Chapman, biggest asshole probably in baseball. Ben
Also, Bobby
Chapman.
Bragan. I think didn't Bobby Bragan want to walk off the team or something like that?
Yeah, yeah.
And they're like, "Hey, okay, go." I mean, all
Yeah.
right, you can go. Yeah,
Well,
yeah. I don't know about Harry Walker. I've heard that though. Harry the Hat. Uh, I've heard of it. I don't really know. It's hard for me to talk about because I don't really know about guys like that.
yeah. Well, I mean, we know, however, that it was because of that absolutely pernicious gentleman's agreement that kept
Yep,
these players out.
yep,
I mean, imagine what Fleet Walker went through, and his brother, well, Dave, for a time played too. But and if you go to Fifth Third Field, there is a little kind of commemorative thing of Moses because he played for the Toledo team in the Union Association.
I think Reese
Um,
just treated Jackie as another player. He's like, if he can take my job, he's entitled to it.
Pee Wee
And
Reese, hey, how
he,
about it, Mark? Right, he walks
you
out,
know,
and I think
yeah,
it was at Philadelphia or Cincinnati. Pee Wee, a
yep,
man of the South, walks
yep,
over and puts his arm around Jackie.
yep.
That is fucking balls and
He
noble.
he he treated
Nothing
him
short
like a
of noble.
teammate. He like,
Yes.
hey, this guy's my teammate.
Well, he was
Um,
asked at the before the 1947 season.
yeah,
They said, "What do you feel about this Jackie Robinson?" Da 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 da. And he
yeah,
said, "Hey, if he can take my job, if he's good enough, he's welcome
yeah.
to
He's
it."
entitled to it. Yeah, he's entitled to it.
And Pee Wee Reese was a great damn player.
I
And to
know the
say
Dodger
that,
broadcaster,
yeah,
uh, Red Barber, he had to kind of come to terms peace with himself
yeah.
to announce Jackie Robinson on the field. And
Well,
you
and
got to
Dixie
understand
did
how these people were
apologize. Yes,
raised.
yeah,
A lot of these people were raised in a certain way.
they were.
It's
You
very
know,
different, just a different environment. I don't know how different it is today, but it just wasn't a good environment
a
in that
guy
time.
who straightened out the Dodgers is Joe Garagiola. So, or not Joe Garagiola, Leo DeRocher. So
Hmm.
when the rumblings were coming, Jackie's coming next year, and all these
Yeah.
guys like again, yes, Dixie Walker did apologize later on, and he regretted it and came to respect Jackie and the guts.
Hmm.
Imagine being, you're going to be called every damn name in the book and all kinds of other shit, and you cannot retaliate. That I think
That's what
that's why Jackie died so young too. But
that's what that's what they wanted. They wanted a guy who was tough enough not to fight back.
well, and all the Negro Leaguers, like, they took Jackie. He has like this hot
Mm.
temper. Branch
Yeah.
Rickey was smart. He knew it, right? But
Mm.
anyhow, so DeRocher, right? These guys are grumbling, blah blah blah, and
Yeah.
apparently DeRocher ripped them all new orifices and said,
Well,
he's coming.
if you're going to be a manager worth your title as manager, and you know that this is a thing that's happening, you can't have dissension on the team. You've got to be able to get control of it right away. It's like, look,
Right.
either you guys accept him or you're not going to be on the team anymore.
And let's
I
not
mean,
forget, it was a Kentucky congressman who became commissioner of baseball, right?
Chandler,
Happy
yeah,
Chandler. He
yeah,
said, look, he said, if he can stop bullets fighting fascism, he can certainly,
yeah,
boy, can play baseball.
hmm,
So,
yep,
had Landis died a little bit earlier, I've told the story about the letter sent. I think it was by was it Gus Greenlee? I think it was. It was either that or Cumberland Posey. One of those two Negro League magnates had sent a list of players to Pie Traynor, who at the time was managing the Pittsburgh Pirates in the 1930s. So the Pirates are still pretty good in the 1930s, and he could have had Satch and Josh Gibson, his whole line, right? Pie
yep,
Traynor never answered the letter.
yep. The Cubs, the Bears, Pee Wee, the marbles were called Pee Wees.
Yes,
That's how he got his nickname. Yes, DeRocher took Mays aside and took him under his wing. Yes.
yes, yeah.
So DeRocher, I mean, but he had experience with the before with Jackie's arrival, so wasn't. And he knew what Willie Mays was. He wasn't going to give up on him.
And let's not forget what Larry Doby did too. Jackie gets all the love, but Larry Doby
Yep,
put up with as much
that's
shit in
right.
the American League.
That's right.
And Boston was none too kind to players of color and were
I
the
agree,
last
Mr.
team.
Wrestling. I think Joe Louis is more historically important than Jackie. I do, and he doesn't get the credit that he deserves.
Well, then let's throw in another name too, Jesse Owens. Look
Yep.
where he did his thing.
Yep.
All the gold medals in the 1936 Berlin Olympics. The
Yep.
master race, and Jesse Owens said, "Hold my beer."
Well, not only that, he befriended a German, an Aryan German in Les Long. They
Yeah,
became best friends.
yep. Jesse Owens,
So,
man, that's. You know what? Let's talk about another guy too. I know he has a bit of a checkered past, but Jack Johnson, dude. When Jack Johnson was
yep.
fighting,
That's right.
man, lynchings were like everywhere, and though it wasn't called that in the North, there was Jim Crow in the North, and Jack
Some of the
Johnson
stuff that
out
was
there.
written when Jack
Yeah,
Johnson won the title, some of the stuff that was written in the newspapers
yeah.
was like just remember like black people. You remember you didn't do anything. Jack Johnson did this, so don't celebrate too much. Or it was just such patronizing crap.
Well, I like to fuck with racists because I'll say, "Do you like peanut
Yeah,
butter?" Yep.
and,
Oh, really? And what
just
about blood transfusions? Well,
yeah,
yeah. Oh, well, black people. Come on, man. I just
yeah.
I don't understand it, man.
I
I
just
can't, and
I
I don't
just
think
think
there's
Jack
nobody
Johnson
in this
said, "You're
chat,
nobody gonna
man.
tell me." Yeah, nobody's
Yeah,
gonna tell me not to how to live my life. Jack Johnson was one of a kind, and
yeah,
probably the best
yeah.
boxer of all time.
Jack Johnson
Um,
was amazing.
I mean, his
But
defense as a boxer was tremendous.
I mean, I
Probably as good
just
as anybody who ever lived.
yeah, I agree. I got to go back to Jesse Owens for a minute. I mean, when you think about right, it was no secret. I mean, it was a secret maybe, and some, but Hitler. I mean, it wasn't like what the National Socialists were doing was it was pretty damned obvious what they were doing. And
Hmm.
here's Jesse Owens who does this right. But think about this. Jesse Owens is also then let's let we want to try to paint America as perfect. No fucking way, right? Because Jesse's going back where black people are still being lynched too,
Right.
and black soldiers having to fight fascism
Hmm.
in Europe while there are still lynchings going on at home.
Hmm.
And maybe Jesse
Hmm.
Owens, he's he needs to be in this conversation too.
Mark
The
brought up
master
Ali.
race.
Ali
Muhammad
was
Ali. Oh
Ali won
fuck.
won a gold medal in Rome, and then he comes back and he's
Uh-huh.
treated the same way as he was before. There wasn't any, and it just is he the best boxer of all time? I think that Ali before his suspension for not wanting to be drafted. I think the Ali who started his career as Cassius Clay was probably the best boxer of all time.
I would say as a
Um,
boxer, as a pure definition, yes, I believe that Ali was the best brawler. Rocky Marciano in a heavyweight class.
I mean, it's
Mars.
hard to kind of go
I
up
mean,
against a guy
Marciano
who
was
never lost.
never lost
Yeah.
175 pounds. And I mean,
Hmm.
granted, a lot of the fights that Marciano fought today would have been stopped in the second round. They didn't stop the fights then. And guys talked about how hard Marciano hit. And
I
when he
think Jack
connected,
Johnson's.
you were
I
going
said
down, man.
arguably the best. Did I not? I don't remember. Maybe I meant arguably the best. I don't know. I think you can make a case that he was the best boxer of all time.
I mean,
I think you can
again,
make a case for Ali. Sugar Ray Robinson, you can make a case for.
yes.
Marciano.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, Rocky's first love was baseball.
Rocky
But he
Marciano.
didn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Marciano, yeah, but he didn't make it for the Cubs, and weirdly enough, because his arm wasn't strong enough. So Marciano went to boxing, and one of the hardest hitters of all time, from everything I've read from guys who had to
Yeah.
face Marciano, and they said when he hit
Yeah.
you, you were done. You know.
Yeah. The fist power of him. Yeah.
Well,
It's.
he used to train. He would like get in like 5 feet of water and throw punches. You imagine the resistance
Yeah.
of water,
Hmm.
and he had some brutal training methods. But I think as a boxer, I think Ali, you've got to give it to Ali because it didn't look like and again, you look at the fights that he and Joe Frazier had. And it wasn't like Joe Frazier just came out of there with a couple of I mean, you look at Frazier's face and Frazier was a dangerous fighter. Those guys, to quote the Rocky movies, right? Because they are talking really about Frazier Ali. They did fight wars.
Hmm.
And you see Frazier coming down there. It looks like Ali's just flicking these little jabs.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
guys that faced Ali said, no, he hit hard. Those jabs hit. They hurt. And he would just wear you down, wear you down.
You can say
But
what you want
then,
about. Yeah. Go
but
ahead.
he could never, but Ken Norton, man, he had trouble with Ken Norton, didn't he?
Hmm.
Ken Norton broke his damn jaw. Was it Ken Norton? Yeah, broke Ali's jaw. But Ali was great, great fighter. Come on. Wow.
I mean, you got
Because
it. You can say what you want about Joe Frazier, but he won that first fight fair and square, and that was the biggest fight for the between the two.
so
That was the match of the century.
I get to
And
name drop. I got to be friends with Joe Frazier.
Wow.
I really did. So I one of the bands that I was in, Frazier used to come and hang out, and this club that we used to play, and I got to be friends with him. What a
Yeah.
gentleman! What a gentleman! First time, right? So just shook hands and stuff, but it's like this like we talk about like a mitt. Frazier had mitts. Second time, Joe, my
Mm,
man, how you doing? Got me into a hug. I thought I was gonna die. I mean, Joe's already retired and shit, but I'm thinking, oh my god,
mm,
because here's this dude. He's retired. I couldn't even imagine getting hit by Joe Frazier. That you might as well just
yeah.
get hit by a Kenworth, big old truck or something like that.
Hmm.
God.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It.
Boxing's cool. I like boxing,
I
although
do too, generally.
but the thing is you still got all these different titles, and it's like right. It's like there's no unified. So this guy's the
Yeah.
WBA champ, the WBC champ, the
Yeah. It's a lot of alphabet
WBA
soup.
whatever.
Yeah. There
Yeah,
is. There
it's like
is.
there used to be just one champion of the world.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So guys
It
like
was. Yeah.
Joe Lewis, man, was the undisputed champion of the world. There was no WBA, WBC
Hmm.
bullshit. Yeah, the
Yeah.
title situation killed boxing. Frazier is Mark's favorite boxer. Joe was amazing, man. He was such a cool guy to hang out with. Most chill dude, friendly man, smiled, but yet you knew with Frazier this was a guy that could fucking kill you with a punch. Just could. And
That's why it was so stunning to see George Foreman beat him up the way that Foreman beat him up. But Foreman was another guy that would kill a normal man with a punch.
yeah, but he
And
met his Waterloo and Ali in round 8 of that fight. What
he
was it?
did. He did.
1970
Ali, that's one of the matches people
74.
point to when they
Mm-hmm.
say Ali's the greatest of all time. He was able to
Round
to
8 took down
to
Foreman.
think his way past Foreman and beat him.
Yeah. But George comes back. How old was George Foreman when he got the heavyweight
Oh my
championship again?
goodness.
Late
Got to be in
40s?
his 40s. Got to be in his 40s.
Late 40s, and
And he
he
beat
didn't have
Michael
that
Moore.
that
Yeah.
great body that he had. He come out
Yeah.
there, I'm like, he's going to get his ass kicked, and he didn't. Bam,
He
bam.
was able to think while he was losing. He was getting beaten by
Yeah.
Moore. He was losing. His face was all puffy,
Round
but he
6.
was
Okay.
still able to keep his game plan. And
Yeah.
his game plan was, let's land a punch and then throw a combo with a punch that you'll never see. So he kept kind of luring Moore in with like these kind of weak jabs,
Here's another
and then
great
he stuck a
boxer,
right hand behind it and knocked Moore out with it.
Floyd Patterson. We haven't even brought up Floyd
Floyd
Patterson.
Patterson. It brought
Phew.
up Sonny Liston. Sonny
Yeah.
Liston had Patterson's number. That was Patterson's kryptonite, was Sonny Liston. He
Yeah.
was a terrifying guy. Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali was the guy that took away the mystique from Sonny Liston.
Well, there's been some shit about Liston that apparently there were some connections with him
Yeah,
and
for sure there
the
were.
Philly mob
Yep, there were
cabal
sure.
there.
Yeah, he didn't have the size to contend with him. That's right.
But and he was but I mean Liston wasn't a champion that was loved, but it had nothing to do with his skin color. It had everything to do with the fact he was a very sort of morose, bitter dude. And
He
you got
was a
Ali just
scary guy.
coming on there, and Ali's hanging
Yeah.
out with the damn Beatles and shit. Ali was hip, and he was just supremely
Well, you think
talented.
about Ali, he was a little bit bigger than Liston too. When you looked at when they took off all the towels
Yeah,
that
yeah.
was lining Liston's body, it's like, okay, Ali's a little bit bigger than Liston is. So it's not a guy that he was going to be able to bully in the fight. And
So
obviously with Ali, with his speed and hand speed, his foot speed, and being bigger too, it just, I
well,
don't know. I think what people figured that Liston would win. I think that when they looked at the matchup,
yeah.
it was you know.
Trivia about Muhammad Ali that a lot of you may not know. He was actually a very good magician. So a guy that I used
Yeah.
to work for in a magic shop, he was the owner. I was one of the demonstrators and became a junior partner. He used to work at one of the biggest magic shops in the world, Tannen's in New York City, and Ali used to come in there all the time. Muhammad Ali loved magic and learned it, which is pretty cool.
He actually, there was a story about him doing magic tricks after his match with
Yes.
with Foreman. He was doing some magic tricks. I think with Ali, what hurts his legacy is the people, his handlers, wanted him to continue on longer than he should have. I don't even think he should have fought Ken Norton. Um, even once. I think he was done before then. I think the beginnings of his Parkinson's came after the trio of fights with Frazier. I think Frazier just really beat him up pretty good.
I don't
Even
think,
though even though Ali won two of those three fights, I think that Frazier really beat him up.
but I think neither of those guys, like those fights. I mean, you were seeing Frazier and Ali. I really think so. Granted, yeah, Ali takes out Foreman in 1974, but you're seeing Frazier and Ali at their peak, and these guys.
Mhm.
I mean, come on. Are there? I can think of a few more, at least in the heavyweight class. And I'm not. I don't know that much about boxing, but I know enough that those fights at those. It's almost like there was something. I don't know what it took out of Ali and Frazier, but I don't think they
A
were the
lot,
same. I don't think they
a
were the
lot.
same after those fights that they
No,
had with each
no,
other.
they were not. I don't believe so either. And also, there was a lasting bitterness because of the way Ali talked about Frazier and calling him an Uncle Tom and all this. It really messed with Frazier's mind.
But they
And
did. But that did. Thank God before Ali
yeah,
died,
they
that
did.
was
They
fixed.
did.
And Frazier,
They did.
yeah. Um,
But that was Ali's claim that that's what he was trying to build up the fight, Mr. Wrestling. Yeah, that was Ali's excuse for it. But it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, include obviously Frazier, but a lot of other people.
yeah.
They fought for real
Oof.
on Howard Cosell's show when Howard Cosell brought them together. They fought for real. They were wrestling around. That was real, and it sucks. It's that's the only bad stuff about it. But yeah, I think those fights took everything out of both of those guys. They were never the same. Ali yeah. Pacheco said he should have retired after. I do too, but he ended up beating Foreman. He did it. I guess he did it on guile. I mean, I don't know. But
Yeah,
it's
the thing
just
is, though, is you think about and from our perspective, yeah. So about the question, Mr. Wrestling, he and I are going to be getting together on Discord and talking about the app and stuff, and I'm going to force him to take money from me. He doesn't know that yet, but I am. It's a great app, so just stay tuned, guys, because it really does transform the game into something. Mark Cohen should be really happy that this exists. We think about this. So, what these athletes do, and I know I'm seeing football players going by,
uh,
baseball players, we've been talking about boxers. How hard is that to say, right? And I mean, you're not going to argue with Ferdy Pacheco, obviously. What a great boxing authority he was. But
mhm.
to go tell an athlete you're done, you got to hang them up.
Well,
How can you do that as an athlete? That's what you know. And as much as Barry Bonds was his own worst enemy,
yeah,
Barry Bonds was like, at some point he reached his last at bat.
yeah.
And that's something
Well,
that we maybe understand in our walks of life if we're doing something that we love, certainly.
take care,
But
Mark. Take care, Mr. Wrestling.
yeah,
See, great talking.
always,
Great
Mark.
to have you guys in the chat. And Unifix, I believe Frazier. Yeah, Frazier was legit mad. He
Yeah.
was. He was. He was. It was pride. He was taking, and he didn't have that gift of gab that Ali had to stay with him.
Thank you,
Like
Mark.
he wasn't giving it back to Ali because he didn't have that. He didn't.
Well, I'll tell you
Fra-
what, Aaron.
Frazier was more of a fighter. You
Ali
know.
was a great trash talker, but he could back it up.
Well,
Eh, Ali
Frazier
was,
didn't.
man.
You know.
I mean,
I.
yeah,
I.
but Frazier
I
Frazier might have been Ali's Waterloo, and yeah, Ali won two of those three fights, but it wasn't like Ali had an easy time with him
Frazier beat
at
him
all.
bad.
Yeah,
Frazier beat
those
him up.
two, and and
Yep.
and again, I think after that there was just something. You can't do that
Yeah.
kind of like that kind
Those
of
were
battle.
wars. They were.
Yeah,
They were
yeah.
wars.
How do you
And
walk?
Ali beat
Yeah.
the crap out of Frazier too. It just it beat
Yes.
the they destroyed each other. It was those were fights were great fights.
Oh my
All of them.
God.
You need to watch them all.
Yeah.
But
And they're all on YouTube, by the way.
Frazier's best line, I remember in the first fight, Ali said something along the lines of, "Don't you know I'm God?" And Frazier said, "You're in the wrong place tonight, God." And I thought that was a great comeback. And Frazier beat him, and that was the most important fight in a lot of people's
Good
minds was
point,
that first one.
Unifix. Go
You
ahead,
know.
JT. I just got to put this up
Well,
here
no, I
because
mean, I
that's a
think the
great
best fight was the
reminder.
first one. The most memorable fight was the first one, and Frazier won it. And yeah,
Yeah,
he was a proponent of Ali. He was, yeah, yep, he did. He did.
yeah.
It's like my friends turning on me. Like I was good to
I
this
just
guy.
got knocked on his ass.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And he sure did. What a left hook he hit Ali with to knock him down. Just a great. But you know what? Ali, give him credit. He got right back up. He stood there,
Mm-hmm.
and I just remember, wow, what a chin! Because he took a shot. It would have killed me. I'd
Yeah.
still be laying there, And it's just,
Oh yeah.
but Ali got back up, and he just like right back up. He just stood there and took
It's
his 10, and
just
then took his
incredible.
count, and then got back into it. But what a punch that was!
Yeah. Boxing. We were talking about baseball's history. Boxing has a pretty damn rich history too. It really
Absolutely.
does.
In
You know.
fact, and it's so much better than it is today. I don't mean to disparage the guys fighting today. That's not really about them. It's about the whole structure of boxing today
Yeah.
is bad. It's not so much the fighters themselves.
Yeah.
It's just the structure. And
Yeah.
but yeah, it was. And when you, yeah, his weakness was left hookers. Yeah, yeah. Max Baer. Yeah, he was the he beat Braddock, and then he beat the heck out of that big guy Primo Carnera.
Primo Carnera
The
wasn't.
big tall guy,
Yeah.
he beat the
Yeah.
crap out of
The
him.
Italian. Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He
So, but I always loved. I mean, it was just too because of the movie, but Braddock, he truly was a Cinderella story. Jimmy
yeah,
Braddock.
yeah.
A lot of respect for
I
James
never
Braddock.
saw it. I saw Ali fight on TV. I remember the one that really bugged me was the one against Larry Holmes, and the referee just wouldn't stop the fight. And Holmes is like looking at the referee, like, "What do you want me to do? Kill him?" Like he was hesitant because he was such a fan of Ali's too. Ali's turning his back; he can't take it anymore. Howard Cosell's nearly crying on the broadcast. It was so sad to watch
Yeah.
that. It was just ridiculous. It never should have been in the. He never had no business being in the ring by that time.
D. Scott says he was lucky enough to see a Muhammad Ali fight. That would have been something.
I
Wow.
never saw him live. Just saw him on TV, just like
Same here.
everybody else.
Yeah, same here. And again, because being half Italian, I would have loved to have seen Marciano.
Yeah, it
Like,
was a money grab. Of course it was. Otherwise, it never would have happened.
yeah. One
Never
of the
should have
things
happened.
that
Also,
Marciano always felt bad about was the Joe Louis fight.
right, of course,
Because
of
Joe
course,
Louis was an idol of
needed the
his,
money. Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad.
but Joe needed the money. Joe needed the
Yeah,
money,
of course he
and
did. That's why. And I think Ollie's handlers needed the money. That's why he got into that.
yeah,
But
yeah. What
yeah,
are you
it was
gonna
just
do?
it sucks. It really yeah. What are you gonna do? You
The
can't tell these
Brockton
guys.
Brockton blockbuster, Marciano, absolutely. But what a great history.
Yeah,
Tecumseh Bear
he
says, I don't think people appreciate how
yep
reviled Ali was when he changed to Muslim
yep.
name and came out against the draft. Literally everyone over 35 years
That's
old in the
right,
country except Cosell hated him.
right.
Yeah, I've read that.
Ali became a darling of America later on. But when
Hmm.
he took a stand, when he changed his name, and when he said, "I don't have any quarrel with them Viet Cong," and didn't want to be in the draft, he
Yeah.
was reviled. He was hated.
Hmm.
People were so in favor of him getting stripped of the title. It took away his prime. We could have seen him in his prime.
Hmm.
But we did. We another war took away someone's prime. And he shouldn't have. I mean, we all know the story about Vietnam now, but a lot of people were thinking,
Well,
this is
but the kids knew it back then too. They damn near stopped the thing, and
yeah.
that's the thing, because that was just to veer off historically. So Vietnam was a colony of France, and all of a sudden
Yeah.
things are and our
Oh, it
involvement
was.
in France
We could go into that
in
for
Vietnam, yeah.
days.
And so what Ali did, that man, that was balls at that
It was
time.
very
Now
ballsy.
it's easy to to stand up and say that because it is. The war in Iran's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Yep.
But back then, yeah, you had a lot of people. Look at the 1968 Democratic Convention and how the cops were beating on
Yep.
protesters and things like
There were
that.
Unifics. There were
It was
people in the black
bad.
community who didn't like him then too.
Yeah.
I think people, when the Pentagon Papers came out, I think it opened the eyes of a lot of people. Who said, "Wow, the government's lying to us." And I think people really didn't believe that that had ever happened before. I think that the common person was like, wow, the government would tell us the truth, right? They would never lie to us.
Hmm.
And then also the war that they fought in was World War II, which you could look at as a virtuous war. We were fighting against empire builders, horrible governments, horrible policies.
Yeah.
But Vietnam, we didn't have that. What are you fighting for over there? They couldn't,
Korea,
you
same
know,
thing, really.
and you
Korea,
couldn't fight.
Korea,
Yeah,
Korea's the
yeah, you
prelude
couldn't.
to that. Yeah.
But even Vietnam, it wasn't even Korea. It was like, where's the line in Korea? There is no line. There's no. It's such an
Mm-hmm.
anti-traditional war. It's not. It the line changed. Where they would take a hill and then they lose it, and then they got to go take it again and lose it again, take it again. It was ridiculous. It was just a meat grinder.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. You're right.
at least with Korea, you had a line. Like they
Yeah,
were
the
almost driven
38th
off.
parallel. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They were almost driven off the peninsula, and then they had that landing at Incheon, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
They forced the North Korean back and got them all the way almost to the border of China, and then they got pushed back to that parallel. And it's still not that war's still not over. It's just a ceasefire. It's
Oh,
always been
yeah.
a ceasefire.
Yeah, the war's not. Yeah, the
There's
Korean
never
War
been
is
a
still
treaty to
officially.
end the
Yeah.
war.
And
So
that's actually the same with World War One. The actual treaty, they call it the Treaty of Versailles. That really
right,
wasn't. It wasn't. World War One actually. Well, the defining war, and that's
right,
another one too. But again, I know we're getting way off subject now. But
yeah, yeah.
World War One also is. That's the one I study a lot more than World War
Oh
Two.
man, it's
It would
World War One
not.
was brutal.
It was
The worst
brutal.
war.
It
I
was
mean, it was
it,
horrible.
it was brutal, and the way the government dealt with people, that so we get the term slacker from First World War actually.
Oh,
So
I
I'll let you
believe it.
guys read that and find it out, but it was pretty nasty, and neighbors were turning in neighbors who were were,
Yeah,
were
yeah,
refusing to fight in the First World
yeah.
War, and that was really, it started as a squabble between cousins, really is what it was. Yeah, everybody talks about the Archduke Francis Ferdinand, but you got to remember that George V, Tsar Nicholas, and Kaiser Wilhelm were all cousins. They were all like grandnephews and grandchildren of Queen Victoria. And what a
The
mess.
same family.
And
Yeah,
probably, arguably, the most brutal war ever fought on this planet was
I
that one.
agree. I agree.
Whew.
World War One is the brutality of that war is just the act of fighting in it.
Yeah.
It was brutal. And you know the Korean War, Aaron, it is the forgotten war, and it's a lot to read. There's a lot to learn about it.
Yeah.
And I remember reading a lot about the Korean War, and it's quite a good read. It's a very interesting conflict.
It is.
I've never been to Gettysburg, Aaron Reed. I'm jealous.
Oh,
Love to go to Gettysburg
I've
one
never
day.
been there either, and I'm 34 miles from it. Let me go back up here. So this is something I'd like to see. Unifix says he's been to the Peace Museum in Ho Chi Minh City. It's an eye opener. Jack Dempsey was labeled a slacker and had to fight the
Mhm.
label most of his career. Yeah, uh, it's
Yeah, his patriotism was questioned.
but what a loaded term is that? And again,
I know.
here
I
we are,
know.
the 2 days after the country's 250, and there's a lot of great things that America has done, and nobody's going to argue that. But I
Nope.
think it's also important as we look back and we see that our national pastime was segregated, that Jim Crow law, that legislated racism existed in this most powerful and at that time a very enlightened country that was supposed to be the melting pot, that was that we
Hmm.
had, right, but yet I think there's a tendency to what we want to brush that under the rug. Oh no, we've always been, I mean, we can't do that. I think the
Yeah,
true
the
patriot,
whitewashing. Yep, I
well,
know.
I think the true patriot says, look, that's right. Yeah,
Yep.
we have some dark chapters in our history. I
Just be
love my
honest.
country. Be
Yeah,
honest. Be
yeah. Just
just as
just
you
be
love
honest.
somebody, you be honest. If you're gonna love your country, you gotta own up to the bad shit. I'm not saying that it's anybody's fault here or whatever. That it took until 1947 again for a man of color to play in the major leagues, or what have you. But we
Hmm.
do have to recognize that these things did happen and guard against it happening again because it could.
I think we're rapidly moving toward that. I think, but I don't want
We
to
are.
get too. I don't want
No,
to
no,
get
no,
too.
no, no, no. I know. I get it.
It
I
is what
get
it
you.
is. I
It
think
is
you
what
and
it
I
is.
pretty much have the
Yeah.
same opinion
Mm-hmm.
about it.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just leave it at that. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I think you just have to take the history warts and all, and you have to acknowledge the things that went wrong, and
Yeah.
why don't we, we need to learn from that. We need to not repeat
And who's the
the
man that tried
mistakes
to
that we
teach
made.
us? A hero that is one of your heroes and mine is Buck O'Neill. Here's a
Hmm.
man that had no bitterness.
No,
They asked Buck many times, well, don't you feel bitter? You didn't get.
no.
No, I played baseball. I blah,
He
blah, blah,
said I
blah,
was
blah.
right on time.
I was right
Yeah, it
on
was his quote.
time.
He's a truly great man, a beautiful man that I wish I would have been able to meet.
Yes.
I'm never going to forgive the Hall of Fame and baseball for not putting him in when he was alive.
Amen.
It was a horrible, horrible decision. What good does it do to do it now? It it's almost an insult. I'm like,
Yeah.
why didn't you do this when he was? And he would have appreciated it more than
Well,
as much as anybody.
his
You
family
know,
said he was waiting for that
yeah,
call
I
that
bet he
day,
was.
and he didn't get it.
It's the saddest thing. Anyway, we've gone
And
over
that
this.
man, that man
Yeah,
was as much of an ambassador to bring baseball back after the damn strike as the home run chase was in 1998.
yep.
Buck O'Neill was and I feel that I didn't know about Buck O'Neill before the Ken Burns documentary.
I didn't either. He made that movie. He made that.
Yes,
I was every time he got on, I was like, "Oh my God, it's Buck O'Neill. I can't. I gotta watch it. I gotta pay attention."
how
You
his
know.
eyes lit up when he talked about Babe
Right,
Ruth.
right. I would be reclining in my chair watching it, but when Buck O'Neill, I sat straight up. I'm like,
Oh
"All right,
yeah,
Buck O'Neill's talking." It was like
yeah.
E.F. Hunting. I gotta listen. So
You
when he
gotta
talks,
listen. You gotta
when he
listen, right?
talks, I listen. The Cubs, the Bears, Gettysburg,
Yes,
Pickett's
Pickett's
Charge,
charge. Oh my God.
the emotions. That they even had a banquet there between with Confederate former Confederate soldiers and Union soldiers.
1938.
Yeah,
Yep.
on the area of Pickett's Charge.
Yep. What again?
Pickett never got over that, losing his unit. He never got over it. It was
Hated
not his
Robert
order.
E.
He
Lee
didn't
the
want to
rest
do
of
it.
his life. Yep.
He knew
Eh,
what it was going to be,
you know who
and
else knew it was going to be was Longstreet, and Longstreet was
uh,
considered a traitor. He was reviled
it's
in the
just
South. Longstreet knew that Lee was screwing up. You're
yep,
asking these guys to cross this big field against the
yep.
superior force that had the higher ground,
They
and
were doing the same shit that the Union
Jesus,
Army was doing years prior. Like you're doing the
Fredericksburg.
same
Yeah.
shit that they did.
Yep.
Exactly. It's
Yep.
like, how did you not learn from your own victory, let alone your
Yeah.
defeat? So Lee, yeah, I'm not saying Lee wasn't a great general, but
He was a
it
great
was a
general,
huge,
but
it was a
bad.
huge mistake.
Yes.
To even
Yes.
to even invade the North was a huge mistake. But he could have won in Gettysburg if he had not made some. And also Chamberlain's move with the
Well, thank
bayonets
God
was a
he didn't.
very sharp move.
Oh, how about it,
Yeah,
right? That wheel
actually,
maneuver coming down the hill.
yes, he had that extra. He had that extra length of his line, and he kind of door hinged him,
And then who
and
was it? It was the New York regiment that they thought was lost, and all of a sudden they
yeah,
pop up
and they
behind
came,
the
yeah, and they
wall, and
popped up. Yep,
yeah, Gettysburg. And that's the other thing about our country. Let's remember too that the bloodiest conflict we had as a country was
Antietam.
on this soil. That war.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. It was a bloodbath, and all of it was American blood, U.S. blood.
Yep.
Well, except for volunteers from other countries, but
But
that number
imagine
was so low as a percentage.
imagine, thank God that England didn't give in to its greed, because had England entered the side, and there was talk about it,
Yep.
had they entered the side of the Confederacy, we'd be living in a very different country right
Yep.
now.
And you know what? I almost think it would have been better if the if the Confederacy had been allowed to live. It would have been their problem. I don't know. I think I'm kind of the mind we really need to be. We need to save the Union. Is that something that we really needed to do?
But
But that's
but
another debate for another day,
but we are
I
still
guess.
fighting it. We are still fighting it.
Uh, Sure,
You know,
sure.
if you even
Not
look
not
at
with weapons, not
oh no,
mostly with
no.
weapons, but yeah.
But okay, so the Civil War ends in 1865. It took until
Huh.
1964.
For
You know,
the Equal Rights Amendment, that I mean
civil rights, the Civil
Civil
Rights
Rights,
Act,
yeah,
the
Civil
Civil
Rights
Rights
Act.
Act. Yeah,
Yeah, the
right.
Great Society. Yes, yes, yes.
So and I mean, but and this is going to be something that may surprise you. If you look at and I'm saying it right out here, and maybe 5 people will leave. I'm an anti-death penalty activist, and if you
Okay.
look at the retentionist states versus the abolitionist states, or states not doing it, increasingly the death penalty is an old Confederacy. It's a Southern state thing.
Hmm.
The first English-speaking country, or the first English-speaking political entity in the world to abolish the death penalty was Michigan in 1809.
I didn't know they did it that long ago.
1809,
That's
yeah,
something I wasn't
Michigan,
aware of.
the first English-speaking country to abolish the death, or English-speaking political entity. So, but
Right.
we are still fighting it. You back at the case of Brown versus the Board of Education. This is
Right.
before the Civil Rights Act, and so that
Yep.
gets back into baseball, and it is, and I will say this, and people may
Beatles,
think it's a
I'll be
strong
right
word.
back, okay?
Oh, go
I'll
ahead,
be
yeah,
right back.
is that I believe that it truly was a tragedy that Josh Gibson, you know, never got to face Lefty Grove in a game that counted, you know, and but also a tragedy that Lefty Grove didn't get to pitch to Josh Gibson, or Lefty Grove and Satchel Paige, or Bullet Rogan, or whomever, right? Got to face each other because of a bunch of assholes in the 19th century, Cap Anson, cough, 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 and many more, not just Cap Anson, let's not hang it all on him, though he was a major player in the whole thing, but it was like, yeah, just we're not going to play. We're not doing this. And today here as baseball as people who love this game, we're robbed. We've been robbed of that. And it's something that we also have to acknowledge in this game that we love, that um, and again it's so it's not one of these things. It wasn't our fault that there was slavery. It wasn't our fault as people living today, heartbeats breathing, that it was. But I think if we deny those things, it's dangerous, very very dangerous, to start. You know, well, we're not going to talk. You talk about the Tuskegee Airmen. These men were heroes. You know, and but it took too long for them to even get a mention. How many black soldiers had to wait decades from the Civil War to get their Congressional Medals of Honor? It's sad, guys. I have not Unifix Confederates in the Attic. I'm gonna have to look that up. Thank you. But yeah, that's the Cubs and Bears. You're talking about Pickett's charge. I couldn't imagine what that had to be like, because these soldiers, they had to know. They had to know that they were facing that expanse, and you knew. And these weren't a bunch of greenhorns fighting on that side. That what they were walking into, these full federal batteries, and a union finally waking up. And as was stated in the Civil War documentary, by Shelby Foote, he said really the North fought that war with one hand tied behind its back. He said Yale and Harvard
Right.
were still having the yacht races and things like
Yep.
that, and
They didn't
so
go for those guys in it. They didn't need them.
right,
You
and
know,
so
they
had you.
didn't. No.
Right, and how many generals did Lincoln go through before finally said, "Okay,
Hmm.
Grant is the guy"? Because Grant understood, and Sherman, right? They thought he was insane at the beginning of the war. Sherman said, "No, this is going to go on. This is going to be a long war." And they're like, there were people that wanted General Sherman to be committed, because they're like, "Ah, this is going to be over by Christmas." Uh,
Along with attrition, he knew that the South was losing men they couldn't replace,
yes, yeah,
and he was just going to wear them down. That was the only way to do it. He didn't
yeah,
have any other way.
yeah.
So it
I,
is.
I yeah.
It was a mismatched war. I mean, it wasn't. You know, I mean, it was obvious that the Union was going to win that. There was no
So
hope. Like, there was no hope for the South to conquer the North. All the
William
South had to do
Faulkner
was defend it.
William Faulkner once said that in the mind of every Southern boy, he thinks back, though he wasn't there, but he said he thinks back to that day on that field in Pennsylvania, and that field just before the charge. And William Faulkner, one of his great novels that people think of Sound and the Fury, but since we're on the subject now of the American Civil War, you guys should read Flags in the Dust. It's also known as Intruder in the Dust, but William Faulkner's great novel, and it deals with the Civil War, and just great writer. But he talks about that. Tecumseh Bear says the one constant during the color barrier was Connie Mack. Kennedy was not the racist he was made out to be. It was the owners who were the most adamant against blacks. And Landis, yeah. So, and Mr. Wrestling says, I officially nominate this channel for the most diverse discussion in a single podcast. Oh, well, this is nothing new, is it, JT?
No, we go like this all the time. There's no laws. There's no limits.
No
There's
laws, right? One night we
no
started out
no
talking
rules.
baseball and ended
Yep.
up talking about mob movies and then the mafia
Yep.
itself. So,
hmm
yeah, man, thank you. We,
You
we,
know.
we accept, we'd like to,
So it's
JT,
a compliment. Yeah, I can take a
yeah,
compliment. That's
yeah.
fine.
We'd like to, all of us here, thank the Academy,
We
as
don't.
we
I
are
don't
now at
have
four
any. Like you
hours.
guys can talk about anything. I mean, I'm here to. If I
It's
don't know
fun.
about something, I'll just tell you. I don't know. You know.
Well, why I love this community is because when we get together here, we love baseball. We're united by that. We're united by this great hobby, but we also this you're a bunch of intelligent people. And here I am writing down. Okay, I've got to buy this book, and and learning this and learning that, and I love that. And so that's why we say the game's secondary. The people are the most important, and I love that we can do this, and thank you to all you guys that allow us to go off into God knows where we're going, but we do it. So,
I mean, I just got so involved in the discussion that I lost
yeah,
interest in the game that we were playing,
yeah.
and I just. I was interested in. I'm always interested in discussion here,
Oh, it's
and if
fun.
I know anything about it, I'm happy to contribute. But I want you guys to talk. I'm looking at what you guys say and try to talk about it too. I
You
I don't
know,
mind. I don't mind arguing. I don't mind talking. Just
I've learned so much just let's if we swing it back to baseball. I've learned, and I don't claim I am not a baseball historian. I am a student of the game's history, and I've learned so much about baseball from everybody in this community. It's just incredible.
yeah.
And I thrive on it. And then we get into these other discussions and people's the perspectives and everything. And I say there's no wrong answers. Where everybody's nice to each other. There's no wrong answers. You and I have disagreed on stuff, you know,
I
and
disagree with everybody on here. It's fine. It's just everybody has different opinions, and that's how you learn. I don't want this to be an echo chamber. I don't
no,
want like only a certain side to be listened to.
yeah,
And I don't believe in that. I believe that people should say what's on their mind. And if you disagree with somebody, okay, keep it civil. Let's be adults.
oh yeah.
And, don't take it personally. It's not meant to be personal.
Well, Dwayne Martz and I have made it even into like kind of fun because he and I
Yeah,
have the Maze Mantle thing
the
going
Mason
on.
Mantle. Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
and he is wrong, but I love Dwayne.
Right. It's
So, you know.
exactly. Exactly. The Koufax and Walter Johnson, like
Well,
from
Koufax Lefty
RKL.
Grove, yeah. So
Yeah, Koufax Lefty Grove. Right. Yeah.
he and I still have to have that debate,
Yeah.
and but I've got to find a neutral channel, so it can't be on his channel or this one.
Yeah.
It's got to be somebody to moderate it, and yep. So he's taking
Don't look at me. Don't
the
look at me.
positive position that Sandy
I don't want
Koufax
to
is the
moderate
greatest
between you
lefty,
two guys.
and I'm saying nope. It's Robert Moses Lefty
And
Grove,
our and
baby.
RJL already knows that I agree. I lean toward you. I already agree
Yeah,
with
so that's not
with
fair,
Lefty
right?
Grove. So yeah, I'm not a good moderator for that. I have
So
my own opinion,
maybe
and
we
it's
got to find somebody that runs a channel that's maybe devoted to like Diablo 4. Hey, listen,
I
would
don't
you
know.
mind
Maybe
being a
Bernie. I
moderator?
don't know. Bernie might do it. You never know.
Bernie, I would trust.
Yeah,
But the only thing is though,
and he's
people say
knowledgeable too, so that's a
he's
plus. He's
knowledgeable, but Bernie and I are partners in the Diamonds and Dice podcast.
oh,
So
that's true.
people would say, nah,
Yeah,
maybe
maybe
Bernie's kind of
there's
biased.
yeah. I
Yeah.
think it's fine playing favorites. I don't know, man. That's probably
How
true.
how about Unifix? Get Unifix. Would you like to be a? You'd have to start a channel if you don't have a channel. Um, so it's that RGO network. If we're speaking in purely academic debate terms, he is taking the positive position that Sandy Koufax is the greatest left-hand pitcher in baseball history. I am bringing the negative, and I'm saying no. It's Lefty Grove. So we're looking to solve this because
That's
I've tried everything. I've
great.
tried the numbers, everything else. The man pitched in an era, in a hitter's era, and was dominant. Not saying that Sandy Koufax, great pitcher, but not Lefty Grove. He is not. He's not that dominant. Not no way. And that 5 or 6 years of Koufax's career, yes, but his career as a Tyree, no. So we're Robert and I.
For 6 years out to like 15, and then you got Lefty Grove. So
Yeah,
Lefty Grove was a more dominant pitcher for a longer period of time, I thought.
yeah. And I mean Grove's pitching in a hitter's era.
Randy
Um,
Johnson, yeah, he's up there with anybody you want to say.
who is
In fact, career value, I think Randy Johnson's probably the greatest lefty who ever lived. Career value. I don't think
Randy? Randy.
wise, but Randy Johnson has an incredible career.
Well, that and he killed a seagull. So I
Well,
mean,
there you go.
there's that too.
That only adds to the aura. That adds to the mystique.
See, and I mean, great pitcher, great pitcher. Another guy I always talk about is, of course, Walter Johnson.
Well, yeah, but it's just left-handers. If we're limiting it to lefties.
Oh no, but I'm talking about now. I'm expanding it out to pitchers.
Oh,
It's
okay.
it's I got to give that crown to Walter Johnson, not Cy Young. Drives me nuts when people talk about Cy Young.
No, Cy Young was up there, but he deserves to be in the pantheon. But
Oh, of
he's
course
not
he
the greatest
does.
pitcher of all time.
Yeah, I mean, he had the most losses too. Walter
Mhm.
Johnson still holds a record. Warren
Warren
Spahn,
Spahn had a
great
great
pitcher.
career.
So Warren Spahn has there's the coolest stat line, and this is the baseball gods having fun. Warren Spahn, and you check this out, Unifix, you can look it up. Isn't that the old baseball saying? You could look it up. Warren Spahn has as many hits as a hitter as he does victories as a pitcher. Moreover, with every club that he went to, his wins matched his hits. That's spooky. And we learned
Hmm.
that one night we did the Saber quiz, which we all failed miserably. We only did 10 questions from it. And that was one of the questions. It was about Warren Spahn. And if you go look at his record right now in Baseball Reference and look at his wins, look at his hits. It's it's I think the baseball gods are like, "Yep, we're going to give these guys something to mess with. Check them out." So, thank you Saber, world's toughest quiz. It was Saber's 50th anniversary, and we did it one night on the channel. We did the first 10, and this is a smart community, and I think one person got one question right, and that was after a hint. So Unifix has been a Saber member since the '90s. I love Saber. I've been in Saber not that long, um, but yeah, I think if you're a serious baseball fan, I think Saber is brilliant. You got to be a member, and it's dirt cheap for what Saber gives for what you get for your Saber membership. It's incredible, and I'm happy to be part of the Saber games and simulation thing. Though I haven't been pulling my weight in that right now, but really I love Saber, love it.
I
So
think
JT, you
Spawn's
say
probably the fourth best lefty of all time. I think
Spawn?
you've got to put. I think Randy Johnson, Steve Carlton, and Lefty Grove were the top three. I think
Carlton was
Spawn's
tough,
beneath
man.
him.
Yeah.
Um, I think Tommy John is in the top 10. I think Sandy is
So,
in the top 10.
did you know this? I didn't know this. Cubs and Bear says Warren Spahn didn't win a game before
Right.
age 25. I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
See? Wow.
That's right.
That's incredible. I mean, Jimmy Fox didn't hit his home run until his second full season in the
He had
majors.
a cup of coffee in the big leagues at the age of 21. Warren Spahn did, and they didn't come back because the war hit. He
Hmm.
didn't. He didn't pitch again in the majors till 46, and he was 25 then.
That's
Yeah.
incredible.
So it was the war that cost him to wait that long. Otherwise, he would have won
U-
games before that.
Unifix says he met L. Robert Davis, his home in Washington in 1979, that he was the Sabre founder. Saber's superb, and I mean their publications. These are the equivalent of academically peer-reviewed journals. Um, Saber is amazing. It's I couldn't. Saber's the ultimate rabbit hole. Also, it really is. Oh my God, you get on and there's a lot. There's a lot on Saber's website that you don't have to be a member of Saber to avail yourself, like the Knapp Rucker archive, things like that.
Chuck Finley's top 20. I wouldn't say he's top 10. I think there are guys above him: Eddie Plank, Tom Glavine, Sabathia, Mickey Lolich, Jerry Kuzman. Kuzman, I think, gets underrated. We go into that for a while, but Finley had a good career.
So we have the Mathewson Plank chapter here in this part of Pennsylvania. Christy Matthews and Eddie Plank. Holy hell. These guys are still doing Zoom
I know
meetings.
you
It's like,
weren't.
can we get together?
I know you
Yeah.
weren't Mr. Wrestling. I get it. Kershaw's great if you don't plan
If
on
not in
going
the
to the postseason.
postseason. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't plan on
Yeah.
going to the postseason, he's great. I will never. You can't say that he's the best pitcher of the generation when he didn't pitch well in the postseason.
I'll tell you a guy
There
that could a guy that could have been was Dwight Gooden.
could have been,
Could have
could have
been.
been.
He's a could have
You know,
been. So was Daryl Strawberry. What could have been?
another guy who was having a really good career at the start was Sid Fernandez, but he
Sid
dropped off.
Fernandez. Yeah.
Yep. A lot of the Mets of that era, they started out pretty well.
Right. But
They
Dwight
didn't
and
realize
Daryl,
that those were
man,
their best season. Yeah.
they should have
Hmm.
stayed away from the damn chemicals. That was did them in. It wasn't an
Yeah, for sure.
athletic thing, you know?
Yeah.
And what could have been? Two of the
Hmm.
greatest players of all time, they could have been. And we
Maybe.
could be talking about Dwight Gooden as one of the greatest pitchers of all time. I truly believe that. And I'm not a Mets fan, but I would definitely say that,
I
you
always
know?
have a Daryl Strawberry story that when he was with the Dodgers in spring training in Vero Beach, I saw him one year,
Hmm.
and I saw him in batting practice just taking these swings and just click, and it would be gone. Click, the ball would sail through the palm trees. And it was just amazing how it's seemingly so little power,
Hmm.
so little effort from him was able to get the ball out.
Yeah.
He just had the natural strength and the bat speed to hit the ball out. I've never seen a
Hmm.
guy hit home runs so effortlessly in batting practice, granted, but it was quite a show he put on
Yeah.
out there in Vero Beach. And I'll never forget that. I was like,
Yeah.
wow, this guy's incredible. But it never
Hmm.
came out. It never happened. Not really because he declined so much as a player, but
Hmm.
because he just couldn't keep the life off the field in check and
Yeah.
couldn't keep things in order.
Yeah. It's sad.
It's a sad story, but what are you going to do? I think he's turned his life around.
He has, and I mean, I
That's all
don't
you can
hate
really
these
do.
guys. It's just like, and I'm sure they would say, "Yep, if I had it to do over again, I would do it very
Sure,
differently. I would do it
of
very
course.
differently." You know,
You know,
but but
you don't
but
know that when you're going through it. You don't know that at that young age. You're
well,
just,
and right, and you think of it,
just
none
want
of
to
us
have
have
fun.
right, none of us have been in that position where
Hmm.
you're a major league
Right.
baseball player, an elite athlete. You're being
Yeah.
paid. You've got all the stuff that goes along with that. How do you, it's you.
Yeah.
You're 20 something. How do you say no to that, right?
Yep. And you lived a life where everybody's sort of fawned all over you since you were a teenager.
Yes. Yeah.
It goes. I mean, how could it not go to your head? How can it not have an impact on you when you go through your life? You figure I'm just bulletproof.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he was called a lot of things. The next thing, yeah, Mark McGuire was also um, a batting practice wizard. It was incredible to watch him go through batting practice. It
Mark
was
McGuire was amazing about, yeah, he said hit balls will flatten out, travel another 100 feet, then descend. No one had that ball flight. McGuire had, yeah, serious
obviously
problem.
Herb score might have been. Yeah, he was off on to a great
Yeah.
career before that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the history of the
Yeah.
Indians might have been very different had
Mm-hmm.
he not been injured like that.
Tell you another damn fine player from Cleveland was Bob Lemon.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Lemon is one of the most unique careers.
Yeah.
If you go, yeah, I'm not going to go over it, like, but if you really get into the career of Bob Lemon, it's a very interesting,
Well, he kind of
very
reinvented
fascinating.
himself in much the
Mhm.
same way that Smokey Joe Wood did.
Yeah, he
You know,
he wasn't a guy who was pitching from the beginning. He was a position player,
and a
and
good one, and a good one. He
yeah,
could hit.
mm,
You know, they would use Herb. They would use Bob Lemon as a pinch hitter.
yeah,
I mean, how rare is that? We think of this. Well, pitchers don't even hit anymore.
right.
But think of like baseball in the 80s and 90s, and think about using a pitcher as your pinch hitter. But they did, because he could hit the ball.
Also, Lemon's another guy who didn't win a game until the age of 25.
Wow, that's
So,
crazy. That's crazy.
yeah, very fascinating career to look at.
Yeah.
Um,
Guys, we are at 4.5 hours. Can
yeah,
you
it's
believe
been a.
that?
It's 2:30 over there. You obviously it's your call. It's 11:30. I'm ready to. I could go for another few hours. So
We can. We'll hang for a little bit longer.
yeah,
We'll hang for a little
it's
bit longer. I don't have to be at work for 11 and a half hours yet, so I'm good.
wish I
Eh,
knew you guys about 50 years ago. You know, it. I've had all this knowledge. It's so great to be able to kind of use it to be able to talk about baseball. It's been my. It was the first sport I fell in love with. It's still my favorite sport. It'll never
mm,
not be. You know, I've taken breaks from it a couple of times.
yeah, I
Um,
did too. When I first started doing, I was in rock bands. I was kind of
hmm
like for a while. I'm like,
yeah,
but you know what? I remember that there was some commercial that had to, with for Major League Baseball, and it says, "That's all right. It's waiting. You can always come back." And I
yep.
remember hearing that commercial one day and passing at my best friend's house on the way to a gig, and I'm like, "Damn it, I miss baseball," and that was it. And I haven't left it since.
I took two sabbaticals. And every both times I came back, um, just fell back in love. Fell in love harder than before.
Yeah, and
Uh,
even
I,
with all the nonsense now, I still
hmm
love it.
Yeah, well, I love the game. I don't.
Well, that's what
Yeah,
I
there's
mean.
stuff
Yeah,
surrounding it. Yeah, that is what it is. But yeah, I
yeah,
just love the game. I just love talking about it
yeah,
and
Aaron. We're gonna
watching
hang out
watching
for a
it.
little bit, so come on on. Yep. Good, good. I'm sorry, JT.
No, it's okay. I mean, it's a different. Everything's kind of different now with social media and everything. I mean, I'm on social media, so I hear people talk about the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish that people weren't so swayed by those in positions of quote unquote authority in baseball. I wish people in general weren't so anti-player. They seem to be dead set on the players having a salary cap, and I don't understand. Like I go to games to watch players. I think the players should be making
Yeah, yeah. I ask a
the
Chicago
bigger
White
share of
fan.
money.
Right, you're not going
Yeah,
to go to watch Jerry Reinsdorf,
I
or
don't
a Pirate
understand.
fan's not going to go to see Bob Nutting. No,
Yeah,
no.
I don't get it.
Yeah,
I just like I think the players should make as much as they can.
and that's why I don't think we're going to have a
You
season
know,
next year
and I think
because,
it's up to the owners to share the revenue that they have so they can
yeah,
all be on a level playing field, but they're not going to do that.
no. But what concessions can you offer the players? That's why I really, and we talked about this last time you were on. I think it's a real possibility there's not going to be a 2027 baseball
No.
season. Welcome in. Hey, Aaron. I don't
Aaron,
think there's going
Oh,
to.
again, everybody.
I don't think it's just going to be a little 3 month walkout. We may not have a season next year.
probably not. I don't know.
Is the CBA going to end after this year or something?
Yeah,
Yes, December.
That I've heard about that
The
because
owners want a salary cap, and the players aren't going to go for that.
yeah, they
right.
should.
Nor should they.
Nor should they. I mean,
No,
they're making all this money. I mean, it's like I listen to games, on a frequent basis, and it's like they you see these big time stars, the Otanis, the Skeenses, the De La Cruzes, the whoever's of the game, just killing it every. I'm thinking these guys gotta be getting paid a lot of money to do this.
it drives
I
me nuts.
mean,
Nuts the Cubs to Bears. I'm just talking about his post and what people want to talk about at his age. And yeah, I'm not interested in any of that stuff either.
No, I'm the Cubs and Bears, man. You've been with this since the beginning, and it's
duh, the Cubs, the
always
Cubs, the Cubs, the Cubs,
it's
the
it's a
Cubs.
treat because I've learned tons of baseball from you. The only thing is I never know when you're gonna pop in because it's like it seems when I do Cubs games, it's like maybe the Cubs and Bears will come in, and you're not. And then what is it tonight? We do Cleveland, Detroit, and there's the Cubs to Bears. Like, damn it! I almost want to stop the game and just okay, we're gonna play a Cubs game now. So,
Hmm
man, love that you're here, and this is something that I've wanted all my life is to be able to just hang around with a bunch of folks and talk baseball or talk
Yeah,
or whatever.
it's
And
great.
how many people tonight on YouTube mentioned Smokey Joe Wood? It was just us. I
Yeah,
really believe that.
sure.
Oh, Smokey Joe.
Boy,
The,
had he not hurt his hand, wow, huh?
that would have been he would have had more of a hell of a career than he already had. I mean,
Yeah.
Walter Johnson said nobody throws harder than Smokey Joe Wood.
Mm, yep.
And look at his 1912 season. Shit.
But that's as much a part of baseball history as anything. The guys who,
Yeah.
what might have been for so many guys you could point it to. What if Fatty Joss didn't
Oh,
pitch with meningitis? What about, there's just a lot. What if Sandy doesn't get hurt What if he doesn't have the contract dispute with the Dodgers?
Yep.
You
He'd
know,
probably
what
pitch
if?
till at least the 70s,
I would think so.
if
Yeah,
not early
late
80s.
70s. Let's late
I mean,
70s
look
at
at
least.
Yaz.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Look at Yastrzemski. He played from like 63 to 80. Was it 20 years?
Ted Williams
With the
loses time to 2 wars.
Yeah. What if? What
right.
if?
Yeah.
Maybe we wouldn't talk about Babe Ruth as the greatest hitter ever if Ted Williams had played those, because he would have driven in more runs and scored more runs than Babe Ruth.
So here's a thought.
Mm.
Too, though. I wonder. So during Hank Aaron's chase of that one-time most hallowed record, would Hank Aaron have faced as much vitriol had he been chasing? Let's say Ted Williams didn't lose time to World War II in Korea.
I don't know. I don't
I
know.
doubt it.
Chasing Ted because Babe Ruth was so. I mean, we know as serious baseball fans that Ted Williams great hitter, but Babe Ruth is mythic. And
Well, Babe Ruth, everybody knew Babe Ruth. Baseball. Maybe some non-baseball fans know Ted Williams.
My Dutch girlfriend knows who Babe Ruth is.
Yeah, everybody knows Babe Ruth. He's like the Hulk Hogan of wrestling. Everybody knows who the hell Hulk Hogan is.
They always say Hulk Hogan's the Babe Ruth of wrestling, so it kind of goes hand in hand almost.
Exactly.
Brother.
It's like saying
Bruno
like
Sammartino, buddy. There's your wrestler.
Yes, Bruno Sammartino.
So it's like. Yeah, Babe Ruth was an institution. Everybody knew who Babe Ruth was. And
I mean, he really brought baseball back. I did reference that Spalding's Baseball Guide of 1921, and they knew it then.
Yep.
So that's why I just wonder, because, Hank Aaron.
I don't think so. I don't think Ted Williams was as beloved as Babe Ruth.
Well, yeah, I mean, we know about his thing with the Boston press.
Right. Oh, he hated him.
Yeah.
I remember
who can blame him, honestly? The Boston media? Come on.
Yeah,
man.
Bernie's even said they were dicks. He said during the 1967
they were complete assholes.
Yeah, he said Bernie told me in the 1967 season, that impossible dream team thing for the year for the Red Sox. He said at the beginning of the season, he said the media wasn't even paying attention to them, hardly anybody in Fenway, and
brutal.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So I don't blame Ted Williams. In fact, that makes me like Ted Williams even more.
Hell yeah.
He would spit toward the press box after hitting a home run. I'm like, you imagine if Albert Bell did that today, like in that day. It's crazy that Williams, but he just didn't. The media never would have given him anything.
Yeah.
And always right. Unifix, they're awful. It's always.
I always hated it when a player would say one thing, but the media would twist it into something else.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Dan Shaughnessy's like the poster boy of the Boston media to me. It's like he's such a jerk. It's just like I can't.
And as an Irishman, I'm very ashamed of him.
He's just such a jerk.
But you should be, lad. You should be ashamed of yourself.
He called the 2004 Red Sox a group of frauds, and the next day they started on the run where they won 8 games in a row and beat the Yankees in the ALCS, swept the Cardinals in the World Series. I thought that was great. It just shoved it right. Take that, Shaughnessy. How does that taste? Quite a group of frauds. They win the first World Championship since 1918.
I was listening to that, and it was just like,
Unifix his read up on Glory by Bill
Russell.
Oh,
yeah. They treated Russell like crap.
Yeah.
But we know why they did, part of why they did that. But, that was just the way they were.
Yeah.
And the Celtics were never as popular as the Bruins, even despite Celtics winning every year. It was the Bruins. The Bruins ran Boston Garden, not the Celtics. The Celtics didn't start running the Garden until Larry Bird came over. Coincidence? Maybe. Maybe.
Indiana Hoosier.
Yes, well, an Indiana State Sycamore. Is it Sycamore?
I think
he transferred out of Indiana. Not because of Bobby Knight. It was because of the campus was so big and it was further away from home, and he couldn't adjust to life there. So he went over to Indiana State. He wanted to be a big fish in a small pond, I guess. I don't know, but.
I used to always, like I was saying in the chat earlier, like you were talking about boxers,
Yeah.
And my grandpa, who was my late granddaddy, who was a big boxing fan,
Hmm.
would tell me stories about like some wild fights he used to watch from like 1940 or 50 something, even the
Hmm.
1960s. And it was like, and wrestling was like that too. Like back then, the announcers didn't say
Yeah.
a word. I
The
mean,
smoke filled arenas, and yeah, it was a
I
different
mean,
animal in those days.
I mean,
Sure
as
was.
I said this too. It used to be 15 rounds of hell until
Oh
Boom Boom
yeah.
Mancini fought Kim Duck Koo. Duke Kim, whatever, Duck
I
Kim.
thought the beginning of the first Rocky movie covered like old time boxing arena really
It
well.
did.
That first fight with Spider Rico or whatever
Yeah,
that
Yes.
guy's
yeah,
name.
Spider Rico, yeah.
Spider
And
Rico.
you got fans in the front row that are like, "Yeah, bum, you know that."
Yeah,
I just thought
bum!
this is great. I love how he's like, "You know that?" Like you should know
I
you're a bum.
love the Rocky
It's
movies
They're
where
great
yeah.
movies.
That
he's
first one was just great. The
Yep.
first one was, but I heard that he got like Stallone got rejected for that a few times. Like he had to really
Yeah, so
hold on to that
Stallone
idea.
so Stallone had, I guess he when he took the proposal, he had something like 100. He talks about this. Had $175 in the bank. The
Yeah,
studio wanted to buy it for $500,000, and he said no. And he said, "And I'm gonna star in it."
yeah,
So
and he
that's
did.
balls, and there you
yeah.
go.
It is.
It
Yeah, it
was
is.
it was
Staying
Apollo
true to
Creed
himself.
I
twice.
you know I got to tell you, man. There's not a lot of things that are being afraid of me, but being unhoused is one of them.
Telling
And
you, I hear you.
I don't think I could have done what Stallone did. I would have been like,
I know.
I'm gonna take the
I
half
would have given
million
in.
and run, man.
I would
Shit.
have given in too. I would. Yep.
Happy
It
birthday,
What a guy
was
Sly.
to yeah.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
Birthday.
Wow,
It
man.
was it Creed twice, Clubber Lang, then Ivan Drago,
Yeah.
and then I
Yeah,
don't know who he fought. Was he a
that
promote?
so the thing is the first three movies, but when the fight with Ivan Drago, I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
Okay, now
I know.
and I realized, look, the whole
Dolph
their
Lundgren almost killed
fantasies.
him.
Yeah,
He told him to punch him in the stomach as hard as he could. And he nearly killed Stallone
yeah.
doing that. He had to go to the hospital. He's in intensive care. And you're right, to Cubs to
Yeah.
Bears. When you're from French Lick, everything's a big town. Yeah.
It's big
I
time,
never
yeah.
heard that
French Lick
story.
is like nothing. But that's what he was. He was a small town guy. The hick from French Lick is what they called him. I don't know how many
The
people
hick
called
from
him
Yeah,
that.
but then the little I know about basketball, from what I've heard from other people that played with him in the NBA, took them to school.
Yeah,
Larry Bird was incredible.
he played with black guys when he worked for a hotel. There were black guys who were like janitors there,
Uh huh.
and worked in the hotel, and that's how he learned to trash talk from those guys. Where he kind of just he learned this game,
Mm-hmm.
and so he turned a lot, but he kind of kept that under wraps. He wanted to kind of act the hick and get people to
Oh, okay.
underestimate him that way.
D. Scott
But
Howard.
during the game, he was a talker.
he was a
Yeah.
beast,
He had to talk to keep himself
just like
like
Barkley was.
he had to keep himself intentionally. I mean, he had to keep himself mentally into the game. He would get bored during games, and he would talk trash to kind of keep himself involved in it mentally.
D. Scott
Bird.
Howard says he was 8 years old the night he watched Emil Griffith kill Benny Kid Paret live. He says, I grew up that night. Oh my God.
Mm. That that was, I've heard the audio of that fight. It's so hard to hear it. I mean, it's like he just beat the hell out of him in that last round, and he just the referee wouldn't stop it until his trainer said, "Look, if you get him inside, just keep hitting him." And then he was like, "Bam, bam, bam," and just kept beating the crap out of him. And then he died. Was it later that night or something? I think I
Who's
saw the
that?
story. Benny Prey.
Oh,
Uh,
I saw the match between Ray Mancini and Daku Kim on
Duck
TV.
Kim.
Oh, that's awful, man.
He
Yep.
Oof.
beat the.
Yep.
I mean, that's why they cut rounds down to 12. Was it 12
Right.
rounds?
Yeah.
Because of that. Because I heard the referee offed himself. Kim,
Oh, did he? I had no idea about that.
the
Wow.
the story got
What a
he was so
tragic fight. Yeah.
he was so traumatized by it that he wound up
Yeah. Offing
and then
himself. Yeah, we got to use that word on YouTube.
offing himself because you
Yeah.
can't. But
Wow,
yeah,
that's terrible.
um, before Mancini fought Kim, it used to be hell in the ring. 15 rounds. I mean, Thrill in
Yeah.
Manila. It was hot as hell outside in the Philippines. I mean,
Yeah.
the I mean they fought at Madison. Was it Madison Square Garden,
That
First
was
one was at
Manila.
Madison Square
the
Garden.
first one was Madison Square
Yeah.
First one was
Garden.
the MSG.
Then
Thrilla, Manila.
then Zaire. was the other
Zaire.
one.
Oh my
No,
God.
Zaire was Foreman.
Zaire was
Ollie
Foreman. The Rumble in the
The
Jungle.
Rumble in the Jungle.
Yeah,
Yep.
right. That was Foreman. So with Ali Frazier, it was Madison Square Garden, Manila, and what was the
Manila,
other
and
one?
then
No, Manila was the third one.
Manila was
The
Okay,
the
what
Thrilla
was
in
the
that
Manila.
second one? What was the second one?
Was it not the? It was. Hang on. Now
because
I'm in.
I thought that he had. I thought that was. No, Foreman wasn't. That wasn't. I don't think. I think that it was.
Foreman was in Zaire. I think it was the Rumble in the Jungle. Um,
Okay.
as
Okay. The Thrilla in Manila was the third fight
uh-huh.
Right.
between the two of them.
Right.
Let's see the second.
Because the
fight.
first was the Garden. Oh, so you're saying that? So it was the Garden twice then?
It might have been.
Okay.
Let me see. But I know Zaire was Ollie Foreman. The Rumble
Okay.
in the Jungle, that was Ollie Foreman.
And it was freaking hot there.
Oh man.
And
So
Ali
we
won
just
won
had
the hearts of all the Zaire, the people in Zaire. They were
I mean-
saying Ali Boumaye, Ali
Ali
kill him.
Boom. Yep. yep.
Ali, Boomba Yay.
Yeah,
Ali,
yeah.
Boomba Yay.
Yeah.
He was leading cheers.
That's
You
It
imagine-
wasn't.
we
The
just-
second
we
fight
just-
was in Madison Square Garden. The second fight between.
oh, it was two
Ali and
MSG
Frazier.
fights.
Okay. Okay.
Ali won the second one. Obviously.
I just can't imagine, somebody, we just came through this nasty heat wave here, and these guys are fighting down in the damn Philippines.
Well, when
in
Jack
that-
Johnson lost to Jess Willard, it was hotter than hell in Cuba.
Cuba, right?
They
yeah.
fought, and they
Yeah.
went 26 rounds.
Jeez,
26 rounds
dude, that's
under the sun.
brutality. Yeah, that's
It's
brutality.
wild.
Yeah.
That's like
Well, you
That's
got to
like-
remember too, Aaron. Even the old-time baseball players, man, were
yes.
playing in wool uniforms.
Yeah, and it could be over 100 degrees outside in those things, man. They're burning up.
Well, that and the field temperature is always hotter too. 'Cause
That
everything's
too.
Enclosed.
I mean,
yeah.
You burn up like crazy. I mean, that's what there is I think there's a day game later now that it's Monday. Later today, the Mets, I think the Phillies play a day game today. I don't know why, but
So
they
the
do.
Mets, another game they're going to lose. Cool.
The Mets are a joke. I'm sorry. They are a laughing stock. I mean, but yeah, I mean, like now, of course, with the heat wave we've been enduring here in Kentucky, we've stayed home pretty much. We haven't really gone anywhere except to go to the grocery store or go to the Dollar General or something like that. But like, I'm thinking, why don't they just play the games and do like of course they can't do this now. They can't do this. But I was thinking, make it like a 5 inning game. And if the home team's leading by 4.5, you just if it gets too hot, But then again, that's why they play the game. I mean,
I gotta talk to D. Scott here. He said it's so hot when Jack Johnson threw the fight. He was holding his legs off the mat when he was counted out. Number one, I don't remember him holding his legs off the mat, and number two, I don't think he threw the fight. I remember Jess Willard saying, "If he would have throw that fight, I wish he'd done it sooner. It was hotter than hell out there. Why did he wait 26 rounds to throw the fight? That seems
This must have
illogical
been-
to me."
this must have been back when they had no limits for rounds or something like that. Back in the old days.
Boy, I mean, Jack
something.
Johnson fought at the turn of the 20th century. So
Yeah, because I remember, I used to read a lot about boxers would fight for money. They used to just fight for money. Bare knuckle, some people would do like bare knuckle fist fighting before they got into the pros.
Well, even the original, so John L. Sullivan was a bare knuckle fighter. The first recognized heavyweight. He was a bare knuckle fighter, man.
Yeah, I heard about him too. Somebody mentioned Sonny Liston earlier. That's the one that when he fought Ali and they had the Phantom Punch.
Liston
wasn't.
Liston was mobbed up, dude. He was mobbed up.
That was a
I
real
heard
punch.
about that.
And yeah,
Real-
you
See,
look at that.
you can see that punch.
Ali hit him. Yeah, Ali hit Liston, man. That was no phantom punch. He hit him.
That's but
And
I
if
remember-
Liston would have gotten up from the canvas, man, Ali would have put his ass right back
he
down.
would have knocked him
again,
right back down again. I
man.
remember.
Here comes the Bear says, "Does my heart good to see the Mets struggle?" Yeah, still pissed about 1969. That,
Well, there
my
you go.
friends, that is a baseball fan. That's right.
And you know there was a round limit in that Jack Johnson Jess Willard fight. 45 rounds. Was
45 rounds?
how that was the max.
What was that? What was the year that was fought, JT? I know it was early
Oh
20th
God,
century.
let me
Was that like
19
1905 or something?
1915.
Or 1915. Okay.
Yes.
Wow. Jeez. I can't
Yeah.
even imagine.
It says 26 out of 45. Some bouts were 10 rounds, 20 rounds, but this one was they weren't going to have a decision, I guess, because 45 rounds. How in the world? How'd they go 26?
Oh my God. I know,
April
right?
5th, April 5th, 1915. So in the springtime, but it was still hotter than hell out there.
Could you imagine the ticker on the newspaper for that? Oh, I mean,
That's scary,
'cause-
man.
like, I think boxing, like baseball, used to be on the radio.
Oh yeah.
Because
Yeah.
in Cinderella Man, when when Braddock fights Bayer in the main fight of the movie, it sounds like when they're watching it when his kids are watching it, it sounds like it's on the radio
It is. It is.
because it's 1940s or 50s?
No, Braddock wasn't Braddock?
1935.
Yeah, 30s.
Oh,
yeah. So yeah,
yeah.
it's radio era, definitely.
Because I've watched that movie with Russell Crowe,
Yeah.
multiple times.
Excellent movie.
And yes, I mean because I mentioned that Bayer had killed Frankie Campbell, and he killed somebody else, and they're at the part where the scene where he's talking to where the commissioner's talking to Braddock about not going through with the fight, and he shows him the tape, the reel, like you hear the thing, and I'm like,
Yeah.
damn, there's a video that I heard on YouTube. It's a wrestling match. There's no sound of the match, but it's a let me see if I can find it. I won't share it. Let's see.
Blame Seaver and Kuzman more.
Wrestling
House of Bears.
Yeah.
Funk. Let's see.
I might have to do a 1969 Cubs project. That
Rare
would be
Terry
fun
Funk
because
versus
I do like the Cubs. I do like the Cubs. So
I crunched the numbers from the teams in the NL East in 1969, and you know who came out as the best team when I crunched the numbers? The
Who was
Pittsburgh
that?
Pirates.
Wow.
yeah, we were pretty good in the 60s.
I mean,
that was the groundwork for the 1970s.
So I think,
Pirates,
yeah,
man.
I think if you were to replay, I don't be that surprised if the Pirates take the division. But the
It'd be
Cubs
fun
were the
to play
second
it.
best team, of course, and then the Mets. The Mets were about an high 80 win team that won 100 somehow. I don't know.
It
if
was
the brilliance of Gil Hodges.
The Cubs
or
of Bear
luck,
says
what it was.
no.
Yeah, well,
Says the only thing the Cubs and Bears and I we're gonna butt heads on. I'm a Pirate fan. He's a Cubs fan, but we don't really have a rivalry with each
the
other.
Pirates
But we
were a
are
great
in the
team
same.
'69.
Well, again, the Buccos, man, you're setting that up, and then the lumber company. We only had one bad year, and that was 1973. But they started building that team as early as 1960 to build those great Bucco teams. But yeah, we were good in the 60s.
that video. It says rare footage. Terry Funk versus Bob Backlund, 8mm footage, 1970. There's no. All you hear is the tick, and then it's like the reel
Oh,
spinning.
that's weird. That's weird.
I mean, it's like there's no audio, there's no announcing, there's no It's like but it's when I watch movies, it's like I want to hear what's going on. I want to know what's happening, and then when it comes to like boxing movies or like Over the Top with Stallone or the football, like I want to know what's happening, and it's like,
Yeah,
I mean-
they did, D. Scott. So that in that first broadcast at KDKA in 1921, the announcers actually weren't at the ballpark. It was read back on ticker tape, and they did the whole thing. Like, you guys remember in Bull Durham, right? The announcer hitting
Yes,
the.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, that's how
Yep.
KDKA did it, but it was
Yep.
the first radio broadcast of it. Sorry to cut you off, Aaron. This is
the
gonna say
projector.
first first radio broadcast, KDKA, only station in the East Coast with a K in its call letters. But they weren't actually at the ballpark, which is really cool. But you know what I want to see, and I've said this before. You guys watching the Ken Burns baseball documentary, those big, they were called what, play-o-matics that they
Yep.
stuck on a damn building. I want one of those things, man.
Play-o-matics.
I want
It was like playing Diamond Mine baseball.
no shit. And I want one of those. I want a house big enough. I'm going to put that in a room and say, this is where they read the results of the 1912 World Series or whatever, you know, or the 1909 World Series, even better, since my Pirates won that one. Yeah. So cool.
Yeah. I remember I used to go back and they're uploading like the this is where you find classic baseball channels going back to like the 1950s and 60s, I think, with their games now.
Right.
Classic baseball on the radio. Their earliest games,
That too.
1934.
Yeah, they have them in the 30s.
It freaked me out. First time I
Yeah.
heard it, right? So I'm living in it. And by the way, all those broadcasts are on the Internet Archive. Just saying, so you can pick the game
Yep.
you want. But,
Yep.
and I think that's what got
Tyson
them.
or Ty Tyson.
But it was weird because I'm listening, and for that game, the earliest game that they have on there, Babe Ruth's not in the lineup that day, but
Gehrig
I'm listening. Yes, and when they announced Lou Gehrig, I literally got chills. It was,
Yeah.
I mean, right
You
here,
need-
because Lou Gehrig. Oh my
Yeah.
God!
At the time, yeah, to have
Wow.
like, actually at the time.
Navon Field, wasn't it? 1934.
Nevin-
Yeah,
Nevin
yeah,
Field,
yeah.
yeah.
They played the Tigers. Yep.
Yep,
The
Tiger
last
Stadium.
day of the season, I think, too. Or one of the last days of the season.
Yeah, and just to hear Lou Gehrig's
Yeah,
name.
just to hear him get announced, you know.
Holy
that's great.
shit! Yeah, we're talking
Yeah.
Pantheon.
What a
Certainly
slice
Lou
of
Gehrig.
history. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I love
Video
classic
games
baseball
don't
on the
count.
radio, no matter where they got however they got the broadcast, whatever. But that's a great channel. It's a great channel.
But
Love it.
yeah,
Just hearing like Willie Mays get announced in games and stuff.
Same
like
thing.
That, you know,
Chills.
Vin Scully would be like, "Here's Willie Mays," you know, and they announce him, and
oh my god,
he got a good hand even in Dodger Stadium as a Giant.
Yeah, but you know what?
Yeah.
But some of the guys here that we have with us in this community, to them, they're probably laughing at us like, yeah, I know, I was at that game. And I'm
Right.
like, you guys
Yeah.
don't understand. For us,
yeah,
right?
it's
Right? Yeah, that's huge. And for you guys, come on, you guys would get the chills, right? You Lou Gehrig, right? Because you guys
Yeah,
didn't
nobody
see
was
Lou
alive
Gehrig
when he
play.
played. Yeah,
Exactly.
nobody was
Exactly.
alive for that.
So for me, if somebody, Ted Williams or Willie Mays, I'd be like, oh shit.
I used to
'Cause-
needle my dad. I'd say,
You know?
how can Lou Gehrig be your favorite player? You never saw him.
Did he take you to school on that one, I hope?
Yeah, he just
Yeah.
he knew I was messing with him, but
Mm.
it's just like, how can you have a favorite player you never saw before? But that's
Same
you,
with me.
you find out better when you grow up, and I wasn't
My
He said you'll
favorite,
understand one day. You'll get it one day.
my favorite player's final year in baseball was 1917. So,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah, I know who it is.
yeah, you know who it is.
I know who that guy is.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
guy. Or not
yeah.
1917, 1914. Anyhow,
Was it
yeah,
1914?
yeah,
Okay.
he was a scrub. He was a scrub.
I was
great.
looking for a specific game
That
on-
trained one of the greatest other shortstops in baseball too. Thank you,
Right,
Archie
a
Vaughn.
guy who's
Vaughn.
overlooked, man.
Archie Vaughn
Vaughn.
is criminally overlooked.
Yes, he's overlooked.
Oh my God.
He did play till 17. Wagner did play till 17.
Oh, so I had it right the first time. All right.
Yes, you did. Trust your first instinct.
I will do
He
that.
was 43 years old when he retired. And then Archie came up.
Oh my God. Why that guy gets forgotten? I have
Archie
no
came
idea.
up at 32.
Whew.
Yeah.
And put some time in at the end of his career with the Brooklyn Dodgers, actually.
He did. He
Yep.
did. He was a teammate of Jackie Robinson, in fact,
Yeah.
for a couple years. Hit
And
325 one of his last years with the
Archie,
Dodgers.
not a good end for him though. He drowned, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
40 years old.
Yeah.
I love listening to, whether it's through app, but I love listening to like old 1920s and 1930s baseball. I mean, especially even in the early 20th century, it's like getting to see like the Babe Ruths, the Lou Gehrigs, the Hannes Wagners, the
When giants walk the earth, my friend.
yes, oh my God,
Sorry,
You
sorry.
could read
DJ,
newspapers from that day when Babe Ruth was coming up. and hear
Yeah.
what people have to say about them.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, newspapers are probably our best resource when it comes to studying about that era and
Yeah.
looking up stuff because that's how people thought of them at the time.
Which is why
I
you
mean,
should have a
we don't have
Saber
the benefit of
membership.
2020
Yeah,
hindsight. I have
we don't.
newspapers.com membership, but I don't have
Do you?
Saber
Okay.
membership.
Yeah, well,
But
okay,
I
so
will.
same thing, but Internet
But I
Archive,
will.
you can also
Yeah.
find the stuff, and it's really cool to read these things, and
Yeah,
going
I've been a
back
Saber member
further.
for years. I was a Saber member, and
Yeah,
I know.
great stuff. No, but you got newspapers.com, and you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, for primary sources, that's what you had, and
uh,
brilliant, and the writing was great, detailed, dense.
Really do. Yeah, I really do believe the writing was better.
Oh yeah,
It answers a lot of questions because you look through history and you kind of play seasons and what have you. It's like, why did the Dodgers do that? Why did they play this guy instead of that guy? So you go in the newspaper and you try to figure out what they were thinking at that time and how do they consider this guy over this other guy? And it's I don't know. I find it really interesting to look at it like that.
well, that's a funny thing about we could back up a little bit. We talk about, oh, well, how could players that you've never seen? Well, okay, so if you listen to Mozart's music, we're not listening to Mozart playing
Right.
the damn music.
That's right. That's what I learned in time. I had to grow up. I had to because I didn't understand it when I was 12, 13 years old. How can your best favorite player be Lou Gehrig? But then you realize you find out more and more about Gehrig
Oh, sure,
and
Mo
find out more and
Berg,
more about these players. Yes,
the
Moberg.
catcher was a spy.
That guy.
Yep, Mo Berg, that guy was brilliant, brilliant.
What a very intelligent guy.
Mm-hmm.
But
But
yeah,
yeah,
it's when you grow up and you learn about stuff, you get to gain a deeper appreciation of history once you start
I,
living
I
it a
get
little
that,
bit.
but if I hear dudes in their 30s, 40s, and 50s make this argument, it's like, yeah, blah, 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 I never saw him. Well, yeah, you also never saw Genghis Khan, but you know
Right.
about him,
Right.
or Alexander the Great, and shall we go back further in time? Just because it happened before you were, uh, whatever, the
Well,
issue.
now we have
Right.
video of the 1926 series, and we have some stuff that we can actually see
Yeah, I mean, it's the
guys
seeing is
play.
believing, and so that's why we magicians capitalize on that stuff. But I
Hmm.
do find it a bizarre argument. Well, I can't really say it was great because I didn't see him play. Okay, one thing baseball is consistent about is the numbers, and I, you you know
I
look
really
at the
just
numbers,
admired Lou Gehrig for what he said, the luckiest man
man,
speech, and all
on
that
the
kind of
face of the
stuff.
earth. But
Right.
you can look at the
Yeah, of course you
primary resources.
can. Hmm.
Look at the primary resources. Read the newspapers. Read Spalding's baseball guide.
Yep.
Right? This isn't like some dude writing 80 years later. But of course, that dude writing 80 years later about Christy Mathewson is drawing on primary sources. And you
Yep.
know what? Read the book Glory of Their Times.
Hmm.
That book was a game changer for me in a lot of ways too.
I got a video from my dad when it was a game, I think it was, and it talked about the era
Oh,
before
great documentary that one.
just before what I consider to be the modern era of baseball, where the the Braves were there was an American League team in Philadelphia, a
Yes,
National League team in Boston.
yes,
The season had a rhythm to it, 8 teams per league. Uh, it
yep.
it's a very simple, much simpler league in those
Simpler
days.
league.
My dad got a cut. He really got a good look at it and really enjoyed it.
And the best damn team from each league made it to the World Series. That was it. No bullshit. And the leagues were autonomous. When you were president of
They
the
were
National
different.
League
Yeah, they were
and
different
president of
leagues.
the American League, yeah, man. Even the
Hmm.
umpires were different.
That was going on till the
You were
70s and
high
80s.
back then.
Yes, yeah,
They were different leagues, almost different strike zones, if you're to
yep.
believe everybody.
Different strike zones.
They
You
had
Uh,
know,
leagues
the,
for umpires. I mean,
right?
like
They
American League
didn't
umpires,
play
National League
interleague.
umpires.
Yep,
uh,
No
They didn't
interleague.
play interleague. They
I
really
hate
wanted to
it.
win the All Star game.
Yep. No
Um,
DH, no playoffs to Cubs Bears. Yep.
right?
And
And
D.
guys
Scott
had higher
Howard talking
opinions of
about the
one
Civil
league
War
by
here.
another.
Yeah.
I remember when Lonnie Smith got traded from the Cardinals to the Royals, he hated the American League thing. I don't want to play here. He would
Yeah.
read the National League standings in the paper. I'm like, what are you doing? You're
Well,
not even playing in that league anymore. It's like, I
I
still
bet
want to.
Lonnie Smith was
but
happy to go to Atlanta
it's
from
like
Kansas
you get
City.
this spin, right? Because people are like,
Yeah,
You hear these announcers, right? Oh, we could be seeing a preview of the World Series. I don't want to see a preview of the World Series. All
Yeah.
right. What I want is we'll never go back to it. We can't
Yeah.
go back to it. But
I
I
thought it
want to
was
go
great
back
that
to
that was
where
the
the
first time they'd seen each other that year was in the World Series.
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly. So
the
you get
mystery of it. You don't really know.
in the
Yeah,
1940s and 50s when the Dodgers and the Yankees were the perennial post.
yeah.
They were in the World Series, dude. They never played each other until the World
It wouldn't have been the
Series,
same if
man.
they had played each other. If they
What
played
about
each other
spring
during the
training?
season, they probably played in spring training.
Yeah, I'm talking about during the season.
But
You're
if they had
telling,
played
yeah.
during the regular season, I don't think those World Series would have had the mystique they ended up having. I
No,
think
it's like, oh, here they are again.
it's been spoiled. Yeah,
And
it's
that was
spoiled.
the best. You were the
Yeah,
best in the American League and the
yep,
best in the National League. All right, bring it. And you brought your best. You had to.
7 games,
yep.
you know.
Shit. I mean, look. My Pirates. If the only way, we have a better team than we did last year. The only way we're going to
Oh yeah.
contend is just we slide in the way. Sorry, Aaron, your Cincinnati Reds did last year. But you know what? Robert was arguing with me about this a couple months ago. And if the Pirates would somehow go all the way in the World Series and win it, that's not the same to me as the Pirates who won the World Series in 71 and 79.
No,
It's not. He said,
because
you'd
in those days,
celebrate it. I said, no, not
yeah,
in the same
you
way.
would
I'd say, yeah,
celebrate. Yeah, but
great,
it wouldn't mean as
okay,
much to you. Yeah.
right. Because I knew that we slid in, and on any given
Course. I was there
series,
when you had that argument. I remember.
yeah,
And
shit,
I just the time was different. You had to win something to get in the
yeah,
postseason in those days. You had to finish first. You had to win your division. I get not going by leagues when you end up having like 16 teams in a league. That's too many teams. Like you to me it is. It's
yeah,
just too easy to fall like into 12th place, and what incentive do you have to watch the team when it gets that low?
exactly.
But but I mean winning a division that has 5 other teams in it or 6 other teams in it,
Hmm.
and you got to win that division. You have to win the division to move on. And I always liked that. I always liked that about baseball in the division era.
Yeah.
I don't like it
Well,
anymore.
again, yeah, it's because this balanced schedule is bullshit. The Cubs and Bears says the All Star Game was the true battle for league
It was.
supremacy and pride. Roy Campanella, I didn't know this, played every inning for 5 straight years. The game
I
mattered. I
believe it.
didn't know that. The Campanella, wow. So
Billy
there we
Martin
go.
truly wanted to win the All-Star game for the American League. And
Yeah.
he truly wanted to win it. A lot of they all wanted to win it.
Well,
It was a big
The
deal.
National League dominated it for a while, but
It
now
did for a while. Yeah.
National League's never going to catch up now for like another how many years is it?
Yeah.
American League just keeps having our number,
But I
Where is
mean
man.
the
it's different.
All-Star
It's
game this
different
year? It's in
now. I
Philly,
don't know.
right?
It's different now.
Well, there's people
Um
be going to the All Star game that, and a friend of mine who's I think he's a Phillies fan. He's like, dude, we got a couple Phillies that look like they're going to vote it in, and they shouldn't even be in the damn All Star game. But
Actually, it's a
let's,
lot closer than you think, Beatles.
uh,
The AL has 48 wins. The National League has 44.
oh, so
It's not that bad.
we've closed ground now. Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's been 2 ties. Obviously, everybody remembers the tie in 2002
American League
Oh,
because that led to
bastards.
that
God,
horrible rule about
assholes.
if you win the World Series, you get home field in the World Series, which was so
It was
silly that the
stupid.
All-Star game mattered for that. But it's
Yeah,
very close.
yeah,
It's
great.
close now.
Okay,
And in that
so
era, in the late 70s and 80s, well, it's through the 70s and a lot of the 80s, the National League was dominating it.
yeah, it was.
They win
And
every
let's
year,
not forget where we got the
almost.
All Star game from. Everybody gives Arch Ward credit.
Well,
No,
the
baby, we
Negro
got
Leagues.
the Negro Leagues. That's
Yep,
right.
that's right.
And that eclipse, that was the big thing in Negro League baseball. It wasn't the World Series, it was the East West game, the All Star game. And Arch Ward was smart and said, hey, let's do this. So
Yeah, he
everybody
just
says,
jumped on. He
Arch
jumped on that
Ward
bandwagon. Yep.
created the All Star game. No, he
Nope.
didn't. The Negro
Nope.
Leagues were doing it for
He
seasons and
borrowed that
seasons.
idea.
Yes, he did. And that's okay, but let's
Right.
not talk about what a
Let's
genius he
just tell the truth
was.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's tell the truth
imitation
about it.
is the sincerest form of flattery.
Hmm.
So that's what Arch Ward did. May his memory be eternal. But there you go.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, to me, the fun part now is the home run derby's fun.
Excuse me.
But I usually don't watch the All Star game. I just
No,
I don't.
I don't have any interest in it at all.
Not anymore.
Either that or the home run derby. I just don't have any interest in an All-Star weekend. That's a break
I don't
for
mind
me.
watching those guys knocking the horse hide, miles and miles. But the All
Yeah,
Star game
this
just
is the
doesn't.
first home run derby that's going to be on Netflix, I believe.
Is that
Netflix,
right? How about
Netflix,
that?
You know what? I do
Yeah.
a better job covering baseball than Netflix. Holy shit.
They don't even cover the. They'll just show up. Like I
They
watched.
suck.
I
Yeah.
watched opening night of this year on Netflix. It was like celebrity appearance, ad, celebrity appearance. And there's a freaking game going on. No one's paying it. It's like, oh, here's
Yeah.
Bert Kreischer. Who cares?
So the Cubs and Bears says here, when your neighborhood was a civil war between Cubs and White Sox fans, yeah, you cared who won the All-Star game. Imagine, and the Cubs and Bears, you're not old enough to know this either, but you know about it. So Chicago used to have that, right? The intercity series at the end of the year, Cubs and White Sox.
D
Holy
stuff. The
shit,
Reds did
man!
that too. The Reds
Wow.
stuffed the ballot box too.
I've heard that
There was
story.
one year where the Reds had all the All-Stars despite not being anywhere close to first place. But I think what you mean, Beatles, is the World Series. The AL has a pretty good lead there. 68 World Series to 53 for the
Bastards.
National League.
Bastards.
Well, it's basically the Yankees is what that is. That's
Bastards.
the Yankees.
Is there any American leaguers in here? Because I know Aaron's a National League. You are. I am.
Yes.
D. Scott is.
Yeah.
The Cubs, the Bears is. Where are your American League bums?
The National
Where
League,
are
yeah.
you?
You
The
toss
National
American
League is
leaguer.
superior.
Tossers.
National League's
Wankers.
privacy.
Even though we did an American League game tonight, you guys will always be the junior circuit.
I'm a Reds fan. And I will die on that hill. No matter
we used
how
to say
often
when we
they
were
suck.
kids, we were like, when the AL grows up, they can be the end.
When the
You know
AL
what I mean? When you
grows
grow up,
up,
you can be
yeah.
the, you're the little brother. You're a little brother. Yeah, I've always been national. As soon as I switched over to the Dodgers, I was National League supremacy all the way.
But you know what? The junior circuit's 125 years old.
I
And
know.
The National
It's
League
not so junior.
Is 150.
Not so junior anymore.
Yeah,
It's 150. So
It'll always be junior, though. You'll always be
always
behind
be,
us.
man. But the United States is only 100 years older than the National League. I think that's
right.
pretty cool. That's
It is.
pretty cool.
It is.
Yeah.
But
So
I was an Angels
where are
fan
the
at first.
American League guys?
I don't know if I told you. I was
guys?
I was an Angel fan at first because my dad was, and
Yeah,
then I
right.
switched over to the Dodgers because I figured, hey, if the Angels are good enough for my dad, it was my hero. That's
Right.
good enough for me, right? But I got seduced by the Dodgers, their stadium, their uniforms, Vin Scully.
Dude, it's the National
I
League.
switched over,
Come
and then
on.
it was like
Then
National
you're
League. Then I became a National League guy.
Oh,
My
yeah.
dad hated that. I was like, oh, the National League's better league. You know it. You know it. I know it. We both know it.
Yeah.
My dad, I mess with my dad all the time on that. I'm like, oh,
I give my dad
when
a
you
hard
guys grow
time
up,
every
when you guys
time.
grow up, you'll be the National League.
The Cubs and Bears says he saw one Cubs White Sox game about 1958 Comiskey. Lot of drunks. Holy shit, dude!
Talking, there were
you should
drunk
get-
people.
In Chicago, really? You got to get hazardous duty pay for that.
Hazard
We're
pay, yeah.
gonna see what we can do to Cubs and Bears to get you some recompense for that. Holy
Get extra
shit.
pay for being on the front lines of that. Yeah.
So
There
interestingly
was-
enough.
Oh
even
yes,
though-
you're right. D. Scott's right. The Red Sox fans. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
Red Sox
well, they're
fans.
being really damn quiet right now. So I'm guessing there's 13 people watching, and we're all National Leaguers right now. But
Yeah.
we like the American League.
They may be Red Sox fans, but how do they feel about the American League? You gotta know.
Yeah.
People have to know.
Well, this year they're gonna probably be happy they're not in the National League because they would suck even worse. So there we go.
The American League is embarrassing this season.
It really is, man. Oh my God.
Who's good in the American League? Nobody.
I mean,
maybe
I
the
told my
Yankees.
brother about that.
I don't
the
know.
Guardians are losing the team they shouldn't be losing to.
The Guardians are average at best.
Yeah.
The Twins are average at best.
Yeah.
Everybody in there except maybe the Yankees and the Rays are just they're okay. They're decent.
There's
but who's
no
good?
There's no like.
Nah, the power teams this year are in the National League.
There are no Dodgers in the American League. Not that
Nope.
but the Dodgers are the evil empire. That's what everybody's striving for. They make the most money.
But the Mets
You
could
know?
play. The Mets would be all right in the American League this year.
Oh my God, the Mets. The Mets are never okay wherever they play. Sorry, Robert. The Mets is just not. They don't have it this year. It's a shame.
It's not a shame.
I don't dislike the Mets. That's
It's
not a popular
a shame
take,
at all, man.
but I don't dislike the Mets.
I
dislike the Yankees, but I don't dislike the Mets.
So yeah, I
The
mean,
Mets
look,
are fine, whatever.
with the Met. Well, I don't know.
Are they running
Mets.
away with it? they're 4 games. It's 4 games over the Yankees. I still think the Yankees win that division before the season's over. We can have a gentleman's bet on that. I think that the Rays are over their head right now. I think the Yankees are the better team. I think by the end of the year they're going to win it.
Tampa Bay needs a ballpark.
Just my 2
though.
cents.
Tampa Bay needs a ballpark.
Yeah, they need a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
They need a ballpark that people can get to.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Don't play in St. Petersburg. Play in downtown Tampa.
Downtown Tampa,
where the Lightning play and the Bucks play. Play there. Don't play in.
You get better attendance.
Yeah, don't play on St. Petersburg. That's kind of an older community. It's just they never should have played there.
Is that where the spring training park is they're playing at?
Yeah, well, they're not anymore. They renovated Tropicana, so they're back at Tropicana.
Tropicana's a shithole, though.
It was before they renovated it. Yeah, I know.
I still think it's a shithole. I think it's an ugly It's an ugly ballpark, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no question about it. No, you're not wrong.
I don't know if there's any Tampa Bay fans in our community. Sorry, but your ballpark sucks.
My brother's been to Fenway. He's been to Jacobs Field. He's been to Riverfront Stadium. He's been to Comiskey. He's been to, we've both been to Great American multiple times, and I mean he got to do the Fenway the train ride to Fenway. I think was it a train ride to Fenway or something like that. And he said, I mean he was
at 500. Yeah.
Yeah. Raleigh's
the Mariners. Yeah, that division is terrible. It's embarrassing.
American League West. Well, didn't you say it was in the strike year? 1994.
Yeah, it would have been.
The Rangers were below 500 in
and they led the division.
It doesn't even cover it. They were 12 games below 500. It wasn't like they were just a game or so. 12 games below 500 when they stopped play.
Was everybody losing in the American League West in '94?
It was a week.
Everybody.
It's a weak division.
Everybody.
It really is, Aaron. It's historically been a pretty weak division, actually. It is.
The Rangers. Hang on. Let me make sure. No, they were 10 games. Sorry,
10 games.
52 and 62.
That's and they led the division out of
and they
4.
led the division.
And if there hadn't been a strike, theoretically, could have won the World Series. Imagine that.
With a losing record. So what does
that
say?
With a losing record,
baseball?
yeah. Right.
Nothing good.
Nothing good.
That's terrible. But yeah, in '94 they were 10 games below 500, lead the division. Obviously not by much because you'd have to be awful to be way out of first place. The A's were in second. They were 12 games below 500.
Dude, you know what? I'm going to get so much shit in the comments about all the trash talking I'm doing about the American League. I just realized that.
That's fine.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be fun. Next time I do comments about comments, it'll be people, you're full of shit, man. The American League, blah, 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 blah. It's coming.
I
know it is, man.
Serious about it?
The American League hurricane is coming, dude.
I'll tell you what, if this technology had existed in the 1970s, oh, hell yes.
Boy.
Yeah, because it was a different
brand of baseball. People really cared about their
baseball.
Leagues in 70s.
Yeah.
In the
Now
70s.
it doesn't. Yeah. Now they're just names. Although still, the American League will always be the junior circuit. But yeah. It's not that same thing anymore. And interleague play
But the American League in '94, they had two of the best teams in the league. They had the White Sox and the Yankees. Everybody talks about the Expos in '94. Yeah, they were really good. But I think the Yankees and White Sox were just as good.
That would have been an LCS.
Would have been a great World Series, and a great ALCS if the Yankees and as long as they didn't get upset by anybody, Yankees and White Sox would have been a great series. The winner of that against the Expos would have been a great series. We were robbed. We were robbed in '94.
I've played 1994 with Pure Sim, and the day of the strike, where they walk off the job, they just skip the rest of the season and get right to the playoffs. So you have the World Series in like August or September or something like that.
Well, you can do that, or you can just try to keep the same lineup structure that they had and just play out the rest of those games.
Yeah.
Well, you could do that with
rotation.
I mean, Action PC would like you can very easily do that with just about any baseball sim out there. Yeah.
I did that with Action PC. It just stopped after the 12th. It didn't go any further. I'm like, what the hell? Why isn't it?
But so you've got to go in and do a little bit of You've got to go in and do a little bit of work to do it.
In there,
but you can do it.
But I mean, it depends on how much you want to see it. If you really want to see it, it's worth it to you.
Right, because like in Pure Sim, I've done it. Like the Reds actually won the '94 World. They beat the Yankees in was it 6 that year. And of course, I know because you like to joke and say, "Oh, it's rigged, it's rigged." I don't even own the Reds.
Dude,
I
your
don't
Reds
know.
have been winning in your Pure Sim league since you started playing Pure
Five
Sim baseball.
championships.
Yeah, 5 championships. Just give me your bullshit, Aaron.
I'm not. I don't even own the team for God's sakes.
Yeah, right.
I mean, if
Okay.
I did, it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
I think the Pirates do have a championship in that
Oh,
replay.
they do. Thank you.
I
Thank
don't
you.
know
How
which one.
magnanimous of you. How
I don't know.
magnanimous of
I
you.
don't know which one, but
Jeez. Oh my God.
You
Cubs
know,
Bear
yeah,
says, I'm
it's
not a
so
hockey
hard to get
fan.
to. Yeah,
Yeah, he says he lives about
it's
40 miles from Tampa. I've seen more Lightning games
yeah,
than Rays. He says terrible travel, bad neighborhood, bad atmosphere.
it's
Yeah.
forever to get there because you've got to cross Tampa Bay to get to St. Petersburg, or you got to go around
So what
from
the
the
hell were they
north
thinking?
through
Why would you?
Clearwater.
I mean,
I don't
because
know.
it's right,
I don't
Tampa,
know.
St. Petersburg. It's kind of it'd be kind of like moving the Minnesota Twins to St. Paul. It just wouldn't work, right?
no.
Well, but you don't have a big bay in between those two cities. You know what I
No,
mean?
you don't. But it's
So the
Minneapolis,
travel wouldn't be
St.
so
Paul,
bad.
Tampa,
Yeah.
St. Petersburg. That's the second city there.
Well,
Of
remember
course,
they
yeah.
didn't. The Twins didn't even play in St. Pete in St. Paul or Minneapolis when they started. They played in Bloomington,
In Bloomington,
Bloomington.
yes,
and
yes.
That's where the
but
Vikings played, I
yeah,
think,
they played in the
for a
same
while.
ballpark. They played in Metropolitan Stadium. But yeah,
Metropolitan, yeah.
Tampa to St.
Before the
Pete is not a
Metrodome
good
even
trip.
existed.
It takes a long time to get there. I don't know why they had it in St. Petersburg. It doesn't make any sense. And they need to move that stadium downtown if they rebuild it. They're always going to struggle attendance wise because of that.
And
It's
the
not an
thing
easy place
is,
to get to.
and they field some good teams too, but they just can't.
Yeah.
You're not going to get the support. So it's like
No, you're
you're
not.
putting a good product in a shitty field in a shitty
Yep.
location. What's the deal with that?
That park was built so long ago. It was like in
Mm-hmm.
the late 80s
Mm-hmm.
because they were trying to get the White Sox. And then the
Yeah.
White Sox at the 11th hour they saved them somehow. I think it was because they voted in they were going to build the new Comiskey, and that's why the White Sox didn't end up moving.
Yeah.
Because they had to
They
move
were
out of
going to
Old
move to St.
Comiskey. They were like,
Petersburg,
"Oh,
weren't
Old
they?
Comiskey doesn't have the modern amenities and all that
Well,
other
it
kind of
was falling apart. Old
Yeah, and
Comiskey
the
Park. Yeah.
Mariners were threatening to move to Tampa. Yeah, it was called the Thunderdome or something like that
The
The Thunderdome,
Thunderdome.
yeah.
in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, the St. Petersburg Thunderdome.
Yeah, so
So we'd have Tina Turner singing. So I
right, of
didn't know
course,
this. D.
of course.
Scott
We don't
Howard
need another
says
hero.
we need
Yeah,
another hero. He says for many years the Mariners threatened to move to the wonderful
yeah,
new
they did.
ballpark in Tampa.
Yep,
I didn't know that.
because the Kingdom
Oh,
was
because the Kingdome was falling
yeah.
apart. Wasn't
hmm
that wasn't like the ceiling falling off the Kingdome or
Yes,
some shit
tiles
like
from the
that?
ceiling were falling
Yeah.
down. Yep,
Okay.
they
Then
had
it
to
was it they
they had to play
demolished it in
road games at
2000.
91. I think it was 91. They had to play a bunch of road games and call
Wow.
them home games because they couldn't play in the Kingdom.
That's awful.
Yeah, it just started falling apart.
That happened at
I think
Olympic
I think
Stadium
Olympic
too.
Stadium did that. Olympic
Yeah,
Stadium did that.
same
Yeah.
year, I
Yep.
Stade
think.
Olympique. Yep. It
Stade
did.
Olympique.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't built for baseball. It was built for the freaking Olympics, man.
Yeah, it was an Olympic Stadium.
Yeah.
And really, the Seahawks, the Seahawks, the Kingdom was built for the Seahawks. It
Yeah.
wasn't really built for the Mariners. They just moved in too. It was that age of multi-purpose, like the parks, the concrete ashtrays in Philly and Cincinnati and
I
Atlanta,
always felt bad for the
Pittsburgh.
Twins when they had to
hmm
play in the Homer Dome because you
Yeah,
looked out there in right field and it looked like a bunch of fucking garbage bags
it
out
did.
there.
It did. It was a hefty bag wall in right field. Yep.
Yeah. And I'm like,
Yep.
these
That was a
guys they're a
football.
good
That was a football
team.
stadium.
I have football team, but I'm thinking, here's Kirby, Puckett, and all these guys, and there's just a
Yeah.
bunch of damn garbage bags out there. What
That's
the
one thing
hell?
I didn't like about that great era, that golden age of baseball. A lot of multi-purpose stuff.
Yeah.
They ruined Anaheim Stadium for the Angels when the Rams moved there. They ruined it.
Yeah.
It used to have the big A in left field. It was a beautiful place. And
Well,
then
isn't it nice now we got baseball parks for
it's
baseball
true.
teams?
That's the one good thing about today, that we have
Yep.
parks
Yeah.
that are mostly built for baseball. I
I
think
mean,
the last multi-purpose was in Oakland.
I am happy that Three Rivers is gone. Yes, we won 2 world championships there.
Yeah.
We fielded great teams there in the 70s.
But who would pick to go there over PNC? No one. No one.
PNC is a jewel. It's
It's
beautiful.
it's it's gorgeous.
And
So's
and
Great
yeah,
American in Cincinnati. That's a beautiful
it's
place.
a nice part. Yes, it is. But you know what? There's the thing. You've got the third oldest park in the majors, and it's
I
cool
know.
looking because you guys now were like retro, but you're like authentic, and Dodger
Stadium
Stadium just
design is
has
retro now. It was a
yeah,
product of the '60s, and
yep,
so the '60s still live in Dodger Stadium.
yeah, absolutely. But I mean,
Hmm.
it's such a great.
I
I
love
want
Dodger
to.
Stadium. I love it. I
I
love
want to
it.
see. I do want to see a game there.
It's
But
it's
it's
my
but
favorite place.
but
Yeah, it's my
the
favorite
third
ballpark.
oldest park in
I
Major League
know.
Baseball is built in the fucking '60s. That blows my mind,
Well, that's
right? Because it's Fenway,
crazy.
Wrigley, Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
That's funny. DeCubs Bear says lived in Seattle back in the '70s and saw a few games in the Kingdom. I thought it was a palace compared to the Rays
Well,
ballpark.
that's all you need to know right
Wow,
there.
wow.
Because I never went to the Kingdom. I never saw a game in the Kingdom. Never
I
been to
Were they
Tropicana.
issuing hard hats at that point in the Kingdom? Or
I don't
gotta
know.
wonder, right?
Depends on what the year was, but yeah, '91 it started to fall apart.
I
Funny.
They
remember
got it
one night.
fixed and they kept going, but
I remember one night on where my dad and I were sitting in the living room watching ESPN Classic, and they had showed the '87 World Series that the Twins won in the Metrodome, and Dad's like, "Why are there trash bags everywhere?"
Yeah,
right.
I'm
Yep.
like,
yeah, that was
"That's
depressing.
you know."
The only good
I mean, it
thing about
was.
the Metrodome was the noise that the fans could generate. It
Oh
was
Oh
yeah,
truly a
man,
home field advantage
oh
remember
yeah,
because of that
the
noise.
thunder? Remember
yeah.
the thunder sticks
Thundersticks. Oh yeah. I went
of
to the
Edison?
2002 World Series when those Thundersticks were a
Oh
thing.
my God, you couldn't hear a
Yeah.
thing.
It's
Hey,
terrible.
and then they we had him. We tried
Wow,
him here.
77.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but what was it in the 19th century? The students at Northwestern used to shoot fucking revolvers. So-
The Angels are fourth. I think they may be. Their ballpark opened in '66. Arrowhead Stadium. They might be fourth.
So D Scott,
Kingdom was built in '76. Yep.
this
It
was
opened for
before
the Seahawks.
before
Yeah.
you got here, D Scott. But the only reason I'm rooting for the Mariners in the American League is because
They've
that
never
in
been to
that
a World
way
Series.
they can go to the World
Yep.
Series and get rid of that
Hmm.
stigma of being the only franchise
Yeah, they're
never.
the only
I
team.
mean, the damn St.
Never been
Louis
there.
Browns made it there in
That's right.
1944. So come on.
They sort of did. I mean, all the ball
Yeah.
players were off to war, but yeah, I mean, I think that's the only reason I root for the Mariners. I
I mean,
usually call them
yeah,
the Mariners, but that's just my
The
own.
yeah.
Mariners.
They're just a meh team. I
Meh,
don't know. They're just like, you want to watch the Mariners? Meh.
I tell you
I
what,
don't
though,
know.
meh.
The Mariners had some damn fine teams. They had some
They
damn
did. They
fine
did in the
players. Come
'90s.
on.
In the '90s,
Ichiro,
the
Yes, they
Griffey,
Griffey,
did.
the
Yeah.
Griffey era. Yeah, the
Yep.
Griffey era was good.
Edgar Martinez,
They had
A-Rod
that
played
great
there
season
for a
in
while.
2001 after A-Rod left them. They
Yeah.
had that 116 wins, and then they lost to the Yankees in the
Bounced out to the
ALDS.
Yankees in
2001. Yep.
5.
They nearly lost to the Indians in the division series.
Yeah.
And you know what? At the time,
I was the
I,
LCS.
I at the time I said, they had the 116. They're going to be in the record books as a team that won the most games and still didn't win the World Series.
And you
Because
were
I didn't
right.
think they were going to win the World Series. I
Yeah.
said, nah, I think the Indians are just as good, if not better. I think the Yankees are better. They're not going to beat those guys. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know how they won so many games, but they did. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that they didn't win them or whatever. I'm
Right.
just saying I just didn't. I don't think they're as good as their record.
They
I just
had
don't.
so many people there. I think what was it because that was when they just signed Ichiro or something like that.
Mm-hmm. He was
They
the first
just
position player, Japanese, to be in the major leagues.
because everybody else was pitchers. You had
And anybody who
um,
followed Japanese baseball knew that Ichiro was the man. Like they knew how good he was.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you
it's
had
just like,
Cats.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say Yamamoto for the Dodgers. A lot of people were surprised that he got the contract that he did, but if you saw him pitch in Japan, he's putting ERAs up that are below $1.50, and in Japan, and it's just like, yeah, he's good. He'll definitely hold his own. And I'm not saying he's good, but then he goes last year and has probably the best performance in a World Series that pitchers had since maybe Mathewson. It
I
was a
still say the
great
Blue Jays
performance.
should have
Oh,
easily won that.
Matthewson 1905 World Series.
Right, where he threw 3 shutouts.
Holy shit.
Nobody's going to do that again.
Nope. Nope.
So
Do you have to have a pitching rotation in a World Series, or could you just? Because back in the day, you didn't. I think you had to back then.
I think you
I
had
mean-
a 3-man. I think it was a 3-man in the World Series.
Because, I think because I've done some experience with APA in World Series play, where I don't use a bench and pitch rotation. It's like Mathewson started like 2 or 3 games, like not consecutively, but like
Right.
within the he might like on 2 or 3 days rest, and it's like
Yep.
he was
Mathewson
great.
started every other game in the 1905 World
Yeah, because there
Series.
was only 5 games, and he started 3 of them.
Yeah,
That's
He nearly won
crazy.
every single game that the
yeah.
A's won in that World Series. I mean, the Giants
The
won in
Giants
that
won,
World
yeah.
Series. Yeah, the Giants beat the
Lost
A's.
Giants.
And
Yeah.
I didn't know this, D. Scott. This is a great point. The Seattle Sounders, the soccer team, opened the Kingdome.
Oh, wow.
The major, was it North American Soccer League, the NASL? Yeah, the Sounders. Wow, I didn't know that they were the first team to play in the Kingdome. That's
That's
great
pretty
trivia.
cool.
Excellent
Wow.
trivia question. I
Suck.
thought it was the Seahawks that was a team that opened that park, that place. I don't know. Can't call it a park. It was that warehouse. I don't know.
Hey, a lot of pressure on the Mariners now with the Seahawks having won the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, but they did that
they-
years ago.
I know, but I'm just saying they got to
Yeah,
win the
yeah.
damn world. They got to at least get
They
in
gotta
the
get
World
there.
Series.
Yeah.
They got to get there.
It's pretty crazy. They had Randy Johnson, Ken Griffey, Alex Rodriguez, Jay Buhner.
They had all the
didn't go.
ingredients. Yep.
Yeah,
Edgar
they just didn't go.
Martinez.
Edgar Martinez. Oh, how could I forget Edgar Martinez?
Can't forget
Yeah.
Edgar.
They had a
I
great.
remember my
It's
mom,
crazy.
dad, brother, and I. Well, not really me, but my mom, dad, and my brother were watching the game. The game that had that double that Edgar hit that scored
Yes.
Griffey.
That was the
Oh.
division series that won the division
Yes.
series over the Yankees
It,
in walk-off fashion because Griffey scored from first base on a double. to
oh
left
my! It was.
by Edgar Martinez.
I'm like,
Yeah.
if they don't make it to the World Series, then that's just.
That was the refuse to lose Seattle Mariners.
Yes.
That was their
Oh.
motto.
They
Refuse
would
to
not
lose.
go. You couldn't put them away. I mean, you could
And,
send
yeah.
John Wetland out there. You had Jack McDowell, Randy Johnson. Yeah,
Yeah. They lost to
Johnson-
the Indians in the league championship. And that's why the
Yes.
Indians ended up losing to the Braves.
That reminds me, like we were watching the '03 LCS, and every time they would bring up my brother would get pissed off every time they bring up the 1997 World Series. Like, damn it, why they gotta keep showing that? It's like it's the last time. Yeah, it's the last time the Marlins were in the World Series, but geez, I mean, I remember, we come back
Wow,
from
D.
church.
Scott, that's great. D. Scott sat above home plate for that game, that double.
Wow.
What a memory! What an incredible! That place was a madhouse, and
I can
the Mariners
imagine.
were so good. The Mariners saved baseball in Seattle. I think if they win that, if they lose that series, I don't think they build a new ballpark in Seattle, and the Mariners move. That saved the Mariners. That double, that series, the fact that they even made the playoffs, that saved baseball in Seattle.
The Cubs
really
and Bears
do believe
says
that.
if the Cubs make it to the World Series, Shoto Imanaga will pitch 4 straight years shutouts to beat Mathewson. He said, then I'll wake up.
I mean,
I
just to throw one shutout in the World Series would be amazing today.
I
Yeah.
remember.
Let alone 3. If
Yeah.
he threw a complete game shutout, that's what a shutout is. It's kind of redundant for me to say complete game shutout.
Right,
A
right,
shutout
right.
is a complete game.
Mhm.
It assumes
I
that.
remember.
So
the
just throwing a
LC
complete game would be impressive.
Yeah, no kidding. Right, one of the most endangered stats in baseball. Complete game, quality starts.
But yeah,
Ah,
that saved the
I don't know.
Mariners, that 95 season. And it took a great team. The 95 Indians were a great team.
They were.
It took them to knock them off. So they probably would have made the World Series if they had faced, a weaker
Boston.
team than the 95 Indians.
Those Indians had, but yet they fell to the damn Braves. But
Well, the Braves were great in 95 too. There was
They
just
were.
great teams.
they were. I mean, they were
It
great
was
through
the
the
closest-
90s, but they only managed that
It-
one championship.
It was the
so-
closest we ever got to an Ohio World Series that year in '95.
The Reds.
I mean, the Reds
Oh,
and
you
the
mean
Indians.
Reds and Indians.
Oh,
Had they-
right.
Had the Reds actually beaten the Braves,
Yeah.
we would have had an Ohio World Series. They could have just done it in 7 days straight. Of course.
I
with
remember 95
TV.
very well, the Reds, because they kicked the Dodgers' ass in the division series. They swept
3
them.
straight
Mhm.
without But
Mhm.
I remember the '03 LCS with the Cubs and Marlins, and I remember we come home from church, from some kind of engagement at our church, and I think either it had just happened or it was about the Bartman thing where he caught a loose foul ball,
Yes, the Bartman thing. I've gotten into a lot of
Oh,
arguments about that.
we either it had just happened or it was about to happen when we got home, and it was just like
Hmm.
it took them like 20 minutes to get him out because
Yeah.
and then they scored 8 runs.
Well,
I'm
keep in
like,
mind, Wrigley Field at that time was the only park that didn't have a jumbotron for replays.
Yeah.
right.
So there was literally a guy out on Waveland Avenue with a TV on his head,
Yeah, I heard about
showing
that.
people replays of that
Of
Bartman thing.
Bartman.
And everybody says, "Oh, he wouldn't have prevented." His hand was literally in Moises Alou's glove when he tipped the ball. So I have to assume that Moises would have caught the ball. And I
He
remember when
probably
I saw that, I said, if you got to fight your own fans just to get an out, that's a problem. I could see, like, if it was
yeah.
Jeff Conine, the Florida left fielder, and they did that, that would have been like, hey, that's home field advantage, right? But
That's yeah.
they did it to their own guy. I was like, what are you doing? I couldn't believe it. I thought that was one of the dumbest
The
things.
media
I don't.
was a circus
Of course
for
it was. They
days.
doxed him. They told everybody his real name. They told where he lived. He had to have police protection. Now I didn't think he deserved to get that. I don't blame him for the Cubs losing the series, but yeah, that game, that was a really bad thing that he did. It was bad. And he deserves some verbal stuff at that game, but when people were talking about like beating him up, and the mayor, the crooked mayor, was like, "Oh, if he got convicted of a crime, he'd never get a pardon from this mayor." They turned it into this huge deal, and it wasn't that
Had the
damn bad,
had the
you know.
Cubs would have won the pennant the next night, they would have all just
They
forgotten
they
about
never
it.
would have. Nobody would have said
It
anything
would have.
about it.
They would have said,
It would
scratch
have
it
been
from the
water under the
record,
bridge. Yep, it
Yeah.
would have been
water
water
under
under
the
the bridge.
bridge. He did what any fan would
Yep,
have done. Move on. But
yep.
they crucified him for years
I don't know
over
about
that.
any
I
other
mean,
fan. See, that's where I was like, if you're in the front row, you got to know. I don't want to belabor this, but I don't think he's blameless. I think he's not that much to blame, but don't think he's blameless.
if you see a ball coming at you, your mindset is
Yes,
commonly to get out of the way.
yes. In the front row, when you see, okay, that's my team. He wore a Cubs hat. I got to assume he's a Cubs fan. And you've got Moises
Turtleneck.
Alou, your left fielder, coming for that ball. How are you not thinking he's got to play on that ball? And it's just like, get back. I know he wasn't the only one reaching for it. There were a few guys reaching for it. I'm saying they're wrong too. Like if somebody jumped off a cliff, would you do it too? Like it's just Bartman was the guy that ended up touching it. And his
Guys, I
hand was
hate
in
to.
Moises Alou's glove. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I hate to interrupt. I'm
Oh,
getting the warning here from EVMUX. So it has a upper limit on broadcasts. We're at 5 hours
boy.
and 31. So we got to
We
wrap it.
really?
Yeah, because this thing's gonna
Holy
shut it
cow.
down.
Hey,
Yep.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna
All right, guys.
Can
I
we
want
warm
to
up?
thank.
Can we stop and start again?
We probably could.
I could talk
I'll go
about, yeah.
live.
I
Well,
have some takes on Steve Bartman on that,
and
but
is
it's
this is
okay.
why you need to start a channel because you
Yeah,
got
I
D.
do.
Scott Howard out there. He's on the left coast with you. The Cubs,
Mr.
the
Clutch
Bears,
Hitter.
man. He's just in here. He's rocking with us, and he's down in Florida. He's the same time zone as Aaron and I.
It's
So yeah,
it's
you know,
about 20 to 4 in the morning right now.
yeah. So
Eek.
Yeah,
Well,
love
it's
I'm
only
gonna
midnight.
step
It's only
away.
12:39 here.
2020. Yeah, bite me, JT. So shit. Let's go
Arr.
round
Yeah, I know.
three, says D. Scott Howard. So we
I
have
know.
now surpassed the extended version of the Return of the King, like easily.
Oh my God.
Part two
Wow.
tomorrow.
And I'm fresh as a daisy. I could go
You sound
on.
like it. If I had a
Yeah,
way to give
I'm.
you control, I would go to bed and say, just
Yeah.
shut it down. I should make you. I don't know. I should see if managing moderators can do that.
We still got 12 in here. According to the counter, we've got 12 in here.
Yeah. So D.
Only a couple
Scott.
of them are talking, but
Right. I'm saying
yeah.
so. It's D. Scott, the Cubs, the Bears, Aaron, you, and me. The other 7 are sleeping.
Oh, Unifix is still in here. He's in the afternoon. He's
Oh
out
yeah,
there in
in
Thailand.
Bangkok. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I'm
the
gonna
Cubs
go
and
over there and
Bears,
eat some
lifelong
real
insomnia
curry.
helps. Oh, insomnia
Oh
is
man.
that's me. That's my life. I'm a creature of the night. I sleep during the day, even when I'm off. I sometimes sleep during the day. That's just
Oh,
the way it
I
is.
always have to, man. I'm after whoever invented afternoon naps is my hero. I was doing them
Yeah,
when
oh
I was
yeah.
17 years old, man. I didn't give a
I
shit.
never wanted to have an afternoon nap when I was at the age to have them. Now I'm like, what was I doing? Yeah, like I would
Exactly.
love nap. Can I have nap time? That's what I want. I
Uh,
want nap time.
Nap time
Yeah,
is the best thing in the world. So, and luckily,
yeah.
my girlfriend loves naps too. So, looking
Oh,
forward.
she doesn't like it when I sleep. My girl doesn't. That the girl's like, "Are you gonna go to bed again?" I'm like, "Oh, I don't know."
Well,
She'll
listen,
threaten to leave. She'll be like, "I'm leaving." I'm like,
love to
"Don't leave."
everybody. This is the best damn family around.
Yeah, it
Way
was a
back,
pleasure.
5.5 hours ago, we did some pocket pennant run. We showed release candidate 3 of Payoff Pitch. We got to talk to Mr. Wrestling a little bit about the app that everybody wants. And we'll be coming back with more baseball this week. I want to thank my brother, JT, as always, for coming
Love
on.
you,
And
brother. You know
I
how it
love you
is.
too,
It's
man.
always a pleasure.
I do.
Always.
And Aaron, thank you. Does Hulk Hogan or Randy Savage have anything to say to close it out?
Oh yeah, brother.
Love
Well,
it.
let me tell you something, brother. I don't have
Step
much to
with
say,
Slim
brother.
Jim.
Step into a
That's what
Slim
I'm saying.
Jim. I haven't done that
Yeah.
in forever.
Uh,
Dollar General doesn't have the spicy ones right now, and the grocery store quit selling them. They
That's
got the
because it's
regular
so.
Dollar,
ones now.
That's
Dollar
because
General
it's.
doesn't have the spicy ones right now. Oh, that's a great line. That's great.
It's because they're open. They're owned by American leaguers. So there we go.
Yeah, that's what it is. So if next Sunday, if you want to go, we can go.
Next Sunday night is Jay. We're gonna start
Sunday night's the night
The
JT
that I
night,
Dust
can
night.
yeah.
do this.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
man. Sounds great. Love
but
having you
We'll
on.
see
yeah.
you
And Aaron,
soon.
thank you
But
too, buddy.
the
You're
Cubs, the
welcome.
Bears, D. Scott, Unifix.
I'm gonna step on
Pleasure to
out in the
talk to you
car
guys.
All right,
tonight.
man.
Pleasure to hear you guys.
See ya.
You guys are obviously knowledgeable,
Oh my
and it's
God,
great
yeah.
to talk to knowledgeable people. So many
Hey, man,
people
you
would
gotta
be,
love a dude that says I was talking to Cool Papa Bell. Holy shit.
yeah. I mean, yeah. Oh, by the way,
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
by the way, yeah.
yeah,
Opa.
So, all you
yeah. I
guys
guess we
name
got to name
dropping.
drop our guys. We got to name drop Joe Frazier
I know, but I'm a
and
little
Ernie
bit pissed
Banks.
because I love Joe Frazier, but I'm a baseball fan, and
I know you're
I
a
could
baseball guy.
I met
Yeah.
Kent Tekulve, but that's pretty much it.
Ah,
Kent,
Bones.
wow,
Kent
Bones to
Jacoby.
Kobe.
Yeah,
The
but
guy
that
who was
was it,
about
man.
6'3" and 25 pounds.
Pounds, yeah,
That guy.
exactly,
That was
exactly.
amazing.
So at
You know
least
what I
you got,
remember about him is that all of the Stargell stars on his hat. He had
yeah,
so
oh yeah,
many that he
yes, he
had to
did.
put some on the top because the rows on the pillbox hat were all
Yeah,
filled up.
yep,
Yeah, great
great
pitcher.
stuff.
Great
Yeah, he
Oh
pitcher.
was.
wow,
Yes, he
yeah, that
was.
was awesome.
And to Colby, my
Kent
goodness,
Tekulve looked like a praying mantis with glasses.
he did.
Gotta
He
love it,
did.
man. Yeah.
Man, like a
Man,
pterodactyl. Yeah.
All right, guys,
All
put
right.
in the comments that you want JT to start a channel, please.
Uh,
Okay.
get on
at
my
least
case.
at least get your channel back up again, because I know you had one
Yeah,
for a
I know.
while
I
because
know.
of
I did have some
your
stuff on my
clutch
channel.
hitter
I did.
stuff.
You
Yeah.
always remind me about that, Aaron. I love
Well,
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah, it was a
the
fun time.
Hawks,
Oh,
Japanese
okay.
version.
So
You
the
were the
Cubs and
Yep.
Bears got to
Hawks.
speak to Mo Drabowski. So
Mo Drabowski was a hero of the '66 World Series. The
see
Orioles
that,
against the Dodgers.
all you guys. I literally just shook hands with Kent Tekulve. That was it. There was no speaking even. So you
I
Didn't
guys
just
even
love
are
to
say
shake hands with
hello.
guys.
are
The last,
bums, man.
the
The
last
hell.
guy, the last major leaguer I shook hands with was Ron Say, and I told him, I said, if we talk baseball, I'd be here all day. You wouldn't get home. And you know what he did? He laughed. And I was like, that's all I want to do. As long as he's
That's
laughing and he's smiling, he's not like this freaking guy. You know,
Yeah.
that's all I care about. It was
I
just a
almost
pleasure
got
to
to meet
shake his
Joe
hand.
Nuxall in Cincinnati when we went to my first Reds game. Um,
Satchel
sadly, he
Paige's
was
autograph. Oh, by the
yeah.
way, I have Satchel Paige's autograph. Joe Nuxall, the youngest pitcher ever. We all know that. The
Yep.
broadcaster.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
just red history
Oh,
right there. His Joe Nuxall.
Nuxie. He
Good
was.
old Nutsy.
I think that was just like his second to last year of calling Reds games because he retired after
What a
04.
great
And,
career.
D.
you know,
Scott, you got to hold on to that card. Oh man.
but
Wow.
yeah,
That's something I would be like.
Put it
Something.
in your last testament that nobody can touch that card.
Exactly.
That needs to be preserved for all time.
It does.
At all
Gentlemen,
costs.
I got to close
yes.
it down.
All
I'm
right.
sorry. I
Okay.
am
All
sorry.
right.
Take care,
Good night.
everybody.
All
Have a
right.
great
Take care.
night.
Catch you next Sunday.
All right.
All right. Good night, everybody. We'll see you around the batting cage.